Greetings, trainers, and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Think you and your team have what it takes to be the best of the best and represent your region? Then keep listening. Your team could earn a spot to Worlds in London to compete for $500,000 in prizes in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Here's how you can do it. Every month, teams will compete in an open qualifier double elimination tournament until only the top 16 teams remain. Those teams will battle it out live with the world watching in monthly finals for loads of championship points. After each monthly final, the top 4 teams from each monthly final will receive an automatic placement into the next month's finals. Once we reach the halfway point of the season, the stakes will be raised with a mid-season showdown, the Aeos Cup. There will be even more to play for this month, with even more championship points at stake and $25,000 in prizes. At the end of the season, players will be able to compete for a spot in the regional finals. 24 teams will earn a spot in this coveted tournament. 12 of those teams will be by last chance qualifier event. 8 teams with the most championship points, and the top 4 placing teams from the previous month's final. The top placing teams from this tournament will earn their share of $50,000 in prizes and a spot in London to represent their region in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. The time has come to unite.
Coming out, Hoop on bounds everywhere as Diallo use their Unite move. We're working through. They're belching all over this Zapdos. Zapdos 1 for Pog Champ as they're working through each other. Chaos Trigger 2 for Yoshi because they're feeling it now.
Coming down on that Zapdos, and it is secured once again by Pog Champ.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. My name is Danley. I'm going to be your wonderful host over the course of the day because we have some exciting matches lined up for all of our trainers watching all of our streams. Today we are going to be watching the Aeos Cup Oceania Grand Finals. It's super exciting, but we aren't starting with the Grand Finals. That is the grand finale of our first segment of the day. We're going to get there from the winner final to the losers final and then to the Grand Final. I'm super pumped, but of course, joining me, I have my 3 wonderful casters that are super pumped, super excited to cast these games. I've got JJ Kun, I've got Permanent Sneeze, I got Moon Boy. Gentlemen, how are you doing?
Heyo! We are here at the very final stage of OCE. I'm really excited to be part of this. I want to get that grand finals. Obviously, we want to see them in London, and we as well. But you know what? Just really excited. I'm really feeling it right now.
I don't know. You're looking at the top 4 teams right now, and the storylines are just beautiful, right? I mean, we'll go more into them later on, but I feel like the Oceania, they've just set themselves up for such a wonderful finish, and they've already given us such great games. Today is just gonna be way even better.
I want to do this. I want to do this. Finally, we are
Let's go!
back in OCE, baby. So this is day number 2, and we got all the good teams. This is a cream of the top, and this is gonna be really exciting. I don't know what to expect coming in.
Absolutely. So we are down to our top 4 teams that are remaining in the competition. But before that, let's take a look at the format to see what's sort of going on in case you didn't quite catch the broadcast yesterday. So yesterday we had the single round robin groups. We had the teams going through the playoffs, trying to make their way to top 4. And of course today we have our top 4 teams. We've still got a couple more games to go before we hit that grand final. So our matches are going to start off as best of 3s. We have the winner bracket final, we have the lower bracket semi, the lower bracket final, and then we have the grand final. The grand final is going to be a best of 5, so it's going to be a long one. It's going to be tedious. It's going to really dig into these players. They need the fortitude, the concentration, and of course, we're probably going to be seeing some crazy strats in the grand final because that's where you really want to pop off as a team. But wow, guys, I can't I can't believe we're here. I mean, it's only been 2 days, but it just feels like a dream.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to be a dream for everyone else. Obviously, just getting in on, the top 4 is already a dream in and of itself. And what more if you win the entire game? Entire tournament, rather, sorry. Sneeze. How would you feel if you were one of the top 4 players?
I don't even know, because they've got a few good coming into day number 2, right? And I think just being here alone already secures your spot next month. So those players, they're feeling a little bit better, of course, but none of them are here just to secure a spot next month. They're here to get that trophy. They're here to get the 10,000 prize. I would be too. And we talked about dreams, right? These players are basically living it right now.
Yep, it's not just that $10,000, but also a snowball to your road to London, ladies and gentlemen. And that is basically the dream for everyone, right? Once you are here in Pokemon Unite, and that is the final stage that you want to be in, and that place is London this year.
Yeah, now before we do kick into these games, I think we've got to give everyone a bit of a refresher as to what happened yesterday, and this is going to be helpful for people that didn't get to catch the game. So, JJ, can you sort of start us off and let us know what happened in yesterday's games?
Right, so definitely, almost half of what happened yesterday for OC is more of a Joe and Sulu's show. Sulu's Greninja showed us how it is quite a menace in this patch. And obviously, iClan, one of the top teams for OCE, immediately got taken out, eliminated in our tournament. So Sneeze, what else do we have in the lower bracket?
Yeah, this was so surprising to everybody. I think we all had our hands in our hair, because we were hyping up iClan this whole time, and they just got completely swept away by Balance here. So it's going to be really exciting to see how Balance adapt and continue to evolve into the next day after such a successful win, right? Subsequently, we also saw Redback Spinarex take a fall to Team Gap, but it's kind of like a leapfrogging situation where we see Balance beat iClan, and then suddenly in the last match of the day, we see Collateral beat Balance as well. So the teams are just getting one over each other.
Yep, it's not just all the MVP or big plays coming in from those attackers, but not forgetting those supports coming in. Great Wings Unbound, we have seen great DC heals and shields provided by those supports as well. So these people are the unsung hero of these teams.
Right, so let's take a look at the double elimination brackets just so that our viewers sort of get a picture as to what happened in yesterday's game. So as you can see, we have 4 teams remaining. We've got Ground Zero, Bandits, ESC. These 2 teams are in the upper bracket. So if you think about it, they technically have 2 chances to make it to the grand final. You can make a loss up the top, but down there you've got your second chance, but you can't lose down there. And that's where Team Gap and Collateral are. These teams are on the edge of elimination. Whoever drops their series is out of the competition. It is very tense down there. But we're going to be starting off with Ground Zero versus Bandits ESC. And I know this is going to be such a hype game, because I think for anyone that has followed the scene, Ground Zero have a lot of eyes on the team, right? I think everyone knows how strong they are. And I think the question here is, can Bandits ESC match up to such a strong team like that?
Right, for Bandits here, I think we have to consider as well that Bandits hasn't lost once in the Aeos Cup. Likewise, that is going to be the same for Ground Zero. So, them being, one of the top teams, both of them being the top teams in OCE, I think is going to be a lot here. There's going to be a lot of statement here, and this is going to be the first time either of these teams, right, would have a loss in Aeos Cup. So that's going to be quite a huge bummer for whoever's going to be losing this match.
Yeah, I think it's... sorry about that.
Sorry. No, I just want to add on that we're talking about the undefeated streak so far. We haven't even got to the fact about the history between these 2 squads, right? But of course, we can expand more on that later. I'm sure you have something important to say, Danny.
What?
No. It's a little hook, right? I'm using the good rod. I'm just baiting them in a little. We save that for a little later. You gotta stay tuned if you want to find out more about what's going on.
That's true.
All right, any final words you want to have, Moonboy, before we're going to send you guys off to get ready for the game?
What else is there? There's not much to say, but all we have to do is just wait for it, right? Like all the analysis and all the gameplay is just going to happen just moments later. Just hang on and don't go anywhere.
All right, thank you so much, Moonboy. Thank you, Permasneeze. We're going to send you guys off. If you guys need to, go grab your coffees, because I think this is the best time for them to grab it, right? So, we're supposedly with Permasneeze on the panel. That's actually JJ Kun. He's going to be joining me on the analysis panel.
I'm Permasneeze now. Okay, I'm Permasneeze now. All right.
So, JJ, this is going to be a exciting series because we've got two teams that are essentially undefeated. It's Ground Zero versus Bandits. It's the upper bracket final. So just to quickly reiterate for our viewers at home, in the upper bracket, these teams can technically lose a game, but after that, they're in the lower bracket and you can't lose down there. So they've got two chances, but give us a bit of a rundown as to who Ground Zero are and who Bandits ESC are for any new viewers.
Right, so we've given you guys a little bit of an intro about Ground Zero and Bandits ESC, essentially one of the top teams that we do have for OCE, but I want to take a look a little further to Soluwu, you know, coming in from Ground Zero, because this is one of the players that really popped off yesterday, especially the Greninja, you know, dealing a lot of KOs and
was that only Greninja for Soluwu? Yeah, he basically just played Greninja. Like, we didn't really see any other Pokemon coming out from him. Is that going to be the case here again?
I believe so. You know, as we always say, if it's not a problem, if there's no problem at all, why fix it? But now let's take over to the other player that we want to take a look at. It is going to be XD. Yes, they have been playing the Slowbro. We have the Blissey as well for their primary Pokemon. But the key thing here for XD is that they are the shot caller. So whatever a Bandits ESC is doing is all under the hands of XD.
Yeah, so we're going to have our match very, very ready. I mean, it's almost ready. I'm just getting the producers whispering in our ears, like, the game's almost ready. The game's almost ready. I can't hold in here. But JJ, I want to hear your predictions coming into the series because so far they're undefeated. Wow. Are we looking at... We've got to do this again. We have to do it. You had a 100% prediction yesterday. Is it a 2-1? Is it a 2-0? And who are you going for?
All right. Since you're asking for the number, and you know, again, we have 100% win rate at stake here. It's going to be a Ground 0-2-0, I'd say. You know, I really believe how they have played yesterday. We've seen them play all their games, and I think they are pretty confident going into this game. And what I can only ask of our viewers right now is if you like to see Ground Zero win, just comment down, you know, hashtag Ground Zero. And if you are cheering for, you know, Bandits ESC, then go ahead and comment down hashtag Bandits ESC.
All right, thank you so much for the prediction, JJ. It looks like we're ready to jump into the game, so we're going to throw it over to our casters for the first set. It's Permasneeze, it's Moon Boy. Take it away for our winner bracket final.
Thanks so much, Danny and JJ, for those insights. Oh my goodness, once again, my name is Moon Boy. I'm joined by Permasneeze, not JJ. Yeah, it looks to be JJ Kun, but it's not JJ Kun. This is Permasneeze right here. And oh my goodness, Ground Zero versus Bandit. We have not seen Bandit this whole game. What are you going to expect, JJ Sneeze?
JJ said 2-0. The confidence on that man, I kind of want to go with it just because I believe in the Prophet. But I do want to say that I think we're starting to see maybe a little bit of I think solutions to this Greninja that we saw, right? Because at first, when we saw Soluwu pop off a bit, it looked absolutely flawless. Later on, within not only the Oceania Aeos Cup, but as well as Asia Pacific, we started to see some teams figure out ways to deal with it. So I'm gonna want to see whether Bandits, you know, they've done their homework. They were probably watching the games yesterday. They know this team very, very well, and they're gonna definitely have some sort of solution.
Yep, as you know, both teams actually used to play together or even practice together. So this might be a, you know, whoever comes up on top really won't matter right over here. But it seems like, you know, the composition is kind of similar, but instead, you know, Bandits went with the Blastoise and Lucario instead. But
yeah,
Ground Zero stuck to the same composition compared as yesterday.
Yeah, okay, so before we get into the good stuff about the game and the technical details and all the analysis, we gotta lay it flat. For those of you who don't know about the history between these two teams, they actually used to be part of the same cluster of teams. They were under the same name, but because the main team got picked up, everyone in Bandits ESC, the sub-team, got sort of left behind and they called themselves the Leftovers. They recently got picked up by Bandits ESC. So this is going to be a huge rivalry match, especially since both of them are undefeated coming in.
Yep, definitely both teams trying to find themselves redemption or even, you know, some kind of I am better than you formula coming in. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 1 of Ground Zero versus Bandit ESC. It could be anybody's game at this winners finals right over here as well. And both teams are ready to square it off.
Yeah, 2-0 was the prediction there. Ground Zero dominance is what JJ is expecting, as we see a bit of that already in this bot path. But both teams, they have to be so familiar, especially playing a mirror. It's all about who outmaneuvers the other. Look at the moves just trading back and forth. No mercy, full-on aggression. They aren't holding or pulling back any punches here, Moonboy.
Yep, especially when we're talking about a tri-lane in the bottom side, you don't really want to be falling off this early. An early lead to your opponent would allow them to snowball, but however, right here, Bandit is just pushing Ground Zero back, taking a few of their wild Pokemon and get those EXP up to par.
Yeah, I mean, definitely right now it looks to be to the favor of the side of Bandit ESC as they start that snowball rolling, but it seems like Ground Zero is still a little frozen up in this bot path as that Moopy Alolan Ninetales hits the level 4 power spike first.
Yep, there we have on the top side as well, Anon already at level 5 with that Lucario. That means the extreme speed is online.
Oh, no.
Joe is already on this arena, but manages to get that Profiteer in the process, and that is not where you want to be, being KO'd this early. Bandit really have a really commanding start.
Oh, yo! Bandits ESC, they more than have Ground Zero's number. They've been on speed now this entire time. Bandits, they outmaneuver in the bot path, now in the top path as well. They recognize the move that Sulu likes to make. Come to the top path and help out Joe and get him off to this rolling start, and they put it to a halt.
Yeah, that is what happens when you have that level lead, and he's so close to the level 7 with the Bone Rush on the Lucario as well. But however, on the bottom side, Moopy is really level 5 on that Ninetales, and they are really pushing it right now because right here, Ground Zero's hands are tied.
Yeah, Hyperspace Hold just to get the nice reset as well, as if they needed any more sustainability here. But now, top side as well. We're looking all across the map and it looks like Bandits ESC. They're starting to fire on all cylinders here and get heated up.
Yep, as we move forward towards the second set of Bees really soon as well. The central area Pokemon is the eyes to watch. Whoever comes out at level 9 would have that great advantage. But right here, their Wartortle is already at level 7.
Oh no.
Boopy pushing it on, but able to just dodge that out. And I think that right here, both sides just not gonna fight. Wait for those Bees to come on. This is not the time to fight, guys.
Yeah, and Moonboy, I think the most crucial part about playing this exact mirror matchup is it all comes down to the micro advantages, right? Where you see Moopy, as soon as he hits that level 6 Aurora Veil, he's trying to put on some pressure because that is a move that Feather doesn't have just yet. But right now, what they don't have in this bot path is backup. Ground Zero forced to retreat as the Crewly Wartortle comes down to try and apply some pressure. Meanwhile, the Lucario looks like he's joining up forces with them here. So they're going to get nice in position for that Dreadnought fight.
Well, Bandit has that Wartortle in his team. That means they will be a little bit tankier and they will be able to absorb more damage, and that's how Ground Zero. But here, right here in the Dreadnought side, Rapid Spin coming in, and so you get the kill, but the KO on the Dreadnought as well. I think this is time for Ground Zero to push.
Oh dear, Moopy falling a little bit low here as he has the Aurora Veil hop away. And that kind of looked pretty good for Bandits ESC going in, but the Lucario just wasn't in time and they managed to secure it with Joe on that Serena once again. I think he's set up for a bit of a repeat performance despite having a bit of a slow start.
Yeah, I mean, and right now, you know, Ground Zero able to catch it up, and right here, Serena is online, Greninja is online, 2 Unite move is available for Ground Zero to expand, but right here, Bandit is still on the back foot now. The tides has turned right here, closing into the middle game. Ground Zero has that slight advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Moopy was the one who had the level advantage at first, but now Feather is kind of usurping him in that regard. But now there's a 3-man pressure on this bot side, forcing the Blitz Assistants out onto this Ninetales, and here comes Crewly as well. They need to be so careful because the rotations are not available. That was a swing and a miss, to say the least, from Crewly. Throws out the Hydro Typhoon, just waters the plants, I guess, as they're being forced away by 2 members on the side of Ground Zero. So they're gonna be happy with that. Water Shuriken in as well. I'll show you how it's done. Suluwu, once again, this is what we expected from the man, and he shows up to play. Knocks down Crewly, takes out 3, and answers right back for the bot path.
I need you down and I will knock you out. That is what Sulu has to say to that Blastoise right there, and I will chase you down to the 2nd tier turret I need, and that is what he did. He literally chased him down to the 2nd tier hook, and he has that lead, and he wants that lead. He wants to maintain that lead, and he don't want Bandit to come back from this one.
So they're playing a pretty mirrored composition except for the central area Pokemon, right? It is Blastoise and Lucario in comparison to Serena and Greninja, but that is the difference maker right there in that engagement. You see that Greninja come in with the Water Burst Shuriken, meanwhile the Blastoise swinging with the Hydro Typhoon, but slightly mistimed. Now XD being found in the central area. Sulu wants to clean up, but there isn't any backup and he gets caught up, all twisted up, and he's just gonna go down. So slight overextension there from him, but just trying to be a bit aggressive.
That's what you say. That was a really bad extension going into the 3-man clan right over there as well. But right here, Zoe is on the move. Joe able to get the Queen Majesties off that Ninetales as well. Storm coming in, but unable to get the Dreadnought. Everybody has been forgotten about the Dreadnought right here, but right here in the Dreadnought pit, Rings Unbound pop off by both sides.
Yeah, Wiley gonna pop that off, but immediately drop to the deck. They just focus him down. Hydro Typhoon, this could be the Tide Turner. Joe dropping a little low, but Sulu's here to clean up. And now the only one standing is this Lucario, as he's not gonna be standing for long. Essentially, Ground Zero completely wiped the side of Bandits, despite them losing out that Dreadnought.
Wow, we have seen Joe on that Zarina yesterday, and he is not disappointing us today. Those Stomp resets right on time, taking those KO, and that is exactly what we want to see from Joe. And he will be putting that display with that Zarina. However, the rest of the team rotates up to the Rotom, trying to get more lead and try to distract Bandit off those bombs.
This has got to be a matter of pride more than anything, right? Because you're playing up against your old teammates. You know exactly what they need to do, but they're still stumping you. Here comes the Water Burst Shuriken. The side of Ground Zero, they want to go in for an engage, and they're going to start it open with a pick-off onto the Ninetales. They can't really seem to get more at the moment, though. Luch is going to end up dropping down, and Dawn has extended a bit too far. And this kind of feels like something that we usually see, right? A lot of the times, what ends up happening is you get that first or second Rotom, and you push a bit too far, and you allow your opponents to answer back to that tier 2 goal. So.
Yeah, but looking at it right now, Bandit seems to be coming back on their foot. And right here, just to note, you notice that the Blissey actually popped off the Blitz Assistant previously as well. So right here, they have to start farming up their Unite move, as there are not much yellow dots on the map. If you guys can see at the top left corner, and right here, Ground Zero has to scramble how to get those Unite move up to get ready for that last Zapdos fight about 1 minute's time.
Yeah, yesterday we talked a lot about the positioning of the Hoopa, right? Moonboy, you're a Hoopa player yourself, so you know how big and strong you can be with that Rings Unbound form. But GZ, they recognize that as well. We saw that in that fight. As soon as Wiley popped that open, they just immediately focused down that Hoopa Unbound and couldn't throw out those Hyperspace Furies. They had the Side Beam to work with, and that severely dampened the team fight of Bandits.
Yep, that is definitely right. Those Hyperspace Furies, those knock-up is where you want to be, but the rest of the team get us down the bottom side. And I think right here, Ground Zero have their lead position, but Bandit manages to stick a 50 down on the top side as well. Dreadnought goes right to Ground Zero, and they are on the push. They're just pushing Bandits back and unable to respond to this one.
Oh, Joe, just going in aggressively, but Bandits ESC, that was an executive decision from them, right? The Lucario Anon chose to dunk the 50 on the top side, and the Alolan Ninetales was just farming away and getting that EXP up. Now they're rotating it to the top side. They need to be so careful, because it looks like they're starting to flank off the side of Bandits. They could get caught out here. The Egg Bomb going to be a toss into nothing as the final stretch begins.
Well, right here, Ground Zero already got pole position onto that final Zapdos, a big Rings Unbound. We're going to be seeing lots of Rings Unbound coming in, and it's going to be crucial. Whoever pops it first might have the disadvantage.
Feather in a bit of a rough spot. Hydro Typhoon doesn't land onto anyone, but manages to start the fight with pick up with the Feather. Now Joe, he's the one in trouble. This is the Serena we're talking about. Sulu caught in a bad way. As the Blitz Assistants trying to clean up onto Moopy, but the sustain is there. The focus band.
No.
Finally, the Alolan Ninetales to fall, but the Side Beam finishes off Sulu. And for once, Ground Zero get completely grounded here by Bandits. They just fire away in that team fight, opening it up onto Feather, and that has not got to feel good, as Zapdos already being started up by Bandits.
Well, Zapdos is halfway there, but the rest of the team of Ground Zero might be back in time. Were they able to get some Feather? Unable to get the steal off that one, and run, Bandit, run, they say, as they'll be running straight right to the goal zone, scoring hundreds and hundreds again.
I feel like that was criminal from Bandits. How did they get away with that? Feather, usually the mastermind, usually the reliable player on the side of Ground Zero, is the one to be caught out. They even expend a Hydro Typhoon for it, but it's more than worth it. That's your shot caller out of commission, and just like that, Bandits have snatched the lead right back. The Hyperspace hole as well to get that Lucario out of danger, and he's gonna come back just for the dunk. Of course, it's gonna be to no avail as the goals are up in defense again. So, I mean, right now, it's just on Ground Zero. They basically have to come together in this bot path to make one final push.
Yep, take a look at the score right now. 253 to 355. 1 or 2 more dunks is all Ground Zero needs to just close it over. 20 more seconds on the clock. It could still be Ground Zero's game, as they right here, they're gathering in the 4-man side and going for a push at the bottom side.
Yeah, but Bandits, no, they only have one move, but they started out picking up the Alolan Ninetales. That's a good pick. Second one to drop on the side of Bandits ESC. They've cracked open the goal and they've taken the lead somehow. Even though it's a 2v4, Ground Zero, now they're on the front foot. But Bandits, they don't have any response. They're on the wrong side of Aeos Stadium, and they're the ones who are going to get the victory snatched out from under their feet. Ground Zero, what an answer!
Is that really the win? Is that really? I have no idea, man. At this point in time, it could be any place point.
They broke open that goal. It's Ground Zero! What a game! I feel like, you know, in those last moments, they scared us a little bit there. It seemed like Bandits got away with a little bit of a robbery, but Ground Zero, they knew exactly what they needed to do, and it feels like that defense coming in from Bandits, they should have had that one in the bag, but I don't know, it just sort of got punctured somehow. The goods just fell out and they fumbled it. And Ground Zero, they're going to take this game number 1 win.
I think it all boils down to that Lucario, right? Aeon unable to get those 40 dunks just before the Zapdos timer tick off on the final goal. He's unable to get those sneaky dunk right there and got caught off by the rest of Ground Zero. And that is where Ground Zero is able to push as the rest of the team gets melted one by one. And I believe that's where Ground Zero manages to just turn this thing around. And great props to this one. Never gives up till the very last second. This is a very good lesson for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, in those last moments, it looked a little hopeless. They only had one move, and Bandits had to know that as well. But making the decision, once again, we go back to Feather. He's the one the rest of the team points to as the guy who's calling the shots, right? And he does not let them down. He knows exactly what he needs to do, despite that slight faltering in the last set, those team fight, and they execute and they win the game. First one over Bandits. They're longtime rivals and good friends, I'm pretty sure, as well. But there's no mercy here. It's Aeos Cup, you know, you gotta fight to prove yourself to be the very best. And whether in your way is a friend or a foe, you gotta take them out. So here we see Joe, you know, starting off with that Serena, had a good start as well and managed to apply so much pressure in the early stages.
Yeah, take a look at this one once again. This Queen's Majesty, I think it took down that Ninetales, but unable to get their attention straight right to the Dreadnought. I think that was the turning point for Bandit, where they had to get a little bit of level advantage against their opponent, Ground Zero. But Ground Zero manages to just turn this thing around, push them back once again, and take back that lead.
Yeah, Ground Zero, you know, they really utilize the Queen's Ascendant so well. I feel like Joe knows exactly who he needs to go on, and they apply so much pressure. This was the crucial moment of the Zapdos fight, right? They are able to take out that Ninetales. Feather is out of commission, and just like that, Sulu has to do way too much alone. He has that Blitz assistance, and you see they're trying to make it work. Lush is there to support him as well, but it's just way too much in the tank left for Bandits. Of course, they do end up getting the Zapdos, but it's like what you mentioned, Moonboy. It was that Lucario, and you do have to wonder, was that Hyperspace hole a bit of a throw, right? Because you send that Lucario back to base, yes, sure, but by the time he gets back to that central area, the goal is no longer defenseless. You can't get that dunk in, and just like that, they're able to snatch this win, Ground Zero, with a nice, I won't even say comeback, it was like sort of a mini comeback, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, this is the fighting spirit that you need, right? As long as there's a chance, you will have to play it off. And if you're actually counting the score, you know how much of a gap are you away from your opponent, and you know how much to push, and exactly about 100 plus away. And you know, Ground Zero exactly calculated it, and they would be able to know that exact push to go for the win. And not forgetting that Blastoise over there with the Hydro Typhoon to initiate that particular fight. That was a really great start, a really great move, and that was the start of the end for that fight.
Yeah, cruelly, with that first Hydro Typhoon, left us scratching our heads a little bit. We're like, is this really what you want to do? But subsequently, every single team fight, even though it wasn't that, you know, majestic, 5-man throw that we, you know, we're hoping and dreaming for, it gets the job done. It locks down the crucial target, and it helps the side of Bandits win the team fight. Unfortunately, that's not enough, just because of those slight, I don't want to say mistakes, but maybe miscalculations in the ending stage of the final stretch, right? And that's going to allow Ground Zero to take that game number 1. But I think one thing is clear, Moonboy, both these teams are very, very prepared for each other.
Yep, they are prepared, but Bandit's streak has been broken right now. So here's the question. Can Bandit break Ground Zero's streak once again and bring it to 1-1 in game number 3? That is still a possible thing on the line. We have seen how both teams play, and they are playing really tight. So it's still anybody's game at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, Mason, you know, you always like to call it out. You like to say it's anybody's game because you want to believe. I believe as well, and I think everybody at home, everybody wants a game number 3. Nobody wants this to just, you know, Ground Zero, they're a brilliant team. But I think at some point, someone's got to take down the Titans, right?
Yeah, I mean, both Titans is going to square off, right? There's only one would survive, and only one who made it to the winner's bracket, to the grand finals under the winner's bracket's name. So both teams have to fight it off. Maybe later on we might see them on the rematch in the grand finals. I don't know. But, you know, end of the day, it still boils down to this particular battle. Whoever has that winner's bracket advantage is going to have an extra life, per se, in their grand finals.
Exactly, and whoever's coming out from the losers bracket, let's remind the audience that even if you come out from the losers bracket, you have to do a bracket reset. So it's not just one win and you're done. You know, you need to win twice in that grand finals to be able to be calling yourselves the Aeos Cup Champions. Of course, that's a story for later on in the broadcast. Right now, we're still in the winners bracket, of course. So right now, as we can see, I think the losers bracket hasn't started yet because that's the next match that we're going to go for. Today, you know, unfortunately, yesterday we weren't able to see all the matches, but we caught most of the action. And Ground Zero now, they're up against Bandit. So 1-0 up. Of course, like Moonboy was saying, Ground Zero, they are one win away from securing their spot.
Yep, and it's not an easy one win. And the next 10 minutes is going to dictate who is going to move on to the grand finals and who is going to have an additional route for them to make it to the grand finals. So it's all down to these two teams. And you know, what do you expect coming in? I think Suluo and Feather have been heavily targeted by their opponent, right? So we haven't really seen them pop off exactly like, you know, as what we've seen previously, but this is actually on Bandits, like how well they know their opponent.
Yeah, I do want to see a bit of a switch up because I feel like, you know, for the most part, they're playing a bit of a mirrored composition. Yes, we have the Blastoise coming in from Cruelly, but I do think they need a bit more firepower. If I know I just said the opposite thing just now, but when you're you know, your Hydro Typhoons, when you're playing around such a crucial move on that Pokemon, when they don't land, it's kind of like a make or break situation, right? And even if you land that Hydro Typhoon, it's not a guaranteed team fight win as well. We see how, you know, how cohesively the side of Ground Zero, they play together in these team fights and they know exactly how to back each other up. So, you know, when you have a move like that, you want it to be the be-all, end-all. But when that's not the case, maybe it's time to consider trying something else here.
Yep, let's take a look at these players right here. Benny ESC versus Ground Zero. These are the 5 of 10 players representing each of their teams. If you guys don't know their name, you guys better get to know them soon because these are really good players coming in.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, all of you saw that game number 1, and we can only expect the same level of play in that game number 2. I do think that Bandits, I'm looking to them to apply a bit more pressure in the early stages. And do you see that?
Is that
we were waiting for this. Who's that Poke? We were waiting for this pick. Ever since the patch, immense buffs to the Sacred Sword allowing for more boosted attacks and huge buffs to the boosted attacks themselves as well. You now heal a lot more from the shield form attack and you do a lot more damage with the sword form. So interesting pick coming out from Joe. I'm excited to see him pilot this one. But I think, you know, Bandits, I'm sure this is not something that they'll be caught off guard by as well.
Yeah, Cruelly going with that Cramorant. I'm not really sure if he's really going with that or...
No, so okay. Oh man, unfortunate. So here's the thing. I heard that Cruelly was talking some of that secret strats online. Okay, he was going around telling people, you know, they got something cooked up. It could be a Cramorant in the central area. You never know. So maybe he was teasing the fans a little bit there. I definitely got a little tingle. But I want to see that. I was talking about it just... Remember yesterday, I was like, yo, show me the Hurricane Dive build, man. I want to see that happen. But for now, they're just going to stick to the good old Greninja. It's something that's been working out undoubtedly for both these teams. And they don't see any reason to switch that up.
Yep, likely we also will see Joe on that AG Slash this time as well, right? So we're AG Slash being a all-rounder that could transform into a shield form or a sword form. So this precision coming in from Joe has to be on point. When is the perfect time to go into the shield or sword form?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing of all is that Aegis Slash is such a technically intensive Pokemon to play, right? You need to make good use of both your shield and your sword form. You need to know, when can I go all in? When do I need to be a little tankier? Because there are times when, you know, you're just rushing in with the Sacred Sword and you're just gonna get blown up. So it's just all about managing the limitations of your Pokemon, but it's definitely one with a very high skill cap.
Yeah, it seems like it's gonna be Deja Vu right here in the bottom side as well. Ground Zero being pushed back this early into the game and you know, unable to get that early game lead. But however, on the top side, with that AG Slash, you have to be really careful, especially when you're in the basic stage.
Oh, a bit of a turnaround, Lush. Oh, no way. The evolution actually keeps him up. Did you see that? He managed to dodge out that last auto attack with the invincibility frame, and just like that, Ground Zero, they're off to a hot start in this bot path. A bit of a flip of the script from game number 1.
Yep, sorry, as I was saying, right, as that Honedge, you get double the damage, so you've got to be really careful against your opponent, where he's a Lucario, where he's a basic Pokemon, he has so much early game skilling as well, so that you have to be really wary.
Okay, but there is the level up already at that level 5. We talked about being careful, but we didn't manage to mention that this double-blade can do equally as much damage. You are sacrificing your own defense, but you get a huge attack boost from it as well.
Yep, there's kind of like a double-edged sword coming in from this Pokemon. Haha, get it?
The sword puns already coming in. But, it's going to be Lucario coming in for the sword as well and takes him down. So he even trades all throughout that top half. It's not looking as cute for Bandits in this bot path though, as GZ, with this early advantage, they've been really able to sort of snowball the levels in a good way. Level 4 only on Moopy this time round, while Feather has hit that early level 5.
Yeah.
Like we said, the second he hits that level 6, that's when the Aurora Veil comes online and the snowball just keeps rolling on.
Yep, the level 6 is not too far off for Feather, right? Take a look at this neutral Pokemon as well. They're just there freely, and Ground Zero is just taking it every single time. This Hyperspace Hole is always right on time for the team to go back, go for the reset, and come back for the next set of wild Pokemon. And this is what we call perfect timing coming in from these support players.
A bit of a difference in priority coming out from both these Frogadiers. Earlier on, we saw Ground Zero, they brought, I believe they brought their Greninja to the bot side earlier on before he even fully evolved yet. But right now, they're leaving the bot path to their own devices, right? They're really focusing on this top half because they realize that this Aegislash can be such a swing or a miss. If you do get him off to that good start, then suddenly the Lucario looks nothing but a harmless puppy dog, right? But if he does start to fall behind, then he just gets easier and easier to take down. So continuing to stack that attack weight and now finally evolve to that Aegislash.
Yep, especially right here, your Aegislash, your defense and your attack stats has been increased by a lot, right? By a mile, just by evolving into that Aegislash stage. Because right here, both teams going to stare down on their very first Dreadnought as the whole team is going to be gathering round. It's going to be 5v5 at the Dreadnought pit.
Yeah, Aegislash coming in as well, already shielded up, looking for an entry into the fight. In comes the Sacred Sword onto 2, that's 2 attacks. Immediately, Wily dropping low, trying to get the hits off. The shield form manages to keep him up. XD is going to be ported back to base, but it looks like it's a good fight for Ground Zero. They managed to take out Suluo, but now Feather caught in a rough way. He doesn't have any support, and he's going to drop. So initially, what looked like a good fight for Joe ends up being slightly disastrous as his focus band is propped, and they take down everyone but the Aegislash. You got a buff, we don't care, baby. We're just going to ignore you and take out the rest of your squad. Bandits, ESC able to steal away that Dreadnought.
I love how Bandit did that maneuver, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, there we have Ground Zero going in for the defense as well. Joe going straight right down to that Greninja, and Bandit is on the roll, and they'll be dunking and closing off this particular tier 1 hoop. As I was saying previously, Bandit really maneuvered really well, taking out Sulu first, and then Feather, and then Joe, right? This is basically what they're going to do. Pick out that main carry so that they can't make any influence in this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, Joe, he definitely tried his best. I think he managed the shield and sword forms very well, but it just wasn't enough, right? We thought he was going to take out Wily, and he did, but the rest of the team, Anon as well as Cruelly, they were just cleaning up. A bit of shades of Sulu here, kind of outdoing him on the performance that we saw previously, but now top half, they want to fight for this Rotom. They brought 5 people up here on Ground Zero.
Yep, the Lucario over there, the Aura Cannon, unable to get the steal off that Rotom. I believe this is the time for Ground Zero to push and get a bit of footing against their opponent. Hyperspace Hole going back, Joe diving in.
Oh, Secret Sword gonna miss, and the coup de grace just gonna be completely whiffed. There's the Snow Globe as well, wipes down 3, and things are falling fast for Ground Zero, and they're dropping fast. Moopy gonna take out his counterpart Feather to fall as well, and a KO streak of 3 from Moopy on this Alolan Ninetales.
This is the moment for Bandit to push, this is the moment for Bandit to scale, and they are pressing Ground Zero down as much as possible, missing those crucial unites from the Aegislash. It's not where you want to be, and right here they have to rethink how are they gonna do this one, because Hoopa from Bandit is already level 9, and that's what we know. Rings Unbound is coming back up.
Yeah, I love the way Bandits ESC capitalized and made the most of that dunk, right? When they won that fight, for sometimes, when we play together in group play, you gotta kind of calculate, do the quick math, but they already know what the order of dunking is. They get that done fast, and now they're in the prime position to fight for this upcoming second Dreadnought.
Yep, as all the team conversion over here, Rings Unbound coming in from Ground Zero. I believe it's gonna be both sides as well.
This assistance on the Moopy, but this Alolan Ninetales is in the thick of trouble and can't get out of that situation, but the return, Hyperspace Fury, takes down 1 already. That's Joe down. Sulu trying to clean up on the backside, but he can't face off against Cruelly. Meanwhile, Anon trying to take out Feather, but has the back up of this Blissey, so this Lucario more than likely is going to drop. But as the dust settles, it looks like Ground Zero Suluwu was able to clean up for the most part on the backside, so it's a 2v2. Lush and Feather versus XD and Moopy right now. Moopy still trying to make his way to the fight as XD getting getting slapped up and frozen. That's the Sacred Sword finishing him off. This extended fight has gone on for quite a while, but it looks like Ground Zero that's starting to edge out the victory here as they push back the side of Bandits, and now it's them who are taking the Dreadnought, but Bandits, they're not done. They're coming in.
Well, I mean, Grounds already got that position onto that Dreadnought as well, but here comes Bandit, but unable to get it. And Lucario going in with the extreme speed. I don't think it's going to be a right call for him. 1v5, that's not the right space to be, baby.
Cooley,
as the Cooley is moving in, might be able to go for the sneak on the Dreadnought.
Yeah, he gets the lone Ninetale, so there's the serve, but immediately, as soon as they see that move used, Sunubu comes in to clean it up. Now it's just him against the world. There is the smoke screen to get out of this situation. XD still on the chase. The egg bomb to disrupt him as well, but I don't think they'll be able to get the touch. So that extended fight ends up going the way of Ground Zero, but Bandit, they are definitely not too displeased about that. They answer back with some KOs of their own.
Wow, I mean, that was a great extended fight. I've not seen a fight this long before.
Yeah, right? Like, that felt like it went on for so long. And it's especially because they didn't commit to the Dreadnought, right? No team really wanted to make that move, but now they're going to make a move to the Rotom instead.
Yeah, but I think big props going to Lush for keeping Feather alive at that point in the very first time. If the Feather really goes down at that point, that would be GG for Ground Zero for the second Dreadnought. But right here, they got that Rotom. They are going on the push as Ground Zero scrambles right back to the central area to get back those Unite moves as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think it must be so difficult to make that decision, because as a Blissey, you can really only throw that Bliss Assistance or that safeguard on one other ally, right? So you gotta make that decision. Is it gonna be Joe? Is it gonna be Sulubu? Is it gonna be Feather? This time he makes the right call and he sticks by his Alola Ninetale side, and because of that, the Alola Ninetales is able to stand up for most of that fight. Feather is able to continuously pump out that damage and ends up helping Ground Zero take that fight. But now it's the final stretch, and this is one that Ground Zero definitely need to take. Bandits, they have a huge score advantage, so the only way now is to win a team fight and then go for the downs, if not for Zed.
Yep, XZ trying to bait the rest of the team out. Rings unbound
Got a Unite move
as well.
Yeah, Sunubu immediately dashing in. I believe that was Ultimate Shuriken from him. The Blitz Assistance from Luch, saving that Greninja for now. Dashes away with the smoke screen, still laying in the Shurikens, but incapacitated by the Hyperspace Fury. Needs to be so careful, but that Rings Unbound Hoopa is going to be the first one to pop. Now Dawn, they're going on to this Lucario, but the Aura Sphere keeping him up and running for now. Dawn now onto the back lines. Anon trying to do out the damage, but it's not enough. Sulu is going to get the reset. So as the dust settles Ground Zero, they're able to take a pretty successful fight, all things considered, and continue to pressure up this Tier 1 goal zone. Now Anon doesn't want to let that happen, but I don't think he's going to have much say in the matter as he drops to the deck as well. So Ground Zero, they've won the fight, they've expanded Unite moves, but the Zapdos is still up and they're still like 50 points behind.
Well, I love how this maneuver, that fight, actually directed all the way down to the bottom side so that no one is near that Zapdos, and whoever who won that battle has to make their move or use additional time to move for the Zapdos as well. And this is right positioning coming in from both teams, and this is perfect play, I would say. Perfect hyperspace hold to reset the rest of the team coming in from Ground Zero, thus allowing them to survive a little bit deeper. But Cruelty on the offense.
Yeah, Cruelty throws the Ultimate Shuriken in, but doesn't really land onto any meaningful target. Joe is going to be able to duel him up as they're trying to take this Zapdos out. Here comes the steal. Is it available? No! Cruelty sniped his time on the surf. That's not what he wanted to do, as the shields are there and they're able to get the resets. Now defenseless, 3 goal zones to work with and points on the deck. The Aeos balls are full of energy and they're going to deposit them. Sunubu evens it out right now. They need to make a desperate maneuver, but there's no way they can defend anymore. There's too many down on the side of Bandits, and Ground Zero, they're going to tie this game up with just 10 seconds left on the line. They're able to fire back into that Zapdos and take this game number 2 win.
Wow, I mean, Ground Zero moving straight right to perfection, ending the game just at that perfect moment. Even if Bandit would be able to stop there and then, they wouldn't be able to come for a comeback game. And Ground Zero did that to perfection, calculated it right, and just went for the win. That big Zap, that fight before the Zapdos was just too insane.
And that is such a show of dominance. I feel like Ground Zero, Bandit, TSC both coming in undefeated, and just to be slammed back home like that, that's got to be heartbreak. Bandits, of course, this is not over for them just yet. This is the winner's bracket after all, which means they're going to drop to the loser's bracket, and they still have a second chance at trying to come out for a rematch here. But this game, really, it all came down to the Greninjas in the end, right? And you know, it looked like Bandit ESC, they were wasting a lot of time for Ground Zero, but when the moment counted the most, Ground Zero, they made that snap call. They said, we're going to get the Zapdos and we're going to get it now, and Cruelty couldn't come in with a steal, and from there, it all fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, Ground Zero just zeroed down on that Zapdos, as what you say. Cruelly just tried to sneak around, but unable to get that steal. But however, big props right here to Ground Zero, the leading team in the region in terms of points, and they are here to say we are the biggest winner of the OCE region.
Still no losses, so nobody is gonna disrupt that. We're gonna have to wait for the next match that they play to see how that pans out, and if they could become the first team that just goes completely undefeated in an Aeos Cup or a regional. That would be absolutely insane here and such a show of dominance. But for now, they definitely slam it back home against Bandits, and what a commanding way to win this game. I mean, the first game already we saw they kind of just dismantled the side of Bandits ESC with that last move, and it sort of felt like Bandits fell apart. This time round, it was those unified calls. It was the teamwork like you were talking about. Now, this one didn't necessarily work out for them, right? We were questioning it a little bit. They focused everyone but that Aegis Slash, and they were able to take the early advantage.
Yeah, well, but the sequencing of taking down Ground Zero is just perfect, right? Taking down Suluwu, taking down Feather, and then try to take out the rest of the team later on. And this is exactly what Benny did. As long as they see Suluwu, he is the first target to go down as soon as possible. Take a look at this one. If both sides manages to fight for that Dreadnought, and I believe this is the one that Ground Zero got it for themselves.
Yeah, I think these crucial targets, right, like Suluwu, especially as both the Ninetales players, Feather and Mupi, they need to be so careful, because how we see a lot of these fights shake out is the second any one of them poke their heads out, they're immediately focused down, right? That's why you see, as soon as Cruelly's coming in, Joe is already tracking him, stops up the Mupi A9 from coming in as well, and there's no chance at a steal, because by the time they come in, they're already so delayed and real. I mean, we're seeing this player now. You called him out multiple times during the match, and he really put on a performance in terms of his Blissey. It's all about the decision making. You only have one egg. Who are you gonna give it to? Who is gonna get a nice breakfast meal, right? And he always makes the best decisions.
Well, it's not just Ku gets the egg, but the whole teams get the dough, ladies and gentlemen. As we're moving straight right, they will be going to the grand finals later on in the afternoon as well. So do not go anywhere, because they will be back. But however, later on we will have that loser bracket coming out as well. So without further ado, back to Danny and JJ.
Thank you, Moonboy. Thank you, Permisnees. And look at this, JJ. He knew it. He knew it. But let's be real though, JJ. I think you were quivering at some point, because it really looked like Bandits was going to be able. What do you mean? Hang on, I've got no joke. I've got blackmail material in Discord right here. If I need to show that on stream, but. What a series to start the day. Yes, it might have been a 2-0, but my god, did Bandits put up a fight. And
yeah,
Ground Zero, and not just that, right? Ground Zero, I think they wanted to appease the fans. They pulled out the Aegis Slash as well. It's the first Aegis Slash we have seen in OCE and APAC as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was, the games that we've just had was really exhilarating. My heart was pumping so hard. There were some times where, how do I say this? The game is looking like going to the side of Bandits, but again, we're not going to be doubting Ground Zero for a second. They went to this competition confidently, and they still are. They're not going to be, they are a powerhouse. They are one of the top teams, and they are cementing that in just this match.
And the question is, are they going to remain undefeated in that grand final match? Like, that's the real question, because it's so as viewers, it's sort of hard to visualize this, but when you're a team that's had so much success, right, and you've won every single game, all of a sudden there's this extra pressure to overperform and maintain that streak of being undefeated. But it's a grand final and it's a best of 5, which means you're looking at extra games where your opponents are going to be able to adapt to your strengths. So if anything, I'm looking forward to Ground Zero going into that grand final, but of course we are going to have to go to lower bracket semi-final first. We'll talk about that later on though, JJ, but as a quick reminder to all of our viewers, if you haven't already and you are keen to get into the May Cup, make sure you register right now, because the Open Qualifier is open for registration. Head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to enter your team in, and just upon entry, you will earn 20 HoloWare tickets right off the bat. So make sure you enter. But JJ, next matchup, it's a lower bracket semi-final. It's going to be Team Gap versus Collateral, and that one's going to be as exciting as well. You're going to cast this one, but Am I going to ask for the prophet to speak? What do you think's going to happen next?
All right, for now, I will keep my mouth shut because we don't want to jinx anything thus far. But I think we just want them to be preparing for the next game. We want them to be ready, and from here on out, I think everything that I would be saying would be left for the cast itself.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you so much for your insight, JJ. We'll see you on the casting desk very soon. But as for us, we are going to go for a 4-minute break. So if you need to do anything, head on out now. Drinks, snacks, toilet. Be back in 4 minutes. We'll see you after this.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. In this video, we'll explain the basics of how a match on Aeos Island will go down. Pokemon Unite is a team battler that takes place on Aeos Island. In Pokemon Unite, each Pokemon plays a specific role. All roles have their own strengths and weaknesses, so you'll have to work with your team to create a composition to cover all your bases. During a match, Pokemon will learn a wide variety of moves as they level up and get stronger. Some cause damage, defend your teammates, or heal your allies. Once a Pokemon is leveled up enough, it'll learn its Unite move. This is an ultra-powerful move that can turn the tide of battle. The main objective for each team is to collect Aeos energy and deposit it into the enemy's goal zones, turning it into points for their team. Whichever team deposits the most energy after 10 minutes wins.
You win!
Well, that's Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. We have so much more to tell you, so if you want to be the very best trainer on Aeos Island, stay tuned.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. It is the Aeos Cup Oceania Finals. It's day 2. We've just finished our upper bracket final match, so our first grand finalist is now waiting for their opponent. And we've got 3 teams remaining. Only one is going to go into the grand final. Who is it going to be? Well, it could potentially be one of these next 2 teams that is playing as we are jumping into the lower bracket semi-final. Now, joining me on the panel is going to be none other than Permasneeze. Welcome to the panel, my dude. It was an amazing cast just now. It was a fantastic game. But now we have Team Gap versus Collateral.
Yeah, I think both these teams, pretty exciting stuff, right? I think it's just a matter of rematches all around. Because if you see the way the brackets have formed, it's sort of set up so that if you win, you're kind of going to go into a rematch against somebody who has already beaten you. As you see here, Team Gap, they were able to take one over Ridback Spinnerax to face up against Collateral, right now, which is the match that we're going to watch. And Bandits ESC, obviously the match that we casted just now, they're going to drop to the losers bracket. So if Collateral wins, they're in a rematch against Bandits ESC, who knocked them down here to begin with. Meanwhile, Team Gap as well, they're up against Collateral, who were the ones who took them out. So this is going to be pretty interesting. Of course, we watched a lot of Team Gap yesterday, and I think the story of OCE so far has just been Greninja, right? No team is really diverting from that, and we have excellent Greninjas on both sides, right? Team Gap, especially OM Beagle, shouting that man's name the entire time for good reason, and I don't expect anything different here for this game coming up.
Yeah, very understandable. It's much easier to play a style that you lean more towards. But very quickly for our audience, here is the format of the tournament for today. It's a double elimination bracket, so of course we are looking at best of 3 games until the grand final. Grand final will be best of 5. We had 16 teams, we're now down to 4 teams, and as you can see here, originally 2 losses and a team is eliminated. Some teams, if you accrue those 2 losses, they're gone. So here we are.
I mean, it's the same thing for this match coming up, right? Even though you've secured the top 4, even though you've secured that entry into next month, no one, let's be real, no one's stopping there. Like, yeah, it feels good.
Why should you?
Yeah, why should you? You have your chance to prove yourself. You're already in this top 4. What's stopping you from taking it away here? And even though you've seen such dominant performance from the likes of Bandits as well as Ground Zero, you know, both of those teams going undefeated right until this point, you know, there's a very real chance that Team Gap and Collateral can show up and show up big time as well, and perhaps steal the crown right from under these 2 powerhouses.
Yeah, and yesterday, Permasneeze, I mean, you also said it today as well, how a lot of it has come down to that Greninja domination, right? Like, if you have a good Greninja on your team, that's a huge asset for you. And we sort of had discussion behind the scenes, probably should have had this on stream as well, right? Why are teams not trying to play around that Greninja? Why are they not drafting Pokemon that could deal with this Pokemon to force their opponents to try something else, to move away from their comfort picks?
Yeah, so here's the thing about adapting to that Greninja, right? Right now, the main build that we see going in terms of moves is that Surf Smoke Screen. But this build has one weakness. You kind of need to get into the thick of things, right? You kind of need to be right in the center where, you know, there could be a lot of threat, but they alleviate that by sort of having a Blissey instead to make sure that you're not hindered in any way when you're getting those serves. Now, we saw some interesting strategies from SEA that we thought, or APAC as a whole, that we thought perhaps could counter this out, right? Because take for instance the Central Area Venusaur. Take for instance the Trevenant in the tank role. If you run up into these Pokemon, they mark you with the Phantom Forest and the constant AoE damage from that Petal Dance. You can't actually really afford to be sticking around for so long, because yes, Bliss Assistance makes sure that you're unstoppable, but it doesn't actually make you invulnerable, right? So I kind of want to see this adaptation coming out from some of the teams, but there is an understanding as well, because you want to go with the strategy that you're most comfortable with, which I'm sure, as we've seen so far, all of these Oceanic teams feel the best about.
Absolutely. Now, Permasneeze, it looks like the game is almost ready. I'm going to have to hear your prediction here. Is it going to be Team Gap? Is it Collateral? And is it a 2-0 or 2-1?
I respect Collateral. I see what you guys are doing. I love that you guys are aggressive. But OM Beagle, baby, 2-0, Team Gap. I'm no JJ the Prophet, okay? I'm no JJ the Prophet. We're at a point where Greninjas are showing up in every game, so my prediction is worthless. But Team Gap, I believe, 2-0. Take it, baby. Let's get it.
All right, thank you so much, Permasneeze. We love your insight. Of course, we are going to throw it over to our casters for our next matchup of the day. It's Moonboy and JJ-kun. Take it away.
I see all the possibilities, dude. 1,000,000,006 and only one will tell us who will win this tournament, this game. Moonboy, what do you say about this Team Gap versus Team Team Collateral?
Well, I mean, stakes is on the line. Both teams is gonna play to your highest. I believe. I'm with Firmus Knees. OM Beagle, baby. Like, I'm a big fan of this guy on the Greninja, and I want to see what's up with that Blissey. What's up on the Blissey? Yeah.
Well, yeah. What's up with what's up on the Blissey? Yeah, I totally get it. But you know, yesterday we saw Soyepa on that Trevenant. But this time, it seems as if Soyepa is going to be, it's going to be their main damage dealer. Perhaps the middle area, central area Pokemon here, if not Ice. We saw Ice as a Greninja here, as well, going into the central area and essentially, carrying and being the main damage dealer of the team. And as of the side of Team Gap, it's more or less the same as what they ran through yesterday. But from there on out, I am thinking that, at least for the side of Collateral, they are having a little bit more into the bias of this of the crowd control in terms of the moves. But in terms of the attacking point, they do have the damage, but Team Gap has more damage than Collateral. What do you think?
Not forgetting, Collateral actually have that Trevenant, if I'm not wrong.
Right.
They actually went with the Trevenant. So those Phantom Forests having that mark on their head, that's going to be making a lot of difference, especially when you have a Greninja on your team to just snipe them down ASAP. So these are the moves to watch, or even, maybe Collateral is going for more combo-wombo kind of situation.
Right, and here we go. The first game of the losers bracket semifinals for the day. It is going to be Team Gap onto that of the violet side and Collateral onto our orange side. 2-1-2, it seems, is going to be the play of the game here for both of the teams. Really interesting because, previously we've seen a lot of those who are running 1-1-3, but, for them, at least, they want to have a mirror match, going to be 2-1-2. So that there wouldn't be much of a pressure to either teams.
Yep, definitely interesting pick coming in from Collateral is that AG Slash having that Trevenant, sorry, it actually went down to that Hoopa, as I was saying that with that Trevenant, with the Phantom Forest, you could do extra damage with that AG Slash as well. But however, Team Gap, they got so much potential, damage potential coming in, and not forgetting that Slowbro would be able to just zone out that Hornet as soon as possible.
I think this is also one of the reasons why they are running in an AG Slash, just because of the fact that, they do have a lot of CC, crowd control attacks here coming from the side of Collateral, and just allowing Soyepa here to, deal the damage into the side of Team Gap. However, the problem here is if they can't catch Team Gap into, like, say, when they're grouped together, if they can't catch that, then they would have a hard time, getting the damage done coming in from the side of that AG Slash. But right now, Team Gap, at the very least, nobody's still on top of the other here. Team Gap still, both of the teams are still waiting for the next set of Bs to get the upper hand onto the other. But there he goes. Jurik's going to be taken down.
Yeah, I've been looking, towards Collateral at this point in time. Like, there's so much aggression, and the Water is already at level 5. Compared to what Team Gap is actually having, is just far behind at this point in time. Level 5 and level 5 on the Trevenant and the Dual Blade as well. So this is going to be making a big difference coming in for their first Dreadnought, or even their the second set of Beasts.
Right, and here we go. In just a few minutes, in just a few seconds, we're going to be seeing the second set of Beasts, but going into that at the bottom path, it looks like they are trying to prepare themselves, to not allow the other team to get into pressure against them, so that they would be able to get in, the second set of Beasts, and then get the lead going towards that main objective. That we do have, of course, the Dreadnought and the Rotom.
Yep, we have also seen that, on the bottom side as well, it's going to be a 3v3, but Team Gap might be able to just turn this one around, but I don't think so. Looking at the Blissey, what's up on the Blissey? Timely dose safeguard to perfection, saving their team and moving them out ASAP.
Yeah, Trevenant has all been picked off here by the side of Team Gap, but it looks like in just a few seconds we're going to be seeing the Dreadnought, and we are going to get in our team fight here, our first major team fight in this game, as everyone is just rotating down into that of the bottom path. The Water Tail is still a Water Tail, still needs 2 more levels, to get in that Blastoise, but let's find out how they're going to be faring here to each other. Nobody's still at level 8, well, except for the Greninja, which is the highest level here. Still not 1 more level for the Water Shuriken though, but look at this right now. We're going to be seeing the Curse here going inside right now. Smoke screen as well. And the rapid spin coming in from that of the blast is going to be able to take down 2 into that side of Collateral. But so yeah, going to be able to take down 1 at least. That's going to be 1 for 3 trade. Never mind, it's going to be 4 down into the side of Collateral. And they're going to be able to push in now into the first tier score goal of the bottom path.
Do you guys see how OM Beagle actually maneuver around with that Greninja? We hit at level 8, get that 1 Pokemon, get 1 pick, get that level 9, and then go for that Water Burst Shuriken, taking the rest of the team and forcing them out from the hyperspace hole, and then getting that Dreadnought all to himself. And that is that precision coming in from OM Beagle in that Greninja.
Right, and as we just saw, Team Gap already has the lead now. Collateral still trying to get away here. Shaker with the Trevenant is looking, they're looking pretty low here into the side of Collateral. They're still on the disadvantage of an XP. Team Gap definitely has to control here in terms of like damage, AOE damage, and of course the CC. But look at this right now. Hydro Type is going to be used here. Shaker's not going to be going up, but they're going to be taken down. However, that's going to be 1 down into the side of Collateral.
Wow, this is the time for Team Gap to actually go for the push, and they are pushing straight right in the top side as well. Kite Wave with the Hydro Typhoon taking so many Pokemon along the way, but down goes the Slowbro being extended at that point in time. But here it is, Collateral 3v1, and
wow, cool,
Unite move coming in from that Aegislash.
Right, Aegislash definitely, Unite was going to be able to take down that Rotom, and at the very least, Collateral was able to take down, the first tier score goal as well on the top path, so that the Rotom would just push through into that up the second. Really, really great calculations here coming from Collateral, but Team Gap here needs to close in the gap that they have against Collateral. So if they want, to catch up against Collateral, yes, they do have the lead in terms of XP, but in terms of like the team fight, it looks like they are. They have a little bit of a gap there.
Yeah, but that is a very good coup de grace timed by the Aegislash, right? Like taking down at the right moment, take out the Rotom as well. So that way Collateral have that push. But right here, it seems like it's still pretty even, right? But however, Team Gap goes for the Rings Unbound.
Yes, Hyper-Rescue is going to be used here just to keep Collateral in check here. Unfortunately, nobody else is going to be jumping up there. And it looks like there's going to be 2 done trying to get in some recovery. Here goes a Water Burst Shuriken as well. Hydro Typhoon as well. Unfortunately, not going to be able to hit anyone at all into the side of Collateral, but they're going to be able to pick off 2. And at the same time, they were able to get that Dreadnought as well. There's going to be a 3 down to the side of Collateral. They're going to be able to push down that first tier score goal into that of the bottom path right now. And just like that, Team Gap was able to close in that gap, to remove that gap that they have against Collateral.
Well, it's kind of the same situation again and again of how Team Gap actually work, right? Goes for that objective fight and try to take the objective, win that fight, goes for the push. But however, usually after the objective push, they kind of fall off a little bit towards against Collateral, and Collateral managed to get those picks one after another. So we'll see how they do with this one.
Yeah. Look at that Unite move, actually only hitting the Cramorant and still not dealing more damage, still not dealing a lot of damage to the Cramorant, allowing it to escape, perhaps get in. And there we go. They got in the reverse guard there, going into that other Aegislash off cam, but going down to the bottom path, it looks like Collateral wants, they want to get in on the score goal here to the side of Team Gap. Perhaps want to destroy that, but here comes a split push here coming in from the side of the Greninja. OM Beagle here, it's essentially the one, the main damage dealer here for the side of Team Gap, and essentially not checking, OM Beagle, allowing it to get in level 14, still a 3-minute mark, right? Allowing it to get level 14 before the Zapdos fight is going to be detrimental for the side of Collateral.
That is not where you want OM Beagle to be, but right here, both teams trying to get the Rotom, and Team Gap got the Rotom for themselves. Wow, oh my god, the Rotom was at 1, but Collateral was unable to get that final hit, and I believe they will be breaking the tier 1 right here and down to the final stretch. 10 more points to Collateral with advantage, but how would Team Gap come out of this one is still anybody's game, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, that is actually kind of unfortunate, coming in from the side of Collateral. Like, I think they were hesitating, thinking that there's a lot from the side of Team Gap waiting for them to come up, but unfortunately there wasn't, and Team Gap was able to take 10 without any problem. And right now they're going to be able to take down the last Dreadnought as well, taking down the second Rotom and the 3 of the Dreadnoughts as well, putting them in such a huge spot right now, a huge advantage against Collateral.
Yeah, take a look at OM Beagle, level 15. He's fully skilled. This Greninja has gone to the maximum potential right now. But here comes that rapid spin coming in from that Blastoise as well. But I think Collateral needs to find an entry point. How are we going to enter into the fight if they want to get the gap? Or else Team Gap is going to be taking the Zapdos all to themselves.
Right, and look at what Team Gap is doing right now. They're just, the rest of the teammates here for Team Gap is just pushing away Collateral, while the Greninja is trying to take in that Zapdos, poking it out. But look at this, rings above is going to be used here. We're going to see the team fight here. There goes a Horlish pushing away a lot here. Hydro Spike from both of the Blastoise as well, but they're going to be able to take down that AG Slash into that off that side of Collateral. There's going to be two, there's going to be three down as well. Low health right now into the side of Team Gap, but there goes four, there goes five for the side of Collateral, and they're going to be able to take down that Gap. They're going to be able to take down that Gap. They're going to be able to take down the Zapdos for themselves, removing the gap that they have against Collateral, and then scoring in, perhaps even winning as well. And if they're going to be able to score in a lot here, but we have to remember there's still a minute left. If they can defend this really greatly against Team Gap, then they would have the chance into winning. There's only 100 points going in. There's going to be 200, it's going to be 300. There we go, 400 points right now. Still a minute left for Collateral to come back. There's already two down into the side of Team Gap. If they can get in the score, if they can get in the points, if they can get in the journey going towards the first tier score goal into that of the bottom lane, then perhaps they still have the chance to come back against Team Gap.
There are so many wild Pokemons around the map. All you need to do is clear them up and dunk them in. 30 more seconds on the clock, and Collateral is not allowing it to rest. Team Gap is already in position, waiting for Collateral to come into their mouth. And there we have as the rest of the team ready to come back up. But Collateral pushing down the bottom side. Unite move back and forth.
Wow, Cody Gray, Hydro Typhoon is going to be used here. They're going to be able to pick them off one by one. Unfortunately, they don't have enough points, and yes, they might have the Unite move. They might be able to pick them off one by one, but not having enough points is going to be the unfortunate thing here for Collateral, as they are not going to be able to catch up into the score of Team Gap. Unfortunately, it is going to be the game here for Team Gap 1-0.
Wow, I mean, this is a great display, right? And we're actually seeing that nerf on that body barrier again. When Collateral is actually trying to go for that push, but those body barriers don't really stack up like they used to be, and therefore unable to scoring as much points as they desire compared to, to close up the gap against Team Gap. But, great display of fight coming in from Gap as well. 2 full beans. Great shout out to this guy with that Hyperspace Fury, or even that Rigs Unbound into Hyperspace Fury to take that fight for the team, as OM Beagle and Jurek clean them up. But this support player over here is a big shout out.
Right, so what I think about this right now, the composition coming in from Team Gap and Collateral, they are kind of the same, kind of similar of composition. The only problem here is that, Collateral, as I mentioned earlier, has more CC than damage, whereas Team Gap has kind of a balanced CC and attacking power. Now, yes, again, Team Collateral may have the CC, but if they cannot catch all of them in a team fight, then their damage output wouldn't be enough to take them out, and that is just what happened right now, going against Team Gap, getting them their first win.
Yeah, there are a lot of single target removal, right? You got AG Slash, there's single target. The only thing that you're relying is probably that Trevenant to actually get to scale and take advantage of that. But this kind of combo-wombo thingy might not exactly work towards what your opponent is trying to do, Team Gap is trying to do. Maybe you should go for a more traditional style, or even try to target OM Beagle as fast as possible.
Yeah, if they can take out OM Beagle, then definitely they are essentially removing perhaps 40-50% of the damage output here coming in from Gap. But at the same time, even if you can take out OM Beagle, if you don't have the attacking power, the attacking prowess going against a team of Team Gap, you're essentially just fighting off with your own with your own crowd control, which is what the Hoopa, the Blastoise, and the Cramorant and the Slowbro provides.
Yeah, that is what it is, right? And as you guys could see in the previous fight, that Hoopa, 2 full bin, and not to getting kite with the Hyperspace Typhoon as well. These are all really good movement coming in from Team Gap, and that's pure coordination that won them that fight.
Right, and just like that, Team Gap was able to get their first win of the game. Perhaps one more game. If they win the next one, they're going to be proceeding into our losers finals, where they are going to be battling Bandits ESC. Now, here's the thing. Team Gap, right? Okay. Leftovers. Okay, leftovers, Floatstone, Hoopa, Shellbell, Trevenant with a rocky helmet. Really interesting. Really interesting. But, going back to my point, right? If Team Gap wins here, then I would have to say that they have a pretty good winning chance against Bandit ESC. Remember, Team Gap was the team that was able to first take down iClan, one of the top teams in OCE.
Yeah, but I mean, they have already been through all this tough opponent, right? They've fought against like one of the toughest opponent in this whole tournament. And if they go into Bandit, I think they're going to be going in with the same mindset. You are equally strong, and I will take you down the equal way because we are a stronger team together. And you know, as a team, we will work together. We'll do our best, and we'll just take down whatever giant is in our path.
Yeah, Pokemon trainers stronger together.
Yeah.
sorry.
Right?
Yeah.
The spirit of Pokemon, JJ. That's the spirit of Pokemon, right?
Yeah. The power of friendship.
The power of friendship. And it translates over here in Pokemon Unite.
Alright, now we're just waiting for game number 2 here. Perhaps if Collateral could put in more attacking power into their composition, then perhaps they would have, you know, an equal footing against Team Gap here. As we all know, Team Gap here only is a team known, I guess for me, as how I observe that, is a team that always adjusts depending on their opponent. Perhaps that is why they also defeated iClan. And if, and only if, you know, Team, what do you call this? If Team...
Collateral?
Collateral, there you go. If Team Collateral would be able to adjust against them, then you are giving Gap here a little bit of a difficult time in the game before they can even adjust to you. And for if you get into game number 3, then you know you just have to up whatever adjustment you're going to be putting up into this game.
Yep, it seems like we're not going to be seeing too much adjustment. I think there is an adjustment to that Ninetales instead of AG Slash this time. But however, on Team Gap side, it seems kind of like a similar composition. So I think, you know, they're going to stick to whatever works, but double tank is going to be really scary to be dealing with.
Right, but Ace, you have to remember, Ace here is now back. You know, Ace is now back into the Greninja. You know, the Greninja that we saw from the side of Team Gap. They're not going to be having that AG Slash anymore. As we all know, it's kind of a low into the HP side if it's on its sword form, but obviously really high on defense when it comes to that the shield form, right? But you know, it's, as you mentioned, it's kind of a double-edged sword if you can play it properly. And especially, okay, there's two things: if you can play it properly, and your team composition doesn't synergize with AG Slash, you're going to have a hard time as an AG Slash.
Yep, and that actually kind of showed off, you know, in the previous game, in game number 1. But this time, he's back on the Greninja. So, you know, it's going to be Greninja on both sides. That prophecy is not going to work because if you have a Greninja on the one side, you will likely win. But this time, it's down to that Greninja, like the Ice versus OMBigo. And that is going to be the race for both players.
Right, so here we go. 2-1-2 once again. Of course, the Hoopa's going to be roaming here. But let's find out how, you know, Collateral is going to be able to, you know, adjust against Team Gap. Collateral definitely needs to be more aggressive here against Team Gap if they want to get the pressure, perhaps getting in their Odino as well, which what they are to actually, you know, that is not what they did. It was the Snoop that got the Odino. Unfortunately, at least they tried, you know, at the very least they tried.
Yeah, I mean, Collateral has going with a more aggressive lineup, right? Having that Ninetales being able to evolve at level 4, that really changes things, especially we are laning against a Cramorant. Once you beat that level 4 stage, all you need to do is just freeze them and then just try to get them as fast as possible. With that PC, if you get that safeguard up, things might change, but down goes that Slowbro towards that property. I think Ice is really hooking up this time, and I believe this Cramorant is not going out of there as well.
Yeah, this is the adjustment that we're looking for right here. The aggression that Collateral was lacking in the previous game. Now they were able to take down 2. They were the first one to score in as well. And now all they need to do is maintain it up until the very end. But look at that. Very amazing, you know, very amazing hyperspace hold here just to be able to get away. But here comes Team Gap answering back what they lost from the bottom path.
Yep, Ice already got 2 KOs on the bottom side, but now it's time to get your eyes on OMBigo. How is he going to be catching up to his opponent? Because right here, if he's not getting his level 9 before the first Dreadnought, he will be behind, and it's gonna be Team Gap will be suffering in the long run.
But you have to remember as well, both of the Greninjas here are currently at level 6. But well, now the the Greninja into the side of Collateral is now at level 7. As I say that, but it's not much of a what do you call it, a gap here. We all know for a fact that Greninja doesn't get its Unite move up until level 9. So as long as this Greninja wouldn't be able to get level 9 before the Dreadnought, I think they are kind of pretty safe.
I think it's not just the Greninja as well. Take a look at the Ninetales. It's at 6, but compared to Cameron, it was a 4, but recently just got to a 5. So, when it comes to your distance damage dealer being so far behind your opponent, that might make a difference as well, because these are your last hitters. They want to get the last hit on these objectives or even this wild Pokemon.
Right, but we'll find out together what's going to be happening here as the second set of beasts is going to be popping up real quick here, real slowly as well. There we go, the second set of beasts are now out. Let's find out who's going to be able to take that. There goes the Surf here coming in from Ace, and the Surf as well coming in from that was Slowbro. It looks like they're going to be picked up here. The Slowbro is now out. That's one down, but Team Gap here still not going down, still trying to push into that on the top path. I think they are a little bit going behind here in terms of the positioning, as Collateral, almost everyone is already here down, ready to take down the Dreadnought.
Well, Team Gap already got that position and started on the Dreadnought all to themselves, but Collateral come to get it. And there we have the Ninetales and the Unite move coming in from Ice.
Yeah. Yes, sir, Reed. That's what we're talking about. You don't want it level 9 yet, but there's going to be 2 down inside of Team Gap. No, make that 3. And they're going to be able to take down this Dreadnought as well. Unfortunately, Jurex is going to be able to steal that away from Collateral, and it looks like Team Gap is collapsing right now, and Collateral is going to be able to score into that at the first score goal, destroying that one as well in the process. But they're still not done. 5-man rotation instead of the bottom path, trying to get in some attacks here. There goes Water Berserker into the side of Team Gap. They're going to be dealing a lot of damage here. Slowdown is going to be used as well. Bliss assistance into Sayopa, but unfortunately not going to be enough here, as they're going to be able to take down 2 into the side of Team Gap. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Collateral, but it looks like they're going to be adding up one more. There's going to be 3-for-2 trade. Yes, in the hyperspace hole for that recovery. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to go back just yet, just to get the reset.
What's up? What's up on the Blissey is really doing it really well, protecting his team member for four that a double hoop push, and that, ladies and gentlemen, he brought it to that perfection, protecting everyone with their Blizz assistance, and not forgetting Hoopa, bringing them out with the hyperspace hole at that perfect point of time. This support players coming from Collateral is just killing it, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, and here you go. At the very least, Team Gap here, Team Collateral here is now dominating, compared to the previous game. It was Team Gap's game on game 1, but this time it looks like this is their time. This is their game. They don't want to get eliminated. But look at that, whatever shuriken is going to be used by Ace. You're going to be able to take down 1. No, make that 2. Perhaps guys are going to be going down as well. Slowbro going to go in for that of a Surf here. Both, even Jurak going in for the Surf, but unfortunately not going to be enough. That's going to be 4 down for Ace. I think that one is a good highlight right there for Ace.
Wow, if you want a highlight reel, that is what you want to be looking at, Ice. And that particular 4KO is that perfect moment. Those precision, those resets on the serve. He brought it to the points where he just took it everybody out right in front of their goal zone. If this is your home point, I'm going to take it away from you.
Yeah, and look at that. They, after taking that one, right? After taking 4KO into the side of Collateral, into the side of Gap, they were easily able to, rotate down top, down bottom. But look at that. It looks like the Cramorant into the side of Team Gap going to be able to take out the Dreadnought. That's going to be 4 that they are now answering back against Collateral. That's going to be 5KO for them.
Jurek on that Cramorant, popping up the Unite at that moment. Crucial timing, taking off everybody off one by one, dropping down to the missile of that Blue Bird. And that Dreadnought is going straight right to Team Gap, ladies and gentlemen. This might be the comeback story that they are looking for, and this is it.
Right, and Team Gap here still has, a lot of time here to work on. Team Gap having in that, their XP. Really, they are leading in terms of XP. The points is easily catchable as well. They can cope up with that quite easily later on in the Zapdos. I think the best time here is that Collateral would have to pick up Team Gap one by one, perhaps starting off with the Greninja as well, because if they can't do that, then I think they're going to have a hard time into that of the Zapdos fight.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Take a look at this. OM Beagle is not yet skilled compared to what Collateral is doing. He's already at level 13 on that Greninja. And OM Beagle really have to try to pick up this pace. It's not just OM Beagle, but the rest of the team as well. Because right here, Team Gap feels a little bit under-leveled or even under-skilled at this point in time.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know, like, yes, we've seen Collateral, you know, spike up earlier, but we can definitely see, you know, the consequence of Team Gap having the higher XP, right, the higher levels, as they were able to take down Collateral 5 KO, and they weren't able to do anything. And if this keeps up until the Zapdos fight, then they are in for, well, quite a bad situation.
Yeah, exactly as what you said, because right here, Collateral is just scrambling back, trying to get those Unite move back up. Team Gap have to start farming. They have to start getting their EXP up for that last Dreadnought fight. Yes, that Cramorant and the Blastoise already at level 13. So maybe, you know, we are looking for a Hooper at level 12. That might make a big difference, especially with those Rings Unbound and Hyperspace Fury. Those moves is going to be really devastating if they get Collateral in the right position.
And Collateral is even giving out the Dreadnought for Team Gap. This is not what they want. They don't want this, dude. And at the same time, yes, we do have Ace. You're currently at level 14, right, into the Greninja. But we have to remember as well that the others are still at level 11, and Team Gap already has, you know, an average of level 13.
Yeah, but there we have, you know, Collateral going in for the push, and the Slowbro is being caught off guard here.
Oh, wow. Yamixke is going to be picked off here from the side of Collateral. They're going to be able to try to push down Team Gap here, but they are now trying to poke down the Zapdos, trying to bait out, you know, Team Gap into getting in. But it looks like Greninja instead of the bottom path is just going to try to, you know, ambush them away. Here comes the Unite, but whatever Shuriken here is going to be used here just to pick off Jorak, and they're going to be able to pick them off. And look at that, Ring Samba is going to be used now by the Hoopa as well as going to be two down into the side of Team Gap. Ace taking that as well. Oh, make that tree, and it looks like OM Beagle is just going to be waiting here to steal away that Zapdos.
Wow, and then OM Beagle might be going in.
Whatever Shuriken, unfortunately not at the right timing, unfortunately, you know, for OM Beagle. And now Collateral is going to be able to take down that Zapdos, is going to be able to score in, and the only thing that they can do right now is just score ahead. Just like what OM Beagle is doing right now. But as it is, unless they can, you know, defend really greatly, if they can put up a wall, then I am not looking into Team Gap winning this one.
Yeah, I mean, in that position, that Slowbro actually got caught by Team Collateral, and that is the start of the end. Slowbro immediately going down, and with a 4v5, Collateral is able to just capitalize on that and just take out every single one from Team Gap one by one, and that is exactly what Collateral did. Even though OM Beagle is alive, he's unable to get that last Zapdos steal. So with that being said, Collateral is taking this home. 30 more seconds on the clock. I don't think Team Gap is coming off this one.
Yeah, and at the same time, you know, I think if they were, okay, the only time where Team Gap would be able to catch up into Collateral is if a lot of them has 50 points. But unfortunately, it's only OM Beagle having that 50 points. They were able to take down the Blasters with 26 points. Could have helped as well, but, you know, unfortunately, this is not their time. This is going to be the game here for Collateral, and they're going to be able to take down game 2, and we are moving into game number 3.
Wow, who'd have thought that this actually would go to game number 3? Their tournament life is on the line right here. One more loss is going to be GG for the loser team. But there we have Collateral 6-8-2 to 3-2-4, and it's 1-1. It's game number 3, baby.
That is huge, you know, that is huge, and I like how Collateral was, you know, controlling the entirety of the game. Yes, they were able to, you know, sweep down by Team Gap, but that's only one time. And then after that, well, it was the game here again for Collateral. I think the thing here is for Team Gap, how they fell down is that they were picked off by Ace, by Collateral, you know, as a team. They were spread it out. They weren't together going into that Zapdos fight. And I think that was the fallout for Team Gap.
Yeah, I mean, Collateral literally controlled the pace the whole game, right? Taking down the bottom, taking advantage in the bottom side into that first Dreadnought, and then the tempo is set. And all they have to do is just finish the orchestra and just finish the concert, and that is exactly what they did. All they have to do is just maintain this up so that they could take this home in game number 3. But it's all down to Team Gap. How are they going to answer this composition coming in? You really have to try to take advantage of that early game.
Now, I like the adjustment of Collateral. I think if they can maintain this, I think they don't need to change anything with their lineup. All they need to do now is maintain this, perhaps amp it up a little bit more so that Team Gap would be caught in a surprise, you know, so that, well, they could get in game number 3. But into the side of Team Gap, the problem here for Team Gap is that for the entirety of the match, look at this, right? most of them were kind of spread it out. And they were getting picked off by Collateral, and I think Collateral saw this as a weakness point here for Team Gap, and from there on punished them as well, eating them for breakfast.
Yeah, that is possible coming in, but not that. Also, not forgetting ice coming out of the middle central area at level 9, and that actually changed the tempo of the game, right? Just having that water burst shuriken to just take out Team Gap as soon as possible, and the rest of the team is basically clean up crew. Then.
Yeah, it's a huge change that they have, from the previous, from their previous composition. They have the Aegis/Slash, Trevenant, Blastoise, Hoopa, Blissey. Yes, they had a lot of CCs there, but they don't have the damage. But this time around, they had the damage. They have the follow-up damage as well. They have the Greninja. They have the They have the Trevenant as well. And the Ninetales, just to provide CC and damage as well, going over the other team. So I really like that.
Yeah, but not forgetting what's up on the VC actually provided so much sustainability as well, right? And that actually allows them to go further into the fight and further into the game. So now maybe it's time for Team Gap to change it up a little bit and add a Blissey into the composition so that they could last a little bit longer, because they have two tanks, right? They got the Slowbro and their Blastoise as well. So with this Blissey, they would be able to maybe add a little bit of sustainability in longer into the fight.
Right. I think if they want to put in the Blissey, they would want to remove the Blastoise. Yes, definitely Blastoise could provide a lot of firepower, right? But, we already have the very huge CC coming in from the side of the Slowbro with the Surf. Well, obviously they're running in the Amnesia as well, not the Telekinesis rather. But, that is already enough. You don't want the damage output coming in from Blastoise. Yes, there's the Unite move, but then again, you have to charge it up every time, after usage. It's not like Surf where you can pretty much, spam it more than a Unite move.
Right, I believe looking at this right now, it seems like both sides is actually going with the same composition. So, I mean, it kind of worked, right? In game number 1 and game number 2, both sides actually worked it well. So likely, they might be sticking to this, whatever they're comfortable with, and try to take it over. And I believe right here, the weakness is definitely the early game for Team Gap.
Wow, they are trying to over right now into what's up's Blissey. Still going to be the same. What's really interesting here as well is, the Hoopa is running in an X attack as well, just to provide a lot of damage, especially after the Unbound form here, with the Psy Beam and that of the Hyperspace Fury. Obviously, stunning them and then providing huge damage.
Yeah, those Psy Beam is really literally shred everyone to pieces, right? And especially it's in area effect. It basically takes out everyone who is stunned at that point in time, which is likely what you want in the ideal situation, is a full team. So with that X attack, it's gonna be boosted, it's gonna be doing so much more, and that Hoopa is really devastating. Like, you don't really want to be caught by a Hoopa.
Yeah, it's Psy Beam is more or less like the Dragonite's Hyper Beam, except for the fact that it's instead of it being a straight line, it's more of an arc, and deals more damage and deals damages a higher area, a larger area.
That is definitely right. But ladies and gentlemen, as we begin, game number 3 has begun right here. 1-1 is anybody's game. Tournament live for each of them, and they will be playing it out as we see who is going to be moving straight right to the next round.
Right, here we go. If Collateral here could, sustain the advantage, the pressure that they have been giving up against, giving onto Team Gap from game number 2, that perhaps we might be able to see a repeat of history, but it looks like Team Gap is the one that is providing that pressure against them.
Yeah, take a look at this in the bottom side. They're already taking the pressure, right? So they're already doing a little bit of adjustment compared to game number 1. But Yamisuke might be caught right over here as well. Hopefully he get out of this one. Yes, he did. And this is what we want. And playing a little bit defensively and conservatively compared to game number 2. And that is the changes that you want to make in this game.
And here we go, the first set of bees here going into the side of Team Gap. Actually, most of them being taken out by Jurak as well. Unfortunately, Ice here would have to go back into the central area, just to get some XP and going out, in the second time that it goes out, it's definitely going to provide assistance, huge damage to their teammates.
Yeah, take a look at the top side as well. Zoyapa is already at level 5 with the Trevenant. So the top side is kind of winning at this point in time, especially he has that curse so early in the game. He might be able to shred the Hoopa and that Squirtle if they are not aware of their spacing enough. But right here in the bottom side, Yamisuke might be caught once again, but that amnesia or that sleep just bring that EXP, that health back up.
Right, and here you go. In just a few seconds, we're going to see the second set of beasts as well, and then the first main objectives of the game. There's nothing much yet happening. Both of them still on equal footing, but look at that. OMB, actually a Grenadier right now, going to be able to take down the jungler. Sorry, the middle area Pokemon from the side of Collateral, going to be able to take down 2 Ishays as well, going down. Not going to be able to get away even with that. Even with the placing of the hyperspace hole. Actually, the hyperspace hole is on the side of Team Gap right there, providing 6 of damage to them into the side of Collateral, and really amazing timing to get in here by Ice.
Those serve coming in from Jurek is always coming at the perfect timing, bringing the opponent back into OMB's range, taking him off as soon as possible, and that is just pure team communication. I'm gonna feed you that guy, you're gonna take it out.
Right, and here you go. In just a few seconds, we're going to be seeing the Dreadnought come up right now. Here you go. Who has the positional advantage? It's going to be Team Gap going in with a forward pressure. OMB is going to be able to take down 2 with that of the Surf as well. And let's find out if they're going to be able to finish this off. Yes, they would be able to take down 2, the Alola Ninetales and the Dreadnought at the same time, allowing them to push through into that of the bottom path.
This is the kind of early game that you are looking for. Get an early game lead, get the first Dreadnought, and you have the pace set. So right here, Collateral, you have to play to Team Gap tempo. How are you going to answer to that, and how are you going to break it to bring it over to yours?
Right, let's find out together. Collateral is definitely collapsing right now. They are being the ones. They are being the collateral damage that Team Gap is having right now. Taking out the Dreadnought with the collateral damage onto that of the Alola Ninetales to take it out. Unfortunate for Collateral. You don't want to be the collateral damage.
Wow, look at those surf, bouncing it back. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, this is type of the support that you're talking from your team. Get that surf or Hurricane, knock them up, bring them back in and let the rest of the team do the work. But there we have, Collateral is pushing down in the bottom side as well. Ice on the roll, taking out the Blastoise in the process, and they might be able to switch the tempo of this one to their favor.
Not quite yet, not enough. They are just starting. They are trying to get the clutch into that gear, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. Collateral would still need to do more than they already did, but Ice here, currently with double buffs, orange and violet buffs, still unstoppable for Collateral. If they can't pick off Ice here, then they are, going to have a steep climb going against Team Gap, going in for, the objectives.
Yeah, because right now, Team Gap's Pokemon is all at their final evolution. That Blastoise is at level 10. He's ready skilled, and he have their Hydro Typhoon ready for that second Dreadnought. And not forgetting, Hyperspace Hole is available as well. So we are going to see a mess coming down in the bottom side because both sides really want that Dreadnought to keep their tempo going.
Yes, and here we go, the second Dreadnought of the fight. If they can take this quickly, then we are going to be seeing the third one as well. But here comes Rings Unbound here. Sidebeam is going to be used as well. But look at that, the Hydro Typhoon is going to be used. Water Burst Shuriken as well. Phantom Forest going out. There's going to be a tree down to the side of Collateral. But look at that Hyperspace Fury as well. Another one here. That's going to be a tree still into Collateral. Are they going to be adding up one more? No, they're not. OMB is going to be able to take down that Dreadnought, and they're going to be pushing now into the bottom path, into the side of Collateral. And look at this. They are going to be able to try. They're going just to try to defend this one, but look at that. They got pushed back with the amazing play here coming from Team Gap. Look at that. They're going to be able to take down 2. OMB is going to be put out as well. It's out of commission, but look at this. Team Gap is just defending into the first score goal, into the bottom path. They're going to be able to take down, oh my goodness, they're going to be able to take down that Greninja as well. If you have an answer against us, we also have an answer against you.
Wow, this is basically a question and answer from both sides. I've got a question, I got a Dreadnought. How are you going to answer? I'm going to push you back to your goal zone, and I'm going to push you back right up. And that is exactly what Team Gap and Collateral had. They had a conversation right over there in the bottom side, and that is just pure Pokemon Unite. Not forgetting that eject button into Hydro Typhoon from Kite was just pure precision as well. We have seen that yesterday, and we're seeing it today. Jurek with the knockup of Hurricane and into the Hyperspace Fury from the Hooper as well. Like, that is just pure combo perfection.
Right, and I hope that Collateral would be able to, that Gap would be able to do that one more time. Team Gap would be able to do that one more time to Collateral for them to completely control this game. And look at that, they were able to secure that second Rotom of the game, without any contest as well, allowing them to position themselves into that Dreadnought, going up in just 30 seconds while pressuring up Collateral. They're going to be able to take down that Greninja, intercept Collateral, destroy the first score, go to the bottom path, and probably take this Dreadnought. Once again, the final Dreadnought of the game. We're not going to be seeing the third Rotom anymore. The final Dreadnought all for themselves without any contest.
Yep, OMBigo is ready in position for that last Dreadnought. I don't think this is the fight that Collateral want to take. Taking a KO so early before the Zapdos is not where you want to be. Just give up the Dreadnought to Team Gap and get that team fight at the Dreadnought, at the legendary pit in the middle. So that is probably where you want to be. And right here, Collateral is taking that advantage and moving straight right into the pit.
I am afraid that OMBigo is going to get level 15 before, the Zapdos, but there's only 10 more seconds, so that's not going to be the case here. But still, level 14 Greninja, that is very scary.
Yep, level 14, he's so close to the level 15 as well. 1 or 2 KO would allow him to be there, because right here, Collateral is really below in level 13 on the Greninja, but level 14 on the Ninetales as well. That might be their saving grace in this particular fight, as right here, both teams get the stare off and see who is able to bait which Pokemon out.
Yeah, Jurek is just trying to poke down Collateral here, baiting them to go in, so that the other teammates of Team Gap here can just follow through. But here goes Chacker. Is going to be scoring in 100 points. Still not going to be enough to be, to catch up against Collateral. There's still 20 more points. But look at this, we're going to be seeing the pickoff right now. It looks like Soyepa is going to be picked off here. There goes a slow beam, bounded right now, but still not enough of the damage. But here comes the follow-up here. The follow-up damage coming from Gap. They're going to be able to take down one into side of Collateral, and they're going to be able to try to poke down the Zapdos as well to bait them out one more time. But Recent Bound here is going to be used here by Collateral just to allow their teammates to teleport so that they won't have the disadvantage in terms of positioning. But unfortunately, it's still not going to be enough though. Two of them going to be going down as the Trevenant is going to be responding as well. It's going to be 3 down right now. Team Gap has the lead, has the advantage into the Zapdos, and all they need to do now is just run onto the score goals to get the lead. There's only 40 more seconds. 40 more seconds. Do you think that Collateral can still do this, knowing the fact that there's 3 Pokemon down into the side of Collateral?
Well, things is not looking very well for Collateral right here as Team Gap goes for the push. And there we have, hundreds upon hundreds, 722 to 702, 20 more seconds on the clock. I don't think they are able to clock in 500 points at this point in time. It's just too late for Collateral. I believe this is going to be GG, and Collateral will be going home in this Aeos Cup.
Yeah, and here you go. Team Gap is going to be the one moving forward into our tournament. They're going to go against that heavy Bandits ESC. That's going to be a 2-0 here. Sorry, not 2-0. Sorry, 2-1. 2-1 for Team Gap. My goodness, quite a game. That was quite a game.
Well, we have seen Team Gap took down iClan, right? Was it iClan?
Right, iClan.
Yeah, we've seen Team Gap take down iClan. We've seen them, took down Collateral right here. The next big giant is definitely going to be Bandit. How are they going to do this? Everybody thinks that OMBigo is the MVP, but to be honest, I think the MVP should be going straight right to Jurek on that Cramorant. Those Surfs and Hurricane are just so timely. Taking out that Greninja at the very last moment at the Zapdos pit is what is the most crucial point in time. Taking out Ice, that key player of Collateral, and there we have the Zapdos is free to take for Team Gap. And there we have, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this round, and they will be moving on to the loser semi-finals against Bandit.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Jurek is definitely the MVP of the game here, allowing OMBigo to do all the damage that, well, that they did. If it wasn't for Jurek, baiting out the others, if it wasn't for Jurek's amazing crowd control against Collateral, then the damage output, the damage follow-up here wouldn't hit the other team. So huge props here for the Cramorant of Jurek.
Yeah, take a look at this one, right? Team Gap really had that commanding lead so far. Look at this, Jurek with that serve into OM Beagle's serve. Like, that is just pure combo wombo of it. I would say it, Oomba Boonga combo from Team Gap.
Okay. You didn't have to go there. You didn't have to go there, bro. But that is the best, the best term to describe what happened with Team Gap. They just went Unga Boonga against Collateral, and Collateral, well, they didn't have an answer for that Unga Boonga.
Yeah, like literally, right? When you're caught up in the serve, and next thing you know, you're KO'd by your Greninja, and that is exactly what they did again and again and again, and that is what Jurek did. I think this team really perfect that combo to that perfection.
Yeah, and here you go, the final moments of the game where, Team Gap was able to take down 4 intercept Collateral with huge push, with huge repelling here from the side of Team Gap. Jurek definitely did pave the way here for them to get the win. Really huge props, perhaps. Yeah, you have the MVP of the game here. We have OM Beagle, but I think we both agree, Moonboy, that it has to be the Cramorant. It has to be Jurek.
Yeah, it's definitely Jurek. He set up everything right perfectly, but we can't discount anything that Collateral did. They really put up a good fight. Not forgetting game number 2, they really played it to their outs, right? Scaling that Ninetale so early into the game, and that is the one that would bring them to victory, and exactly that's what happened.
Right, and I'd like to hear more of this. I'd like to hear the thoughts of our panelists here, Danny and Permasneeze. Please let us know what you think of that elimination of Collateral in the tournament.
Thank you, Moonboy. Thank you, JJ. And that's going to be our second series of the day done and dusted. And unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Collateral, as they are unfortunately unable to take down Team Gap, who are going to play against Bandits ESC later today. Actually, that's our next matchup. That's going to be a really exciting one. But Permasneeze, I want to hear your thoughts about that matchup. It's our first 3-game series today.
Yeah, I mean,
what are the chances of Team Gap beating Bandits?
No, it's so Team Gap hasn't actually met Bandits yet, right? They're in different groups.
Yes.
They haven't run out against each other in the bracket. But super cool thing to know is that Team Gap and Collateral came from the same group, where Collateral actually finished 3-0. So Team Gap, they get a bit of revenge here, and they were riding the momentum from yesterday's win, right? We saw them go out against Red Max Spinarex, and they were on fire. And once you're surging like that, it's kind of hard to stop the current. And I think with this momentum, they might be able to take it to Bandits here.
They might be. They're warmed up, so they do have that slight advantage, right? Moving along with that momentum. Speaking of momentum, if anyone in the chat is really, really wanting to get their feet wet in the competitive scene, just so you know, the May Cup Open qualifiers are now open. You can register with your team. There are practically no limitations. All you need to do is head on over to battlefy.com/Pokémon Unite to enter, and upon entry, everyone on the team will get 20 HoloWare tickets for free. So make sure you register. We've been saying it all weekend. Don't forget. If you do forget, it's not my fault. Okay, I've been telling you all day yesterday, and I'm going to be telling you all day today. So make sure you guys register. But Permasneeze, we have such an exciting series next. It is the lower bracket final. The winner of this series is going to go to the grand final to play up against Ground Zero. What do you think is going to happen in Bandits ESC versus Team Gap's matchup here?
I said it before the match. I'm going to say it again. OM Beagle, bring us home. Take us home, baby. Surf it all the way back. Grab that trophy. Shock the world. And, I just want to see that happen.
All right, thank you so much, Permasneeze. We are going to go for a quick 4-minute break. So as usual, it's a toilet break for us and for you guys to sort of do whatever you need to do. But make sure you're back, you're ready, you're pumped. Have your snacks, your drinks, your friends, your dog, your cat, your grandma, everyone. Have them all here for the lower bracket final. We'll see you after this.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready, go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of 2 attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Aeos Island.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. It's grand final day for the Aeos Cup Oceania Finals. Oh, super excited. We are down to our lower bracket grand final. We've got 3 teams remaining. One's in the grand final. 2 of them are playing in the lower bracket final. Who is going to play in that grand final? We're just about to find out. And of course, joining me on the analyst panel, we're going to have Moonboy here to share with us our thoughts on what we could be seeing in this next series. Moonboy, it's Bandits EST versus Team Gap. I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think is going to happen?
We have already seen this 2 teams play off, right? So it's down to how Bandit is going to respond, because this particular composition from Team Gap, let's call it surf and turf, right? Basically, you go for the surf and then the rest of the team just turf it up, right? So with surf and turf, Bandit ESC have to really try to respond to that Cramorant, the Jurek on the Cramorant. He's really scary on the Cramorant, not gonna lie.
We have seen, I think it was one of the previous games yesterday, where a team just focused down a Cramorant. Once that Cram was gone, this was around the time Zapdos spawned as well, right? It just absolutely turned that game around. But if you want to deal with the Cram, right, doesn't that leave holes in your composition for other Pokemon to sort of slip on through? Like, what do you do if you want to deal with the Cram? Because remember, guys, we've also seen a lot of domination from Greninja, and teams are also having to worry about the Greninja. Like, how do you know which of these two Pokemon to worry about when it comes to drafting?
Well, I think here's the thing, right? We know that OM Beagle is the guy to be taking out, right, with the Greninja. So maybe you could just go for take out the they are both priority targets. So, but if the Cramorant is in front of you, maybe you get an Absol, you could burst him down ASAP, or even a Pikachu where you could attack by the distance. So these are all possible moves coming in from Bandits, and if they put this up, this might bring them straight right to the grand finals to face that rematch against Ground Zero previously.
Yeah, so I got. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. Okay, it's prediction time. Moon Boy, give me your prediction. I do it to everybody. Okay, I have no bias across the casters. Maybe I bully JJ a little bit more because he likes to make things really tough. But what do you think, Moon Boy?
I'm a fan of that surf and turf. Like I've watched them and it always impresses me. 2-1 Team Gap.
Team Gap.
Surf and turf for the
Okay. All right. So I do believe our casters are ready. It's the lower bracket final. It's Bandits ESC versus Team Gap. Who's going to that grand final to play against Ground Zero? Let's find out as we throw it over to our casters. It's JJ Kun and Permasneeze. Take it away.
Yes, I'm really excited to find out who's going to be going into our grand finals. This is it, the team that knocked out iClan, and the team that was undefeated until until Ground Zero defeated them. What do you think is going to happen here, Permasneeze?
Stakes are high, but I want to add on to something that Moonboy was saying, right? It is this water sports lineup that we're seeing coming out from Team Gap that has served them well so far. Here's the thing with surfing, you kind of need water to ride the wave, right? But when you have 3 water Pokemon to set you up, all of them have ways of kind of laying the ground for you to just wipe all of them out. So that's definitely the lineup that we're seeing coming out from Team Gap here. Meanwhile, Bandits, I don't think we've had a chance to see them very much. And key thing to note is that these two teams, this will be the first time that they're clashing in this entire tournament. And it's going to determine who is going to go to the grand finals.
Yeah, but again, just like what I said earlier, we have to take note as well. We have to consider that Team Gap was able to take down iClan. But at the same time, Bandits ESC is one of the top teams. So perhaps, we want to see the underdog here. We want to see Team Gap take the win, but we cannot dismiss the power of Bandits ESC. What they gave us earlier, the gameplay they gave us against Ground Zero was very close. They might have won that as well. If things were a little bit different, just minor differences, then they might have won that.
Yeah,
what do you
for sure.
think is going to happen going against Team Gap?
I know you just talked about giving respect to Bandits, but I want to follow my heart, JJ. I can't deny it. I want to see OM Beagle just surf and turf all over them. So I hope that comes to fruition, but I think my guess is going to be a 2-1. Just like Moonboy, I think Team Gap are going to take it, but Bandits, they're going to make it close for sure.
Right, so let's find out if that's going to be the case here. As we are going to be seeing 1-1-3 this time around, we're not going to be seeing the 2-1-2 just like on the previous game where Team Gap and Team Collateral was doing. ESC definitely wants to get in this pressure immediately against Team Gap.
Yeah, we saw in the previous match how big of a part Jurek had to play, right? He's kind of like that big boss when it comes to the Mafia. He's standing there, but he's got his 2 bouncers, Slowbro and Blastoise, waiting in the wings to come mess you up if you come too close. And they want to shut him down, so they're applying this same 1-1-3 strategy that they did against Ground Zero, and they want to bring the heat to the bot path.
Right, but look at that. Team Gap already has the lead in terms of points. They already have OM Beagle on to level 5, already up for Frogadier. But in terms of damage, I think Bandits ESC would still have the upper hand here if, in terms of execution rather. But again, we did see Jurex Cramorant earlier paving the way for the entirety of the team. Maybe perhaps that would be the catalyst here that they are looking for going against Bandits.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely recognize that as well. Bandits, they understand how strong Jurek can be. That's why they tried to focus him in that engagement. Didn't pan out for them though, as he's able to get back to that tier 1 goal zone and get the heals. But Bandits ESC, they do them one better. Just go straight back to base for the reset.
Right. But you know what? I'll do you one better. Why is the reset?
Ah, nice. I can't answer that question now because Yamisuke, he's in with the serve. That's just me trying to avoid the question, but there's Team Gap. So this is kind of the new meta that we've been seeing, right? It's really the hyperspace holds, and that's kind of, we didn't really think much about it when it first came out because we were just thinking about the maneuverability, but allowing your team to constantly get back up to full resources is so valuable.
Right, but here we go. You know, in just a few seconds, we're going to see the second set of bees here, and at the same time, the first major objective, that is the Dreadnought and the Rotom. Let's find out which one they are going to be, you know, taking priority of. But as it seems right now, the Water Cell, still a Water Cell for the side of Team Gap. In the side of Team Bandits ESC, they have more of a lead. We have the Alolan Knights at level 6. We have Greninja at level 7. They can pretty much go in. You know, if this Lucario gets this level 6 as well, I think that is too much of a firepower right now going against Team Gap.
Oh, they need to be so careful here because there's a 1-to-1 level disparity on both these top half laners as well as the central laners. So that top fight is going to be one to watch. But right now, they're trying to secure most out of the bees in this bot path. I believe Yamisuke able to clean that one up. But Team Gap's OM Beagle actually going to be the first one taken down. So Cruelly gets the first strike.
Right, and you have to remember, one missing Pokemon, one missing member going into the Dreadnought fight would be hugely detrimental for their team. But right now we're going into that of the Dreadnought.
Yeah, here comes the Wartortle as well. So it's essentially going to be a 5-on-5 here at this Dreadnought pit. But Kite, crucially, he's only at that level 7, so not near that Blastoise stage yet. But in comes the Water Burst Shuriken, and instantly OM Beagle is in for the fight. So is this Wartortle, but he's not going to make it through the hyperspace hole. He's going to drop Jurek, trying to stand his ground, but not going to be able to steal away. Aenon a bit too late with that extreme speed, but he's not late for this cleanup. Manages to take down OM Beagle, but Cruelly could be the answer here. Tofu Bean can't get into the hole again. So these hyperspace holes, just being a fraction of a second late, actually cost Team Gap. They managed to get the Dreadnought, but not much else.
Right, that is what I'm talking about. You know, like the firepower here coming from Bats is too much for Team Gap to handle if they weren't able to get the XP, you know, disparity be removed, you know, going against Bandits. And we just saw what happened, the what we call this, the consequence of that. But here you go, going into that of the Rotom. Whoever's going to be able to take in this Rotom would have the pressure into the other side. OM Beagle currently is positioning themselves for a split push, split take.
Hydro Typhoon on the fall though, they kind of want to fight here, but I'm not sure whether they can make this happen. It's a Blastoise against the world. Aenon's going to grab the Citrus Berry up, and he might have calmed down to the wrong neighborhood here as he gets chased down by Aenon. And Bandits, they take firm control here, slight indecisiveness from Team Gap. They only commit 3 members, and that ends up being detrimental to them.
Right, this is what I'm talking about, you know, the split take here coming from Team Gap. Yes, they were able to, Team Bandits here were able to take down Tree into the side of Team Gap, but at the very least, that was just a sacrificial play here for Team Gap, just to take down the Rotom, to give them a little bit of a time here to get in, you know, to gather some XP. But the problem here is, well, Bandits ESC already has huge firepower, and you still want to give them the EXP? I think you have a problem right there.
Yeah, I do want to say though that Team Gap, they're still keeping pretty healthy in terms of the experience, especially on that Greninja, right? Even though he's not had the better end of the stick when it comes to some of these fights, he's still keeping parity with that opponent Greninja on Bandits. Cruelly and Om Beagle just keeping at the same level 11, as they're both definitely going to gather for this Dreadnought fight, as Rings Unbound is popped already, and Yamisuke trying to get the serves in, the 8 bomb for disruption, but Rings Unbound popped for Tofu Bean as well, and there is the Snow Beam straight onto the Ninetales. Can they get him? No, there's the Snow Globe to keep them up for now. The Gatling got cannon out from the back lines. Wily is going to drop as well as that Alolan Ninetales. Here comes Aenon trying to finish this up, but get knocked up by the Hydro Typhoon. And just like that, Team Gap, they're able to sweep through and take out most of the side of Bandit ESC. Once again, Aenon a little late to that last extreme speed to secure the Dreadnought. And just like that, Kite is able to get the KO streak of 3, and they want to push for ball.
Right, and look at this though, Yamasuke trying to get away, unfortunately didn't come in time inside of that hyperspace hole, but you know, fortunately with its ability allowing it to last out even further, you know, than it should have. But here it comes, getting the reset. They're just going to go up top, rotate into that other top path so that they can try to get in the road zone as well, the final road zone perhaps of this game. And from here on out, it's just going to be pressure city for Team Gap if they can continue doing what they have since earlier. Bandits ESC is already having a hard time against Team Gap, but if Team Gap can maintain this up to the very end, I don't think I don't think Team Bandits would have a hard time. I think they wouldn't have any more time to have anything against them.
Yeah, Aura Sphere coming out just to clear them out with some space there. In the backline, Yamusuke is gonna get dropped again. Shades of what happened in Game 2 in the last series. This slow roll going down first does not entail a good outcome for Team Gap as they are forced to back off. They don't have that crucial CC Pokemon in the tank, and they have to fend off this Rotom here.
Right, just fending this off just to, not allow them to destroy the first score goal. But at the same time, you have to take note as well that if they're not going to be allowing Team Bandits ESC to, destroy the first score goal, then they have, if and only if Bandits, right? If Bandits who can take the Zapdos, they would have a better time of scoring in just because of the fact that they're still the first score goal.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the bot side, it's mirrored as well, right? But this is a key thing to note because once the final stretch comes around, it's so hard to split yourself across the map. You're gonna have to be wary of those double point dunks coming in as we take closer and closer to that final stretch. I think it was a while that the Blastoise went off to get EXP in the central area, but I think at this point he does have his Hydro Typhoon up, especially with that energy amplifier that he's holding.
Right, but here we go, the final dread of the game. It looks like it's going to be going into setup Bandits ESC, just trying to get that XP gap that they have against Team Gap. Now preparing into that of the Zapdos fight. Let's find out who's going to be able to take down this Zapdos. Team Gap has a positional advantage, but is Bandits going to be able to pick them off one by one? Let's find out together.
This could be kind of scary because take a look at the mini-map over there. Bandits, they're wrapping in kind of a clinch maneuver here. XD is going to find himself on the front lines, not where he wants to be necessarily. That's not a start to the fight that you wanted, Bandits. You just get robbed instead, and that's the Blissey that's the Blissey out of commission. How are they going to fight without their Bliss assistance? How are they going to fight without their safeguard? They need to find an entrance in, but there is the Rings Unbound from Wily as the fight kicks off. Hydro Typhoon, Kai, where is it? We need to see it come out as Crewley trying to get on the backline, manages to get that Jurek Cramoran, but it's to no avail. It's now OM Beagle is into the fray as well. Surfs in, where is the Unite move? There is the Hydro Typhoon. We were waiting for it. We were fiending for it, but the Aura Cannon still cleaning up too. The Blitz assistance doing its work, but at the end of the day, it's OM Beagle and Kite, the two big dogs of Team Gap. They're the ones cleaning it up. Wily though, trying to go for the steal. No way, says Team Gap as OM Beagle surfs that one up. We don't miss these as they're going for the dunks.
I am sorry, Moonboy.
Why do you fall it?
There goes a prediction here for Moonboy. Team Gap definitely showing us the power. That drop down Iclan being in play. This is why I kept on saying, right, that Team Gap is a team that adjusts depending on the strength of their opponents. Definitely Bandits is one of the bigger teams here, one of the bigger threats in OCE, and we can see how Team Gap was just able to go on top of Bandits.
Yeah, I mean, the gap in their name just really refers to how they continue to close the gap. Because if the implied, distance between them and their opponents is too high, they're just going to close it. It doesn't even matter. And as we come down to these final seconds here, really got to give props to them, right? Team Gap, they really outmaneuvered the side of Bandits. There were some shining moments, but once again, I think we really have to look towards Anon on this Lucario. I think he was set up for a pretty decent start with the rotation from his Greninja. But, I mean, he couldn't carry it all the way through, especially at that Zapdos, XD getting caught out, and that is not how you want to start your fight.
Right, and now, Team Gap already has one win over Bandits ESC, and if they can win one more time, we're going to be looking at a 2-0, and Team Gap is going to be the one that's going to proceed to our grand finals, which, by the way, for those who just tuned in, is going to be a best of 5. But we have to remember, here comes, a ground zero who has put Team Gap down to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
So it is going to be a really huge revenge story here if Team Gap can win on game number 2.
Yeah, and it would be kind of crazy, right? Because Bandits ESC went completely undefeated in day number 1. And then if they come here and they get 2-0, twice in a row, that's going to be a real heartbreak for them as they are on their own road to Worlds. That's going to be such a disappointing outcome because I'm sure they were aiming higher. But for now, we're looking at the men on a mission here. Team Gap, they're the ones who cleaned it up in that game number 1 with that surf and turf strategy that we've been talking about. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you have to remember as well that Team Bandits ESC lost the first game of day 2. I think that is going to, deal a lot of damage off to their own morale. Whereas obviously for the side of Ground Zero, winning the first game of the day would definitely put their morals high up there. But right now, Team Gap getting in a win to the undefeated team of day 1 definitely will pull them up, everyone, to take in game number 2.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? Because we talked about it on the panel earlier on as well. There must be some sort of momentum. Team Gap are coming into this day number 2 off a hot win, 2-0 over Redback Spinnerack. So there already is that momentum carrying over, and we see through their play, they're so confident. Jurek as well, switching over. We saw him playing that Assault Vest Blissey, which did its wonders yesterday, and now he switched it up completely. They've definitely done their homework, they've done their research, and they adapted to this. Take a look at this last Zap fight. It was looking so dicey. Adon almost cleaned it up with the extreme speeds, but wasn't able to finish the job. The torrent from that Blastoise coming to play, dishing out so much damage. And even though Wily was around to try and steal it, couldn't get the hit off in time. That's the Shadow Ball nerf coming into play. And once again, eyes on OM Deagle and his beautiful Hoopa build. Gotta get those goals, baby.
That is true. That is true. I mean, if you want your, if you want your passive HP every after 7 seconds, after getting on a team fight, then get in here. Get in your leftovers, right? And if you want your additional speed as well after 7 seconds after getting out of a fight, then get in your Float Stone. So, definitely not bad choices of an item.
Yep, for sure. You can definitely trust what JJ is saying, but enough about that build. We're going to go back to the game, talk a bit more about what transpired. It does feel like, I feel like everything that led up to this was all kind of scripted a little bit, right? Like we saw what Team Gap already did in the first series of the game. This is completely what we expected. We saw the same plan play out over and over again. So Bandits, they're definitely gonna have to switch things up. They need to play a different tempo. They need to try and find something to throw Team Gap off their melody, because right now they're just cruising.
Right, and now definitely this cruising around is going to put the boat of Team Gap into quite a huge rotation right now. I think this is, sorry, it's not that I don't think, but I think this is going to be the biggest underdog story right now for OCE. We haven't seen this kind of the underdog story from the previous cups, but this, I think, is the best stage for you to do that. Team Gap has been showing us quite a game since earlier.
Yeah, what a platform to do it on as well. Over the first official Oceania broadcast, you come out here, you upset the top 4, you take out iClan, now you're about to take out Bandits ESC for a rematch against Ground Zero. Are you kidding me? You couldn't have written this any better, and I'm sure the boys on Team Gap are feeding themselves. But, JJ, we cannot write Bandits off, right? This is exactly what you're saying. They are a respectable team after all.
Right. But at the same time, it is Bandits, they have been going off strong from day number 1, going into day number 2, but they have to go against Team Gap. Again, they already lost earlier. They already lost as well the game number 1 against Team Gap. Now, the morale is a little bit too low right now. The momentum is on the side of Team Gap, who also won their first game of the day. So if there's anyone that is looking like, there's a huge advantage right now, that would be into the side of Team Gap.
Yeah, but this is where the team captain comes into play, right? This is where the shot caller needs to bring the boys together, bring the whole squad, and get everyone together and say, you know what? This is where comebacks are made. This is how the champions make it to the finals. You never have it easy. The games are only going to get harder, and if Bandits fall under this pressure, they are not going to find the finish that they want. They need to fire back. They need to answer what the side of Team Gap are giving to them if they want to say they deserve that shot at revenge against Ground Zero, right?
Into the side, of Team Gap here, everyone is running in Surf. Perhaps it is the time for Team Bandits to try to steal as bandits some surfboards for them to ride the waves that Team Gap is giving against them. And if they do, perhaps we might be able to see them come on top of Team Gap.
Yeah, for sure. But for now, it seems like Team Gap, they're leaving no room for the side of bandits to even steal anything away, right? Like, we're gonna have to see what the adaptations are, if there are any. For now, we've seen quite a common trend with the Oceanic teams, right? A lot of these teams, it's very clear that they practice certain strategies and they don't want to switch things up last minute. They want to stay strong, they believe in their own play, and while that is confident, that is confidence personified, that could come back to bite them here.
Right, but here we go. Game number 2, the final game, well, potentially the final game, right? If Team Gap wins here, then they're going to proceed to our grand finals. But if Bandits ESC wins this one, then we're looking at a game 3.
Absolutely, and Team Gap, they've got to be feeling good, right? Jurek, you know, he's had such a standout performance in that day number 1 as well, and he's gonna feel good because, you know, they, for all intents and purposes, Yamisuke and him, they held this bot path 3 versus 2. So, you know, they're like, you guys can't do nothing on us. They have to be feeling pretty good about how they're playing right now.
Right, and look at this. Definitely, just like what you said, they are feeling pretty good right now. And again, winning the first game of the day, winning the first match, the first game of this match as well, would definitely put you high above the other team, that is Bandits ESC. Now, if they can't answer back against Team Gap with their surfs, now they're running in the XD instead of the Blissey, running down the surf to put them to sleep. Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the problem. The Blissey is working out pretty well with that of the safeguard, but with the Sing, they're not going to put out a lot into the side of Team Gap, I feel, just because of the fact that, you know, Team Gap, how they play is that they're spread it out, and what you need them to be on when you're doing the Sing is that they have to be together.
Okay, so I didn't realize this, but I think this is actually genius coming out from Bandits. We talk about the adaptation, and on paper, you're looking at XD, you're saying, yes, right, they are spread out, they're playing really nicely spaced apart, but think about it from the other point of view, JJ, it's not about sleeping up Team Gap. If they get a 4 or 5 man sleep, that's beautiful, but it's about the Starlight Recital. It's about stopping you and your allies from being hindered. Blissey can do that for one other ally. But the Starlight Recital means you're not going to be part of this water park that Team Gap have been opening up. You're just going to be immune to that, and you can run in. XD showing the strength of this Wiggly Pig, pulling it out of the bag of the Bandits, and this is working out really well for them in this early game.
Right, it was more of a high risk that Bandits actually took, you know, replacing a Blissey with that of the Wigglytuff, but definitely we just saw how it was working out pretty well. You know, Team Gap has been, you know, joining each other, joining forces, and, you know, being together, being slept down with the Sing, and just like that, you know, the follow-up damage coming in from ESC is just too much for Team Gap to handle. They would need to get their carry into high level before the Dreadnought if they want to win against Bandits ESC on team fight.
If Bandits ESC turn it around with this genius pick here, we're gonna have to hail XD as some like a genius, right? Because he made that. We talked about adjustments. We were saying, you know, these teams, they're not really comfortable with switching things up. Proves us wrong immediately, comes straight to the bot path, puts on so much pressure and completely dampens the Cramoran and the Slowbro. Now they're on the back foot in terms of levels. Look at that! XD is 2 levels above the entire bot side.
Let's find out, though, if that's going to last. Team Gap here is definitely known to adjust immediately into the game. There goes the Waterburst Shuriken from both of the teams. Look at that, but they're going to be able to eat them up. Team Gap is going down. Tree is now out of commission from the side of Team Gap. No, make that 4 perhaps to follow up damage into the side of Bandits. That's going to be 4 KO. 4 KO for Cruelly. I'm sorry to say that Cruelly was very cruel in that team fight.
Yeah, and you see the different focuses coming out from the teams, right? Team Gap, they try and throw that out, right? Got to stop that thought for a moment as they're still running up onto Bandits, but the Hyperspace Hole as well as the Starlight Recital gonna get most of the Bandits out. They have to leave their alone Ninetales behind. But the point I was trying to make is you see the focus difference coming out from these teams. Team Gap, their Greninja actually throws the Waterburst Shuriken right on top of the Dreadnought because he wants to secure it. He does, but take a look at what Cruelly does instead. Goes straight from the back line and wipes them out to win the fight. So Bandits ESC, they know exactly what they need to do here.
Right, definitely, and it's working out pretty well for them, you know, thus far. But if there's still 5 more minutes, well, 6 more minutes left for Team Gap, to, well, close in the gap against Team Bandits ESC if they can get the XP that they need, going against Bandits. And I think they still have a pretty good chance if they can time their CCs well.
Yeah, so here's the crucial bit, right? Kite, he still is on that Blastoise, sorry. There still is that Hydro Typhoon factor. You need to catch XD on that Wiggly off guard, catch him along with that Hydro Typhoon, or maybe have someone else hold him up while you're going in for the Hydro Typhoon and stop that Starlight Recital counterplay. But right now, it's Team Gap who are pushing in on this top side.
Right, and look at that hyperspace hold just to put them back. Actually, a very good strategy here, a very good micro play here coming from Team Gap, ensuring that they're not going to take a lot of risks, just because the fact that if they do, then they're just gonna get eaten up here by Team Bandits, and just try to recall themselves up, try to retreat, and think about what they need to do next.
And look at the points, they are completely even right now. Both these teams trading blow for blow. It's all down to the micro decisions. It's all about the sequencing of the moves as we look into this second Dreadnought.
Right. Let's find out who's going to be able to take this. Sneeze, there goes a Rings and Bound from both of the Hoopa.
Yamasuke gonna be able to get out of that situation with the hyperspace hold. Rings Unbound pop for both Hoopas like you said. And there's the slow beam straight out to the Greninja. He's gone. Cruelly, no chance for you in this fight as he gets completely wiped out. Where was the Unite move? Where was the saving? Wasn't there Bandits? They just get completely obliterated. The water park is open, baby. And it's free admission. The side of Team Gap, they're gonna wipe them out.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about earlier, Team Gap. The time that they do get their XPs is also the time that they can eat out Bandits ESC. Yes, they might have a game changer here. They might have, XD instead of the Wigglytuff, but if they cannot time that right, if they cannot time the Sing right, if they cannot time the Starlight Recital right, then that would be all for naught, as the follow-up damage would only be cancelled due to the CCs given about by Team Gap.
Yeah, we were praising this genius pick, right? But it's all about the timing. You don't just pull one over Team Gap so easily. We saw it all go wrong there because it seemed like they didn't really have a clear idea of how they were going to counter that engage. And the side of Team Gap, they just capitalize, they execute the game plan. But here is the thing, like we talked about, the rapid spin though, not going to be stoppable. And that is going to be Team Gap securing the Rotom once again. It's just OM Beagle doing OM Beagle things, right? The surf, the secure, that's what we expect. Aeon going to drop, Kite going to manage to get out of that situation. How is he still up and running? Cruelly has just ditched this fight completely, trying to get away from Jurak as well as OM Beagle, and gonna get that recall.
Oh, that was close! That was close!
Spidey, oh, did you see that? Yo, JJ, oh my gosh, that
was close! Like, OM Beagle know for a fact that, that Greninja is just trying to, get in some leeway, just to be, he was just trying to, go back. And that surf, if that was a little bit quicker, a little bit faster than when they popped that up, I think that would have been a KO.
Yeah, I mean, we all got super excited about that because, you're thinking, okay, it's near the final stretch. It doesn't even matter anyway, right? Because Bandits ESC, they're going to be up in time for the Zapdos fight. I beg to differ because that just means even less ESP. Look at that. If he manages to get Cruelly there, he is a significant level ahead. But right now, Cruelly able to get back out onto Aeos Island and just get that EXP up, so he's on par as this final stretch takes around. Team Gap in the lead right now. So Bandits, they are the ones who need to make a move.
Right, but here we go. Team Gap is just waiting for Bandits ESC to come in, but I think we're going to be seeing some picks off here into that of the top path. The Lucario is on the danger here. If they decide to use a jump pad, then they're going to be welcomed here by that of the Slowbro. But here comes EXD, XD rather, going to try to get in the Sing here, but unfortunately going to be pushed back.
Yeah, where's the team? Where's the backup? The Starlight Recital forced to be popped on itself. Gonna go for the hyperspace hold. That's not how you want to use the Unite move. They're gonna come back straight to Jurak though, forcing that eject button out. And now Kite, he's the one who has to land. Yeah, that's a waste. But the hyperspace fury out the tree. Can they turn it around? No! The Hydro Typhoon is there. Waterman Shuriken to dodge it out. So XD is first one to drop, but Jurak already dropped on the other side. Now it's OM Beagle's time to clean up. 3 down on both sides.
That's
4. What can they do? OM Beagle, last one standing. That is 5 for OM Beagle and the side of Team Gap. And I've been shouting this man's name since day number 1, and it looks like it's not gonna stop at Team Gap. They just
Wait! Oh, Beagle, hit the Zapdos, not the Chronon, not the Chronon, dude. Not the Chronon. You don't want to hit the Chronon.
Yeah, they got a little bit close there, a little too close for comfort. But Team Gap, just like that, they're gonna secure the Zapdos and put a stamp in Bandit's ESC. This is looking kind of hopeless. How can they come back from this?
Right, but I think we are now seeing the Kingslayers of OCE being in play right now. Team Gap is looking to get 2-0 against all the top players, all the top teams right now of OCE, and waiting for them at the top of the throne is Ground Zero.
Yeah, and what an unceremonious way for Bandits to end this year. Yeah, sure, they're gonna get that top down, but it's not nearly enough. They need XD. We were praising this man and his adaptability, but they're not able to execute. They can't crash the wave that Team Gap is riding. And Kawabanga straight into the grand finals, baby. Team Gap, they're gonna take out Bandits ESC and be your grand finalists in OCE.
Oh my goodness! JJ,
what just happened?
This is so hype. Now, okay. Team Gap getting in 2-0, putting them to the grand finalist spot, going against Team Ground Zero, the same team that dropped them to the lower bracket. Now the question is, would Team Gap be ready to go against Ground Zero for the grand finals, or would their journey be stopped on the grand finals?
I just want to, before we bid goodbye to Bandits, we really do have to give them a shout out. It's unfortunate we didn't get to watch their successful day number 1, but 10-0 is an insane scoreline to come out of day 1. It's insane. You don't drop a single game against any one of your competition. It's just unfortunate how it turned out in this day number 2, but we really got to give props to them. They played really well. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it all the way through. They couldn't stop the Team Gap momentum. And OM Beagle and the boys, they're through to the grand finals, baby. I couldn't... Okay, this is insane. JJ, what a way to start off our Aeos Cup Oceania.
Yeah, it's quite a way to start off. You know, the pre-match, to do the pre-match before the grand finals. I think that is what you're looking for.
Yeah, sorry, it was slightly misworded there, but we're going to take a look at the replay to see how that all shook up in that game number 2, right? We were talking about that Wiggly getting the early advantage, but they weren't able to capitalize that anywhere past the mid-game. Yes, they take this successful fight on the back of XD just controlling out the side. Cooley narrowly survives there and gets that KO streak of 4. So we're like, oh my gosh, Cooley's going off. But this second Dreadnought is where it all went wrong. They got the slow beam off on the Cooley and it just disintegrates.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know, like Bandits ESC might have been able, right? Might have been able to adjust against Team Gap in the early game, but as I mentioned, Team Gap still had a long time to readjust going against Team Bandits, getting in, farming in, gathering their XP just to be able to get in a team fight against Bandits, and from there on out, they just ate them out, getting a team ace. Unfortunately, you know, unfortunately for OM Beagle attacking the
this is so scary.
Zapdos, right? Yeah, very scary because like that could have been taken out. You know?
Yeah, like I mean that Hoopa is coming back up XD as well, right? And they're you know they're making a beeline straight for the Zapdos, so you got to be so careful and decisive.
And Hoopa doesn't deal that much of a damage to the Zapdos anyway, right?
Yeah.
So if they weren't able to take down the Zapdos, then that might have been taken by Bandits CSC.
Yeah, but I mean insane stuff, like just randomly showing dominance, even hitting the Croton there in that last moment. But OM Beagle, he's definitely got to be feeling himself after that one. And what a way to take out this top dog of a team. They're gonna go straight on to the grand finals, and oh, it's just heartbreak for Bandits. I feel like both these teams, they have so much to prove, right? Because all these, we talked about it on the first day. We said the state of Oceania is as such. There are these top teams that everyone's looking out for, but Team Gap are one of the teams alongside Redback Spinnerax that the top teams have given a nod to and acknowledged that these guys could be real contenders, and now they're facing their worst nightmare. It's this complete underdog coming out and hungrier than ever, ready to snatch defeat from the jaws.
I think this is also why you should follow the footsteps of OM Beagle here with the Hoopa running that float zone and leftovers. But what do you think, guys? Danny and Moonboy, that was quite a game. What can you say about it?
What can we say about it? We have our grand final matchup. That's what we can say about it. But Moon Boy, I want to hear your thoughts about the matchup we've just witnessed. Team Gap.
Wow,
If anything, they're ready, aren't they?
Yeah, with that surf and turf, they literally tossed them around at the very last moment. OM Vigo just cleaning everything up once again, and that display literally showed us what Team Gap is all about. And there we have, they're moving straight right to the grand finals for their rematch against Ground Zero. It's gonna be the one to watch.
It's gonna be one to watch, and you have to wonder, right? Is this going to be where Ground Zero has to pull out the grass types? Pull out the grass type strat. You got to really clean up the surf and turf. They can't let them just wash them around with the surfs. Or, wow, it's going to be best of 5. I think that's the most exciting thing about that grand final. They have a lot of games lined up for all of our wonderful viewers at home. Also, just a quick reminder as well, the May Cup Open Qualifiers are now open for registration. So if you haven't already, head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to enter your team in, not just to compete, but also to earn 20 Holoware tickets from us. So make sure you register, because we've been saying this time and time again. This is the time to shine. Better now than late, right? So, Moon Boy, I don't really have much to say, because I think this grand final, it's going to leave a lot of us speechless. We are looking at one of these two teams to take the crown. It's going to be, I can't. Do you have anything you want to say before we go for a break? I think we all sort of need a break to get ready for what could be a explosive grand final.
Yeah, this is a best of 5. Anything can happen in the best of 5. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be seeing lots of changes, lots of strategies coming in. So it's all about the last 5 games right here.
All right, to everyone watching our streams, thank you so much for tuning in. We have a grand final coming just after this break. So as always, if you need to, head on over to the toilet, grab your snacks, call your friends, because we need you back here after that break. It's our grand final match between Ground Zero versus Team Gap. We'll see you after this.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Today we're going to explain how scoring works in Pokemon Unite. The very first thing you need to do to score points is collect Aeos energy. One way to do this is by knocking out wild Pokemon. Once you do, that energy is automatically added to your Unite Ball. Wild Pokemon are worth different amounts of energy, and this is indicated by the number above their head. Another way to get energy is to knock out a Pokemon on the opposing team. You'll need to walk over the orbs they drop to collect their energy. You can deposit any amount of energy into your opponent's goal zone, but there are a few things to consider before making this move. Firstly, the amount of time it takes to dunk points depends on how much energy you're trying to deposit. The more energy your Pokemon has, the longer it will take to dunk those points. Opposing players can interrupt your scoring, so take caution and wait for the right opportunity. Secondly, take notice of how much health your opponent's goal has. Once it reaches 0, the goal will break, and you will have to go deeper into enemy territory to continue scoring. Lastly, points are doubled in the last 2 minutes of the game. So if that time is approaching, you may want to consider waiting to score during those final 2 minutes to maximize your team's score.
What a goal!
That's all from us on the basics of scoring. Until next time, happy training!
UNITE Championship Series. It is time for the grand final of the Aeos Cup Oceania Finals. We are down to the line. It's the last straw. It's the last chance. We are going to find out who are going to be the kings of the region. And joining me for the panel, it is going to be none other than JJ Kun to bless us, to grace us with his predictions, because as of now, this man is sitting on a 100% prediction rate all tournament. It's no joke. It is actually a little bit crazy, and he's very hesitant to give me his prediction. He knows it's coming. He's smiling. Yeah. And he's deciding whether he should try and be honest or not honest right now. JJ, how you doing?
Okay, you know what? I could do all the predictions, but this is the grand finals, you know? Anything could happen here, especially that we've seen how great Team Gap played from the previous games, you know, earlier on. But man, I know you guys are waiting for it. Here comes the prophet. There's gonna be 3-2-4 Team Ground Zero.
All right, I'm glad we're getting 5 games. I think that is true. But is it going to be Ground Zero? Because we also need to remember Team Gap, they are coming off of a fresh 2-0 off of their last game. They're going to be feeling good. They got to be feeling warmed up. And I think something that we should remember, right, is that a lot of teams like to play like this going into a grand final because you're warmed up, you're already in the zone. Whereas for Ground Zero, these guys are sort of cold. I mean, they had a game, but it was a while ago, so they're kind of coming into this colder. So if you're Ground Zero and you've seen Gap play, is this a bad thing? Like, you're coming in cold, but you've had time to watch Team Gap play.
Right, you know, all I'm saying is that is the advantage that Ground Zero has. Yes, they are, you know, sitting here waiting for a team, waiting in the grand final spot, right, for their opponents, and that also means, number one, they could have played before this game, before the grand finals, having a little bit of practice, you know, waiting for that. They have the leisure, they have the privilege of doing so, but at the same time, they also have the privilege of watching everyone play out before the grand final. So definitely, after 2 games, okay, after 2 games of watching Team Gap, I think they know what they're going, what they are diving onto.
Fair enough. Now, to our prophet, before we throw it over to the casters, are you getting a feeling that we're going to see a brand new Pokemon pop up? Because I think the only new Pokemon we've really seen today was the Aegislash.
I honestly don't think so. I think Team Ground Zero here would still be sticking with their guns, whatever they have been playing from yesterday to today. I don't think they should change any last minute strategies. I think they just need to stick with whatever they have been doing thus far.
All right, thank you so much, JJ. We're going to take a seat in the grandstands with all of our viewers so we can watch this grand final. But that means we're also going to throw it over to our casters. It's going to be Perma Sneeze and Moonboy to cast that grand final. Take it away, gentlemen. Good luck and have fun.
Thank you, Danny and JJ, for that prediction. 3-2. That's what the prophet is saying. So I can't go against that. But Moonboy, my heart, it really beats for the side of Team Gap here. I want to see them take it. What do you think?
I want to see them take it as well, but I think this is my prediction, guys.
Okay.
GZ.
You need to lock your rotate. You should disappear.
Okay. I'm going with 3-1 to Ground Zero. Okay, Ground Zero got the winner's advantage. They watch what Team Gap has to offer. They have beat them once, but Team Gap coming in with this new composition of the surf and turf is going to be different. But however, take a look at this. They might be going in for something interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if we're taking a look at the Pokemon Select, it's just all gonna be carbon copy, right? The only thing that could sort of switch things up is Kite. If he doesn't go for that Blastoise, that's something a bit of a head scratcher because it's worked out so well for them in the past. Other than that, it seems like regular programming for both of these sides. Key thing to note, Danny pointed out as well, Ground Zero are coming into this somewhat cold, but that's not a bad thing for them. They have been on a complete tear. They've been ice cold, undefeated. So the thing is, they are now the only team that could make a run completely undefeated from as early as the single round robins. They went 3-0. Throughout the entire winners bracket, 2 zeros across the board. Team Gap, can they put a dent in Ground Zero's ice cold play, or will Team Gap just show up and surprise us all? It's exciting one either way.
Yeah, that is possible, right? Because Ground Zero have not met this Surf and Turf coming in from Team Gap.
Absolutely.
Yesterday in the open round as well, you know, we saw that Ground Zero actually won Team Gap, but this is not the competition that they won against. So with this new Surf and Turf coming in, Ground Zero have to adapt, and if they manage to catch that adaptation, they will take this one.
Yeah, so key thing to note here, this is a best of 5 grand finals. We've come a long way since the single round robins. We've come a long way since the first day. But you're watching the final day of the Oceania Aeos Cup here. And it's going to be between Team Gap, not a team many were expecting to make it this far, against the kings of the region, Ground Zero.
Wow, $10,000 is on the line. 500 championship points is on the line as well. It's anybody's game. Ground Zero is currently win the winner's bracket. They got double life in this time, and they are on the offense in the bottom side, having the additional lead with those wild Pokemon all the way to Luge. Things are looking great for them.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, just to get this out of the way, as we see that Froakie go down, that is not a good sign for Ground Zero to start. OM Beagle already exerting dominance, but we do have to remind the audience watching at home that even if Team Gap take this first series to all 3 games, there will be a bracket reset, which means they have to play the best of 5. Essentially, Team Gap needs to win 2 best of 5s in a row against Ground Zero to take home that 10,000.
Yes, that is also a possibility of us watching 10 games right here today. So this is gonna be an interesting finals. But right here, Team Gap 3v2 pushing down the bottom side. Those Hurricanes are putting to work, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is the power of the Kramer. We talked about it as soon as we saw it since yesterday. That Whirlpool can really send you for a loop there. But Ground Zero, they're gonna hold their stance here in this bot path. As Joe, you know, we've seen him time and time again get bullied out. We saw the Froakie fall in the top half. Not the nicest look for Ground Zero early on, but Joe and Suluwu, these two, this duo are the comeback kings. You know, they're gonna make magic happen later on in the game. You just gotta watch.
Yeah, exactly as what you said. We've seen time and time after again, Joe, Suluwu, Feather, these 3 are just wreaking havoc against their opponent, and they're not gonna stop, and they don't intend to stop in this matchup. Feather already at level 5. Once it's reached at level 6, the Aurora Veil is online as well. Team Gap really have to rush this one, but Dawn getting caught by OM Beagle.
Yeah, and this is not the recipe for success. If you play against Team Gap, first thing on your checklist is make sure OM Beagle doesn't get this early start. Already level 7, making headway towards that Water Burst Shuriken at level 9 for this first Dreadnought is not going to bode well for you if you want to take a game off them.
Yep, it's down to Ground Zero now. How will Suluwu react? The only answer is taking 1 or 2 picks, but Feather might be a little bit of danger right here with the...
Oh no, that's the captain. Down. Hyperspace Hole going to be able to get the Blissey out, but Luge as well. He's going to come back to see another Hyperspace Hole bringing his opponents out. But OM Beagle! Suluwu and Joe, the burst damage, we talked about it, the Serena and Greninja combo. This dynamic duo is not going to relent as they take out OM Beagle as soon as we sing his praises. Suluwu answers right back. He says, "You're talking about the other guy, look at me, baby."
These 2 monsters from Ground Zero is not allowing them to have any rest. Hyperspace Hole immediately potting them down, but on the bottom side, both sides on the crunch right now.
Yeah, Jurak gonna get run down. Team Gap running in with OM Beagle. That's the Water Burst Shuriken straight onto the back lines of Ground Zero. And OM Beagle, Suluwu, they can't surface a fight. They get pulled back by the Hyperspace Hole, trying to finish it off. And I think OM Beagle manages to get it with the surf. So huge play coming out from Team Gap. And in the face of certain defeat, OM Beagle still manages to snatch that win.
That Hyperspace Hole literally brought them away from the Dreadnought at the most crucial timing, but I don't think without it, they wouldn't be able to survive what OM Beagle got to offer. Because right here, Ground Zero still have the time to turn the tide. Sarita is already at level 9, Queen Majesty is online.
Yeah, and we talked about this Queenly Majesty coming out from the Serena, right? It's really only a pick that Joe on Ground Zero has been piloting. No real top half laner in Oceania has been piloting it quite the same way. You could see it come out here as pressure being mounted by Ground Zero on this top half. The Water also gonna get dropped off by the Surf. OM Beagle gonna be traded out for Suluwu, and the Gatling Gun missile signals the retreat. Ground Zero, they need to give way in this top half. They can't continue this aggression. But Joe, he's back here, caught in a rough way. Jurak gonna clean that one up post Gatling Gun missile, and it's It's pretty even trades altogether as they still want to fight here. Yamisuke being all locked up. The CC is so strong, but the Amnesia is stronger. You can't take me down if I just forget all the damage you're dealing to me. The Surf as well to clean up that Hoopa. And this is such an extended fight. So Luwu's back to clean it up. He wants to put an end to this, and he does. Nails that duo of Team Gap lingering around, and now they're going to be the ones on the road.
Well, Sulu have to be a little bit careful. OM right here, but Jurek on that Cramorant, Surf to no one. But right here, Ground Zero is just pushing in, not allowing anyone to have this rest that they need. 25 seconds to the next Dreadnought. I think it's going to be interesting.
So Luwu, a bit too aggressive for his own good, gets tagged up by the Shadow Ball, and just because of that, too slow to get out. The special defense reduction also coming into play there as Team Gap are able to take out the Greninja on the Ground Zero side. Now, key thing to note here is that Ground Zero, they weren't able to push the Rotom anywhere past the Tier 1. So a bit unfortunate for them, couldn't capitalize really on that objective. But now Team Gap are positioned for this Dreadnought Rings Unbound powered by Tofubi.
Rings Unbound by both sides as well. There we have Hyperspace Fury back and forth. Unite move everywhere. But seems like all we see is blue right now as the orange side is just crumbling. They got the Dreadnought and they are gonna push a close to Team White as the Jurek comes to the rescue but unable to get any. But I believe right here, Ground Zero is still gonna push. Down goes Jurek as well. This is gonna be 40 points straight right to the bottom side for overdunk. Ground Zero is pushing it 218 to 36.
And Cramorant a little bit late to that fight. Would have loved to see the Gatling Gun missile, but I don't know whether it was on cooldown or what happened there, but Team Gap, I guess they just didn't have the Unite moves. I was watching for that Hydro Typhoon, never came out. And just because of that, Ground Zero, they're able to secure their lead here, 218. And it feels like every single move that Ground Zero is making, Team Gap are just hanging on by a thread. They're managing to hold on to their boots. They're managing to, stay strong in the whirlwind that Ground Zero are coming towards them at. But that is not enough against the best team in Oceania.
Well, if you want to hold on, you got to hold on for the next 3 minutes right now because this is going to be interesting as right here, Joe and Suluwu is already at level 12. Like, these powerhouses have to be stopped by Team Gap if they really want to take home this one, but Joe is still on the rampage right over here.
Oh, the stomp! Don't tell me he gets another one! Trump kick double! And the Trump kick away! This Joe player is so cracked on this arena. He just constantly knows the limits of this Pokemon and just maneuvers it to perfection, always baiting in his opponents and slamming it home with the burst damage.
Well, it's not just Joe, it's not just Sulu, but Feather as well. They're all down, smashing onto this Rotom, and they will be on the offense. Team Gap knows that no one is at the bottom side as they will be pushing 4 men down, trying to get as much points as possible. Hyperspace Hole coming in, and the rest of the team comes over. I think this might be a great fight.
Yeah, Dawn actually gets caught out by that Surf combo, but it's not enough to hold them down. Jurek with the Nice Hurricane to keep Sulu away, but it's only momentarily as Ground Zero, they're starting to tear up Aeos Stadium here. OM Beagle not able to get to the hole, and Sulu not gonna be outdone. I believe that is a KO streak of 3 for him, but 4 in total to drop for Ground Zero as they take commanding lead. 20 seconds left until this Zapdos fight, but they're gonna be able to secure the last and final Dreadnought for themselves.
So Ground Zero know exactly who's the right person to take out first. First you take out the Cramorant, then the OM Beagle on the Greninja. This way there's no firepower coming in from Team Gap. There's no water, there's no surf, baby. You can't turf anything on me.
Yeah, and the big thing for us right now is we're looking at this Blastoise Kite. He's played his role and he's played it well throughout this entire series. But Tubin, he's gonna be a drop. Tubin just drops the deck and Jurek to follow next. Yamisuke has the slow beam, but where's the damage? OM Beagle, you can't surf on this. He's still standing very strong. And Joe makes it a second, goes on the Yamasuke as well. Meanwhile, they clean up the Blastoise on the back line and they just take the Zapdos with ease. Joe face it. Joe diff. That Serena just completely disintegrated the side of Team Gap, and we talked about the water spots. We talked about the water spots composition. What better than a grass type to put it all to shame?
This guy on a Mangosteen lady is unstoppable, guys. Someone please stop this guy because he is on a rampage. First, take out that Hoopa, no Rings Unbound for you. Takes out that Cramorant, no Hurricane for you. Takes out OM Beagle, no carry for you. And now they takes out the Zapdos, no win for you. Ground Zero will be taking home this one 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 1 minute left on the clock. Let's not call it just yet. But for all intents and purposes, they kind of need to make a miracle happen here. And it doesn't look like it's on the horizon as Jurek just gets knocked down by Feather. The stable bot side of that Blissey and Alolan Ninetales, they held their way through that tough early stage and they managed to make it work. Feather and Lush, they've been we don't really talk about them very much, but each of the parts, each of the moving gears of Ground Zero coming together to just outplay their opponents. I think the point I was trying to make, and we should probably point this out if we see a Hydro Typhoon, but it's to no avail as he gets taken out, is this Blastoise. He's been playing his role so well throughout this entire tournament, but they really targeted him, right? With Joe, with the insistence coming out from Sulumu, they really ruined his game as the Queen Ascendant, just gonna knock Yamisuke up. But I mean, at this point, they're just kind of corralling Team Gat back to their base. The first game is gonna go over easily to the side of Ground Zero, as there's no fight for Team Gat. No win for you, just like you said, Mooney. And Team Gat, they're gonna drop the first game of the Grand Finals over to the Kings of OCE.
Wow, I mean, that is a really good display coming in from Ground Zero. They picked the right moment, they picked the right target, so that this way they are unable to scale, pick off the Squirtle really early so that it wouldn't get into a Blastoise as much as possible. Take out Jurek before any fight, take out their Hoopa before the rings unbound. These are all crucial moments coming in from Ground Zero, and they played it to the finest, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think big thing is look at everybody's assists on the side of Ground Zero. Perfect team play. Everybody knows exactly where they need to be at all points in time. Everyone's always contributing in their own little way to influence the tide of the fight, to essentially turn the tide. We talked about Team Gat. They want to set up that Greninja. They want to set up OM Beagle to just hang 10 and go crazy. But he doesn't have that ability. His supporting cast, the bouncers that protected him so well, Jurek, who has been such a good fake frontliner, it all just falls apart around him. Whenever we talk about Team Gat, we talk about OM Beagle being this big star, but he's set up by his supporting cast. When the supporting cast can't get online, that's where it all falls apart. As Ground Zero, they just dismantle the side of Gat in this game number 1.
Yeah, that is basically how team works, right? So in order to dismantle a good team, all you need to do is just pick out little cogs and little gears out of this machine, and this circuit wouldn't be able to move anymore. And that is exactly what Ground Zero did. They tore them apart, and this way they wouldn't be able to function.
Yeah, a bit of engineering analogy there for you. Thank you, Moonboy. But yeah, I mean, let's take a look at this replay to see how it all went wrong, right? Because Jurek, for all intents and purposes, they held their ground in this bot path, traded out pretty evenly. They even got a couple of KOs. It's exactly what we were saying. Lush and the Ninetales, they didn't really have the best start, but OM Beagle falling here really started to set the tone, right? Team Gat, they were able to get some fights, but they were never able to convert it in any meaningful way. Ground Zero didn't allow them to make any sort of, didn't allow them to leverage any sort of advantage at any point in time, and they're able to just sweep away these fights. This is where it all started going wrong.
Yeah, take a look at this. All these Blitz assistants coming in from Lush, or even these safeguards coming in from Lush as well, they are all so well timed and always on that perfect target. It's either on Joy, it's either on Sulu, if not, it's going to be on Feather, because these are the frontliners and he are protecting them with their life. And this is it, you know, take a look at this. Joe taking down the main targets one by one. Get slow beam by the slow blower, it's okay, but I will take OM Beagle together with me, and that is what he said.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, at this last moment, he's just showing absolute dominance here, right? The only person there to even contest for the Zapdos is the Blastoise, but he wasn't able to kind of secure it. They even used the Unite moves just to make sure that that really is theirs. And Feather, we call back to him time and time again. The captain of the squad always making the calls, and really got to give him like all the props, right? Because their crisp gameplay, their crisp decision making, every single time they know where they need to be, they know what they need to do, and they know what they want to execute the team fight. I think we're starting to see a bit of disparity between both teams, because like we said, with Team Gat, it's always OM Beagle and the supporting cast, right? The supporting cast sets him up and he knocks him down. But it's a lot more split on the side of Ground Zero. They have a lot of room for stars, whether it's Feather holding it down the line with the Aurora Veil on his Ninetales, whether it's Joe going crazy on whatever unorthodox pick. We saw him on Azumarill, he did the same thing. We saw him on this arena, this game, he did the same thing. And of course, how can we forget about Sulubu?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about those discipline, right? Discipline and your effectiveness and teamwork. So these are probably like what Ground Zero put it to the finest. Knowing when is the right moment to strike, knowing when is the right moment to back off, and when is the right moment to come together as a team and push on together. And that is what Ground Zero actually did. This clean movement actually kind of really translate how their team, how disciplined their team is, and this really shows why they are the best in OCE, and they are here to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, we were all riding the hype wave along with Team Gap coming into this grand finals. We're like, yo, these underdogs are going to do it. You know, these guys, they are a very respected team, but nowhere near the level of what, you know, something like Ground Zero or iClan. But they defeated iClan and we're like, oh, you know, maybe they can defeat Ground Zero too. But maybe a bit of a double slap across the face here in this game number 1 for the side of Team Gap, because they need to get back to reality. They need to realize they are facing the Titans here. This is going to be the biggest opponent of their career so far, in the biggest game of their careers, and they need to step up to the plate.
Yep, and this is the road to Worlds, right? So, you know, this formidable opponent will be coming on again, on and on again. So if you today, even if you beat Ground Zero, you have to prepare for the bigger mountain ahead. What are you gonna do? This Titans is just gonna be falling on you again and again and again. But however, today for Team Gap, their first challenge is definitely gonna be Ground Zero.
And this is something that JJ mentioned time and time again, right? The thing with Team Gap is against greater and greater opponents, they are able to continuously close that gap and play even better. We're gonna have to see that come to fruition here in this game number 2, because I'm not gonna jinx it, but I can't help but feel like they have been riding this momentum, and that has been such a strong factor for Team Gap so far. If they start to lose that, if their morale starts to drop, that's where Ground Zero will just sweep you completely.
Yeah, this is possible, right? Like, you know, coming into a best of 5, you're 2-0 down. Oh my god, I still have to deal with 3 more games. Like, this is exactly what Ground Zero would do. Having that winner's advantage, this is how you play mind games against your opponent. But it seems like Ground Zero is not switching up their team composition. Now, here's the question. Would Kite stay on the App Store, or he will be switching back to that Blastoise at the very last moment?
If he chooses to go for the Absol, it could be pretty interesting, right? Because we talked about this throughout the entire 2 days. So far, it seems like these Oceanic teams, the ones that are successful, like to stick to their guns. They don't want to switch up too much. They don't want to make any adaptation. Even the adaptations that they make aren't usually very successful because it might not be something that they've practiced. Now, this Absol could stand a chance and really put Joe in the dirt, plant him back into the ground for this top path, right? If Kite chooses to bring it, we've really only seen him on the Blastoise, but if things switch up, I'm more than a fan. You need something to change if you want to beat Ground Zero at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you remove a little bit of CC coming in from the Blastoise, you put in more damage, and that might be the answer for you because the opponent is a little bit hard to deal with. This burst damage might do the job. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Grand Finals for game number 2 with Team Gap going against Ground Zero, with Ground Zero having 1 point up of Team Gap.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait a while before the teams are revealed, but it is gonna be that Absol. So the water park has a bit of an edgy new visitor this time. They've decided to switch it up. No more Blastoise means no more Hydro Typhoon. But the trade-off is gonna be this insane amount of early game damage that can really bring the heat to Ground Zero. We haven't seen Ground Zero really touched at all. They've been able to execute this game plan time and time again. Now this Absol could really be a thorn in their side.
Yep, especially, you know, the Absol being a basic Pokemon, he is able to bully this level, like multiple stage Pokemon with ease, right? He would have so much good early game as well. This Bond Sweep, this Froakie has no match against an Absol. So as long as he could keep this up, punish Ground Zero's basic Pokemon as much as possible. So this way, he would be ahead of their opponent, and that Absol would be a terror or even a bearer of bad news.
Yeah, bearer of bad news indeed. That is the Pokemon after all. But right now, really got to give props to Joe because I feel like, you know, when you're playing Pokemon like this arena, the early stages are where you're most vulnerable. He's been able to come out of those on top, but not this time round, not against the bearer of bad news himself. Kite is going to deliver that straight to his doorstep and be like, you're out of here.
Exactly, like this is what I'm talking about, right? Being an Absol, you are able to bully this stage basic Pokemon as with ease. But here, Sulu is not allowing them to rest. He's going to offense, but down goes to the Absol as well. Like, take a look. This is once again. Once he's ahead, it's really difficult to stop. So you don't really want to feed into the Absol really much.
Yeah, the thing about Absol, like you say time and time again, punishes these single stage Pokemon. It's the levels 1 to 5 that this Pokemon can absolutely catch you off guard with the crits coming out from his passive and 15% increase in those. So you really need to be careful. You know, a lot of times when you practice you're staying in lane in your path, you have these rough numbers. You know, these players have played enough games. They understand just how far they can take their health pass. They understand how they can use their resources. But with the increased chance of crit, you can never be sure.
Yep, I love it how, the Hoopa from Ground Zero immediately rotates to the top side to help out Joe a little bit more because he needs those support. But right here, the Absol might be caught up, but immediately manages to just dodge out of there alive. But right here on the bottom side, it seems like Ground Zero still have the lead with a Feather on the Ninetales.
Right, so they don't really have any support in terms of like something like a Blissey for this Absol coming in. But it's interesting to note that Absol can always proc his Sucker Punch, right? Just because of the fact that you have so much AoE damage coming from the Serena, coming from the Ninetales, that as they fight for the Beast in this bot side, Team Gap, they're going to widen the gap here in this top side by taking down 2. And now it's time for the rotation to the Dreadnought.
Yeah, take a look at the level side as well. OM Beagle is already at level 9 on their Greninja. That means that Water Burst Shuriken is online for this Dreadnought fight. This is not where you want to be against Team Gap.
We've already seen what OM Beagle can do with this. In comes the Water Burst Shuriken, grabs it onto the backline, straight onto that Hoopa, but not able to do much for now. Lush gonna find his way through the portal, but Sulu's the one who's caught, forced into a bit of a weird spot. Now Ground Zero, they need to respond, but Serena's not here. Can they steal it away? Absolutely not. OM Beagle says, this bot path, this objective is my territory. It's mine and I'm gonna claim it. I'm gonna claim a KO streak of 4 while I'm at it. I'm gonna break open your bot goal, and this, Sulu, this is how you play Greninja.
Well, this is how you play Greninja, but Joe is showing you how to play Zarina because right here, as Team Gap is pushing down in the bottom side, Joe is just farming all day long, all by himself, alone at the top side. And there we have, he's already at level 8, but the rest of the team comes from Team Gap. I think Joe is unable to get out of this one.
Oh dear, it all was looking okay until Kite came around to ruin his day. I feel like Kite, he packed so much damage. It's what we're talking about, the Absol pick. Didn't expect any adaptation, but love to see it here from Team Gap. In comes the Water Burst Shuriken. Suluo wants the party, but Kite already dropping low. No, the Midnight Slash dodge. The energy pushes them away, and just when it looked like they could grab that Absol, it absolutely falls flat on their head. Now the Sucker Punch in as well, stunning up Feather, but there is the Aurora Veil to keep them up and running. That Absol is finally going to drop to the deck, so they need to be so careful. 2 supporters as well as OM Beagle. They don't have the damage to deal with Joe right now. As the Snow Glow comes up, they're starting to clean up. OM Beagle needs to be careful, but he can't get away from the Queen, baby. As they answer right back, Ground Zero are not going to be denied so easily.
Wow, it's Feather with that Unite move that saved everyone out of that situation, giving them an additional shield to sustain so that Lush would be able to heal them up with the Blissey, gets the Rotom, and immediately back to farming they go. Right now, it's about close to the Dreadnought time, and it's Ground Zero really have to try to pick up the Hoopa. Dawn, level 8 on the Hoopa is still not what it is yet, but now it's time to go. Whoever reached their first level 9 on the Hoopa is going to have their Rings Unbound, and they will have that advantage in that second Dreadnought.
Yeah, as we see come out in 9 seconds there, we see something that's not as prevalent in this tournament, the Buddy Barrier nerfs, and because of that, a lot of players are omitting that item from their health items. But we see that Ninetales carrying that Buddy Barrier as the fight kicks off. Rings Unbound on both sides, being very conservative in terms of their portal placement. They don't want to put their teammates under any threat. There's Yamisuke, OM Beagle, bringing up the rear. Can they get the steal? Absolutely not. Ground Zero, they'll be the ones to grab it this time. And there's the Water Burst Shuriken dancing all over them right now. It's fall down on the side of Ground Zero, so they get the objective, but at what cost? Team Gap, they wipe it down.
Wow, you get the objective. I'm gonna even it up. Gap is just evening the gap right now, and they are extending the lead because right here, Ground Zero really have to try to find himself a footing as Team Gap just strike right into their skilling point.
Yeah, anyway, so here's the thing. I'm saying that throughout this entire tournament, I feel like teams with this nerf, they've started to drop the Buddy Barrier, right? This could be the one that catches them off guard because that's how Ground Zero ended up winning that fight in the top side. Feather came in, he just said, "You're my best friend," and he just shielded him up, right? And this is not something that Team Gap are expecting, but they might not be expecting this Absol as well. Midnight Slash in, but here are the storms from Joe. You can't write him off. Drop kick away for the shield, but now OM Beagle in some trouble. Smoke screen, but stomped over its head, and now Ground Zero answer right back. Once again, it's the barriers that keep them up and running.
Exactly. My best friend Barriers is exactly does what it does. But Joe taking out the right picks at that moment as well. Take out OM Beagle, takes out that Absol, and he is on the road. The Zapdos is all for themselves. This might be the comeback that Ground Zero need. And right here is all down to this. They are pushing down the bottom side hard.
Yeah, so we talked about how this... Okay, we're seeing this defense first. I'll get to that later. As the rest of the side of Team Gap, they want to defend. The score shield not going to be broken over by Lush, so he gets the deposit in. But already, the Koopa going to drop on the backside. But here is OMB go to try and clean up. Joe has his eyes on that Greninja. Can't get the trump kick in. Straight down to Jurek though. But they're starting to kite this Serena. He doesn't have the resets available for now. The stomp straight on the ground. That's not the trump kick that he wanted. Has to back off, but has to support the Aurora Veil. And they are going to get out of that situation. But meanwhile, Kite in this top side depositing it in. I wanted to tell you about this episode, Moonboy, because we've seen the dominance in the early stage, but going to the later stage, it's a bit harder to pull off those same moves.
Yeah, as long as he has that lead, he's able to just, bully them as much as possible. So if he's up and scaling and on par with the opponent, that episode will still continuing be really scary as well. But Joe right there in the bottom side, that maneuver is not just trying to get that Cramorant, but also allowing the rest of the team to score and close up that tier 1 hoop. And that is a great maneuver coming in from Ground Zero.
Yeah, Yamisuke gonna start it off with a surf here. We're gonna see as the Rings Unbound pops out. There's a huge snow globe onto 2, takes them down immediately. Kite needs to make magic happen, but can't get the touch. Feather standing his ground. Time and time again, this Alolan Ninetales will not be touched. As Ground Zero, they flip it at the Zapdos pit and say no, wait, Team Gap, what about Shuriken? It's a bit too late, early. Nobody steals it. Beagle, he steals it, so he manages to leave the Ghost defenseless. But now, Ground Zero, they still have all 5 members up. They need to make a push. They are going to forgo the bot side, are they? The score shield from Lush gonna be broken up. Jurek, the Gatling Gun missile, finishes the deal. Ground Zero, what happened?
My God, I mean, Team Gap timed it perfectly at this point in time. It's down to Joe. Is he able to get this dunk off this one as Kite comes to the rescue as well? Stopping Joe, chasing Joe away. Joe is in the bad position. Queen Fantasy coming in. OMB is slow. Storm resets, gets OMB off that one, but Kite is unable to catch him off. Oh my goodness, Joe is on the run.
Joe, you can send an army, but it's gonna be a slow blow to finish him off. A nice little outplay from the Serena, but is it going to matter? Now, Lush, keep in mind, this is the Pokemon with the score shield. He has to be the one to make it happen, but look at the points that he's carrying. 50 is not an easy number to get in. He's gonna try, but the slow blow can't cut through it. No! The score shield nerfs, my friends. The score shield nerf in the latest patch. Look at Lush. He's trying desperately to get these points in, but the defenders are there from Team Gap. They're denying him.
Wow, Ice is gonna be on Feather. He has the lead score right now, and right here, Ground Zero, all they need is just one dunk. That's right. And Lush is just trying to go for it. 50 points. Feather down. I think it's not looking good for Ground Zero, as Team Gap might be taking home this game, and it's 1-1 in this grand finals. Oh my God.
What? How? What just happened? KO streak of 4 to close that one out as the teams just go blow for blow, 1-1 right now in this grand finals. What an insane way to end. I can't believe OM Beagle stole that Zapdos right from under there. It was 5 players. How did he do that?
Ground Zero stopped any movement on that Zapdos at that moment when they saw OM Beagle going in with that Water Burst Shuriken, but they are still unable to capitalize with that move to take home that Zapdos. OM Beagle got that steal, but no one went to score. But Ground Zero was unable to just top up the points and just losing by just 4 points in this grand finals. This is the closest as we can get, ladies and gentlemen, in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I mean, Ground Zero, they were in dominant position throughout most of that game. Team Gap, they had their answers back from time to time, and Joe, he was really putting on a masterclass on that Pokemon. But really, Team Gap, they try something new, they change something up. They bring on Kite on that Absol, and that brings them just far enough for them to narrowly grab that win. So just like we said, Moonboy, they're closing that gap and they're closing it fast.
They not just closed the gap, ladies and gentlemen, they broke the streak as well. Ground Zero finally dropped a game in the Aeos Cup, and it's all thanks to Team Gap. This is not over, ladies and gentlemen, as the dream is still alive for Team Gap.
This is absolutely unreal. What a grand finals that we have. At this point, if this is the quality of games, we better see a bracket reset, because I wouldn't mind a full 10 games of this. This is the best Oceania has to offer, as we're going to take a quick look at how that all went down Yamasuke starting out early, but it ends up being a huge win for OM Beagle throughout these fights, right? He's able to kind of get these nice moves, but you know, they left Joe up there and they let him farm up, right? It was this turning point. This was the my best friend buddy barrier that ended up turning it around. It looked like it was Team Gaps, right? For all intents and purposes, but they forgot that item was on board.
Wow, I mean, with that buddy barrier, it's just not enough, right? Like here, Team Gap manages to push Ground Zero, even though Ground Zero still gets that objective again and again and again. But as much as we want to put the attention on OM Beagle, Kites on that Absol as well. That is a phenomenal play, and that's a good decision to go for the switch.
This is insane. When you see him smoke screen like that, you already feel it. The hope loses for a moment when he misses that water burst, but he cleans it out with the surf. It's always the surf. How could we have forgotten about that one? Now, because of that, Ground Zero, they're scrambling to try and score, but last hurrah, right? Tufu Bean understands that, just tosses out the rings unbound, knows that it doesn't matter anymore, and they manage to keep Lush off their goal zone. So insane stuff coming out from Gap to really just clutch it out in these final moments.
Yep, there we have, OM Beagle introducing us to his Hoopa with the leftover, a shell bell, and leftover.
This is the JJ stamp of approval, right?
Yeah. I mean, this when you're new and you're playing Hoopa, like this probably the items that you're gonna hold, not gonna lie.
Yeah, okay, so key thing to note here is that right now, there was a bit of a mistake there in the top side, right? We saw it was Ground Zero with the L. It's actually Team Gap that has to deal with the bracket reset if they win this series, right? But all's not over just yet. We're into game 2, but you know what that means. The score is 1-1 right now. It's 1-1. JJ is still on track, first and foremost. Secondly, it's a best of 3.
Yep. Best of 5.
No. It's still a best of 3 now because it's 1-1 already. So it essentially comes down to a best of 3.
Right.
You can see Mooney trying to do the math in his head. I'll give you a bit more time. Yeah, you're like 1 plus 1 equals. Yeah, this is why we're not. This is why we're not the players. You know these players, right? They even go down to the wire and like calculate how much they score. You're over here like, so Gap won 1k and Ground Zero won. Yeah, you literally, like, we're just trying to make this make sense, but for all of you at home, I'm sure you guys are on the same track as us. You want a game number 5, you want a bracket reset because these teams are firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, I mean, both teams is just all in it, and Team Gap is not allowing Team Ground Zero to get that win, right? Team Gap is here and saying, I'm the new kid in the block, you acknowledge me, but now I'm gonna take it against you, and now they're really gonna bring it 1-1, and it's still anybody's tied right now. But there we have, both team on the select screen.
I'm gonna be real. Can you imagine you're undefeated on Ground Zero, you're feeling good, you're just cruising, right? And then you get beaten like that, like you lose that has to feel so annoying. You're just like, we had that. We had the zap. How did this guy just come in out of the shadows and take it away? He missed the water burst. They intentionally stepped away from the zap. Those two, they're like, okay, he's coming in for the steal, we're gonna step away, and he just does it to him anyway.
Yeah, but I think, right here, Ground Zero has 2 ways to approach this. I come back in and saying it is my game, and I'm gonna take it 2-0 from here on, or they're gonna be really annoyed, and Team Gap is gonna be taking advantage of this annoyance coming in from them, because I know that you're annoyed, your mind is not right, and I'm gonna capitalize on that.
Yeah, key thing to note here is that composition switch up, right? We saw it in game number 2 and it succeeded. So far, Team Gap have been relying on the power of OM Beagle, which we saw in that game as well. But now they've switched Kite on to a bit more heavy firepower. Less about the CC, like you said. Less about the team fighting. Less about throwing everybody up. But more about knocking everybody down. We've seen this Absol and Greninja combo before. The crits set up for the surf.
Yeah, that's what you said, right? Like with the surf, with the CC, and that's how the Absol clean it. But right here is all down to Ground Zero. How are they going to react to that Absol, right? Likely they will be sending their Hoopa on the top side, and it will be a 2-1-2 composition coming in from Ground Zero. So that is the possible way that they could counterplay that Absol.
So the thing about Joe that we've seen so far as we get into this Grand Finals game number 3, Ground Zero, they have so much faith in their top path player, right? On Joe, they always leave him to his own devices, but he still manages to come out on top. But this time round, you might want to play it a little bit more safe, and Moonboy, your prediction was correct. They're going to bring that Koopa to the top side instead.
Yep, and that would allow the top side to have a little bit of breathing room. But that being said, Lush is not allowed Team Gap to have any breathing space. Immediately going in, trying to slap that Bluebird out of his dreams. But he's here to steal all this wild Pokemon off their hands.
Yeah, doesn't manage to stop Feather from getting that early level 4 though, so immediately that power spike gonna come online. We talked about it time and time again, this combination of Lush and Feather in this bot side, they're just stable and they're just secure.
Yeah, I mean, they are taking up so much wild Pokemon right here, and they are already at the final stage of their evolution. And right here, it's all down to ground zero. How are they going to react to that Zapdos? Because that will be very painful, especially when the Zapdos start hitting with those crits coming on.
Yeah, okay, so quiet time for Sulubu. Don't reveal him right now as both players from the central area. OM Beagle not at that Frogadier just yet, so they're gonna back out without losing any casualties here, so nice little controlled play. Because a lot of the times in these games so far, we've seen how that first flank maneuver from the central area Pokemon actually dictates the entire pace.
Yep, right now, it's looking really good for the ground zero, especially when Sulu will start to clear up the central area Pokemon when it's near the river area, right? So he's taking a little bit more EXP compared to what OM Beagle is going to have, and especially right here. However, Jurek is already at level 5. Though most of his move is online right now, so it's down to them how are they going to deal with that pesky bird.
Yeah, we talked about it time and time again. It is that Hurricane and the Surf combo coming out from Jurek, and he's been able to do so much work. Cramorant, not really a Pokemon that we've seen prior to this patch, right? It sort of faded out, but with that buff to the Gulp Gatling missile, it has come back alive, right? That firepower in the team fights is really what Team Gap have utilized as a stance, as a strong barrier for them. It's like ground zero, you cannot come into our Cramorant.
Yeah, that really did change everything for the Cameron gameplay. And the task, we have seen so much Cameron in this weekend, but Astonish coming in onto Joe, and it seems like right here, Team God might be wanting to go for the offense, but Ground Zero is going to say, nope, try again.
Oh, look at how fast they rotate, immediately dropping that hyperspace hole, and Team Gap are going to look towards this top path. This is going to be the first fight. It's not often that you see so much emphasis on this top path, but once again, like we said, it's Joe and this Absol that are the difference makers as the fight breaks out. They're going to wipe out 2 in an instant. The crits, Moonboy, the crits. Kite just slashes them up, and Omega Beagle just knocks them down. Jurek here to support as well, and traditionally, like we said, you'd see the emphasis on the bot path, but they recognize they can't let Joe get out of control. Now they're answering right back onto Lush and Feather.
Wow, the first Dreadnought is out right here. Team Gap is on the move, taking out Feather and Lush. In the meantime, I don't think Ground Zero is able to contest for this one. All they have to do is wait for the rest of the teammate and go for the defense. But I think they might want to try a little bit something sneaky and go for the steal. Because right here, Team Gap got their Dreadnought all to themselves. And Dawn trying to be a little bit sneaky, but unable to get the Astonish off it.
Yeah, Sulubu a little bit late to the party as well, and Dawn more than likely going to drop. Not able to get through that hyperspace hole, as now Team Gap, they're really starting to cause Ground Zero to bleed out here. They're dropping the ball a little bit. They're starting to get dismantled, and just like how Ground Zero did to them in game number 1, Moonboy, you talked about it, how do you break a perfectly working machine? You pick at each individual chord. You just slowly throw them off their balance, and just like that, Ground Zero, they're starting to lose a bit of control, but Joe still getting the Rotom in this top half.
Yeah, this is where actually Joe starts to scale, right? Joe is holding on to 2 stacking items, and then he has to start dunking and get those 6-6 up. And with when he's left all alone in the top side, he's free to dunk as much as he wants. And right here, Joe is likely to be fully scaled. And you know, it seems like Ground Zero usually tend to let go of the first Dreadnought, but now with Joe back on the fight, it's time for them to go, baby. But right here, Majesty onto that Absol, down it goes as the rest of Team Gap scrambles, and Joe is on the move with those storms, and it thinks Tufo Bin might be out of this one yet, but drop kick in this one, and he's gonna be getting out all of this alive.
Yeah, like you said, the emphasis this game or this series has become one of those top path players. Kite, he's not exactly been a shining star, but he put on such a performance for Team Gap in the game number 2. Now Joe, with those items stacked up, he was left alone on that top side for quite a bit, and he's ready to fight. Comes into the fight with that Queen's Ascendant and knocks out the opponent top path Absol, right? So with that, they're not really able to stand up against him, and Joe's just continuing to scale.
Yeah, Ground Zero is already right now, and now it's gonna be eyes on those Koopas once again. We have seen the top side actually do his thing. We thought the bottom side did his thing as well, but now it's gonna be eyes on the Koopa. Whoever is gonna be looking up their wings unbound once again for that second Dreadnought is gonna be really important, as both Koopa is already at level 9.
I think key thing we have to note is this man on our screen right there, Jurek as well, with the Gatling Gun missile, can lay in a lot of hurt. They're going to drop down the Aurora Veil in a nice spot. There's the Kramer call in the top side, immediately popping that Gatling Gun, but there's too much damage for him to deal with. The Bluebird gets knocked out, and the rest of the side of Team Gap, they can't contend with this. Midnight Slash out, but to no avail, and KO streak of 3 fall aside of Ground Zero. In comes Omega Beagle, but he can't get this one without the help of his team. And Ground Zero, they answer right back.
Yeah, that is exactly what Ground Zero is all about. Once everyone is fully skilled, they move together with such perfection as the rest of the team immediately rotates top, while Joe just distracts everybody down in the bottom side. And even though Kite is all alone on top, that is not where he want to be. Therefore, backing off and farming off.
So here we're starting to see the weakness of the app. So we didn't get to say a lot about it earlier in game number 2 because it just never came out. But Absol, when you get into those later stages and you're not exactly the powerhouse towering over everyone else on the opponent's side, that's where things can get dicey. When you commit like that, you don't have someone like a Blissey to get you out. And once you're in the fight, if you don't Midnight Slash dodge all of their moves, you can get picked off really quick.
Yeah, Ground Zero now is just preparing for that one final fight, preparing against Zarina. You look at this, Sulu immediately giving Zarina the central area Pokemon as well, getting them those buffs from the Ludicolo and the Buffalon. This way, she will be ready for the fight later on in that Zapdos pit. And right here is just all about, you know, getting up that Unite, getting up to the max level, because right here, that Feather on the Ninetales is not yet level 12 or even 13.
Okay, but speaking of Feather, I do have to give him props. I feel like I've been mentioning this name over and over, but for good reason. The Aurora Veil placement is so important in stopping that Cramorant damage coming out from the Gatling Gun missile. Now, both teams, they're sizing up this central area because they want to see whether they can get a pick or not leading into this final stretch.
Yeah, no more objective is online, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sorry, as the last Dreadnought is going to be online pretty soon as well. This Slowbro is being caught up by Ground Zero. Ground Zero is just moving together right here. There's no reason to split up at this point. We got to stick together. We got to move as a team because right here is all about teamwork. One small little sleep and you are out of the game.
I have to point at this, Slowbro. I really, really do. And I'm not trying to say anything, but all I'll say is that the games that Team Gap have lost have been ones where Yamisuke gets caught out on this Slowbro first. He can't afford to let them find him. He needs to be that strong force. If he's leading the fight, he needs to be slow beaming an important target. If they take him out, he is the last remnants of their CC to set up for the rest of the team. Oh, Joe knows where they are. Straight onto Jurek. Finds them straight onto this Cramorant. Can the Queen's Ascendant come out? Again, got missile. That Joe and Serena is gonna get dropped. And meanwhile, Ground Zero answering back with 2 of their own. They make it 3. They're straight onto Fufu Beam. And Slowbro, he's not the one caught out now, but they managed to take out the rest of his team. And Ground Zero with a KO streak of 3. This is what we talked about for Ground Zero. You take out Joe, but Soluwu is still online.
Wow, I immediately speed right through the Zapdos, but the Cramorant and Absol and Hoopa is back online from Team Gap. Unable to reach the Zapdos in time, and down goes the Zapdos. Ground Zero will be marching straight right in. Look at those maneuvers that they did previously, clamping them down. Immediately know what's their position and just go for the flank, go for the ambush, and Joe did that strike initiation, and the rest of the team just follow up and swoop it out, and Ground Zero gets their Zapdos, and they will be taking the lead. 508, 8186, 1 more minute on the clock. Team Gap still have to scramble for this one.
Ground Zero say, fool me once, I won't get fooled again. They already got outmaneuvered by OM Beagle once. They weren't sure to target him down. And even though I was pointing at the Slowbro, this time it was that Greninja OM Beagle who got found out first. Joe, we were watching him throughout the entire fight, but away from that, the rest of the side of Ground Zero were dealing with that Greninja. So just because of that, Team Gap, they aren't able to close it this time. And even though we have 40 seconds left of the match, take a look at where Team Gap's Pokemon are. I think they realize as well that this is just about hopeless.
Yeah, I think right here they're just gonna be, you know, trying to hold on to their hopes as well. Try to take out 1 or 2 picks in the meantime, but I don't think it's gonna be winnable for Team Gap at this point. And even right here, Sulu just took out OM Beagle with ease, but however down to the Gatling Gun as well. But Queen Ascendance down on Jurek. I think at this point it's just formality, right? Formality and fun. But Ground Zero get this one 2-1.
Yeah, Joe's still 1v3 here casually. No big deal. Dropkick Shield as time's up, and Team Gap, their chances are up as well. They are 1 game away from losing out in this grand finals. As Ground Zero go up 2-1, they've got to be feeling good. I think they got a bit thrown off there by that Absol pick, but the mark of a good team when it comes to a team battler is how you adjust. Suluwu, I mean, they end up picking all the same Pokemon, but the slight change of bringing Dawn up to that top path, and Joe, we saw it early on as well. Even though there was an engagement to be had, he understood if I deny this Absol his early power spike, he can't do anything to me once it gets late. And that came to fruition, right? They put their eggs in the Joe basket and it ends up working out for them.
Yeah, I think, this is what team is all about. You don't really put everything in one player, right? Yes, even though Suluwu might be the star player with that Greninja, you still allow your rest of the team to have that skill and bring that equal amount of impact to the game as well. Thus, not just putting everything on Suluwu, Joe, one of their biggest stars as well. But right here, Ground Zero only dropping one match in this whole game. They're looking for that match point, that game point, that championship point in the next game.
And we're hyping out Team Gap all the way, but Ground Zero, they remind us, they remind the entire Oceania time and time again why exactly they're heralded as the top dogs of the region, why they're in this position. They've been putting in a lot of work, that's for sure, and you can see it in their play, you can see it in the way they're making these calls. All of these players, we talked about it time and time again, they're just firing off so well as we get into this replay here.
Well, take a look at this one, right? Ground Zero putting so much pressure against Team Gap. But however, Team Gap manages to just turn the tide with this particular pot, bringing everyone back down. Even though, Team Gap gets their first Dreadnought, Ground Zero is not allowing them to rest, especially when Joe is online and they will be taking in and just taking out one by one like flies.
I think Team Gap as well. We saw the adaptation, right? Just playing a little bit safer. I think it really came to fruition for them here as they're able to just be more conservative but still edge it out over Team Gap. They don't allow any small instance for the side of Team Gap to really answer back.
Yeah, this is exactly what we talk about discipline, right? This is the right moment when you know that there's an intel of where your opponent is at. Immediately goes for the flank and goes for that push or even that clamp on their opponent, and that is exactly what Ground Zero did. And all this, teamwork maneuver and this kind of strategy, this is all done to perfection. Suluwu right here with the Talonflame and Greninja. We've seen it on the Greninja today, and he really put that Water Frog to perfection.
Yeah, it's a bit of a ninja face-off, right? Because we talk about both these players in equal, right? Suluwu as well as OM Beagle, they're in this little mind game of their own. Who is going to secure these objectives? Time and time again, it's been pulling those out, but really he had no business doing so. It felt like, against the brink of defeat, he just comes out and secures these objectives. But Suluwu will not be denied. Suluwu will not be shown up. He shows up on this performance on his Greninja as well. And yeah, Ground Zero, one game away from being the champions of Oceania's first ever Aeos Cup.
Yeah, we are so close, right? Permasnis, we are so close to crowning our very first Aeos Cup champion, but it's all down to Team Gap. The dream is still alive, but it's a very far distance. They still have to take 2 more games. They still have to go for the reset and take 3 more games. It's not easy for Team Gap, but the dream is still alive for them, so we can't discount the fact that Team Gap still got this.
Yeah, the thing is, like you said, the road ahead just seems to keep getting longer. The mountain you're trying to climb just keeps getting higher and higher. You look up in the sky, you don't see the summit. It feels like it's further away. But in these moments, like we've said time and time again, this is not how you become a champion. You need to surpass these obstacles. When it gets the hardest, that's when you know you're reaching the limit. You've made it all the way to this grand finals, and there's no reason to stop now. Team Gap, they need to give it their full power here.
Yeah, I think, I have to send them some encouragement at this point in time because it's not easy in their position. It just really looks like a really steep path in front of him. They just really have to keep climbing with all their might and do not give up. This is not over yet, Team Gap, but Ground Zero, on the other hand, they are here to kill. They're here to slay, right? One more game and they're getting the win all them to themselves.
Yeah, I do have to ask though, since we're talking a lot more about morale, we're talking a lot more about how these teams are feeling right now, I do have to wonder. They tried the Absol Tech. It worked out in game number 2, caught them by surprise by an inch, but it didn't happen again in game 3. Like I said, you fooled them once, you're not going to stop them again. Are we going to see another adjustment coming out from the side of Team Gap?
Well, I mean, things looks great for them, right? But however, take a look at this. Ground Zero, their composition might have changed a little bit, right? But Team Gap, same composition.
Yeah, I don't know how much else they have in the tank. That's the thing, right? We figured this. I mean, this is just our read from the games that we watch. But it seems like these teams, they don't really want to show, or maybe they don't have a lot of variety in terms of strategies in the back of their tank, right? They have maybe 1 or 2 fringe picks that they go to, but for the most part, it's all the same. Now, if we can finish and become the champions here on this Azumarill, everyone's gonna have to hail Joe as the new king, because this man has brought out so many different Pokemon. He's played the Azumarill, he's played that Serena. Nobody else is doing it like him right now, and he's gonna try and bring the heat to Kite this time in this game number 4, the game that could decide our new champions. We've come a long way in these 2 days, but this could be the finisher, Moonboy. How are you feeling?
I'm pumped from his knees. Like, there's so much things going on around it, especially when Joe changed his pick all the way to the Azumarill. Things might look really juicy coming in from ground zero if they manage to just pick this off and just continue their momentum. This is what they need. This is the game point. This is championship points, ladies and gentlemen, for the Aeos Cup.
Absolutely. As we get into what could be the final deciding game, Team Gap, if they still want a chance at that top spot, the $10,000 on the line, they need to play the game of their lives here. But ground zero, they're straight up chilling. They even picked the Azumarill as if their dominance was not enough. Azumarill's passive, huge power, just to flex on them a little bit more. Ground zero, 1 game away from being the champions. We're gonna have to see how it all plays out, Mooney.
Yeah, as much as we want to focus on the new Pokemon, we have to focus on the bottom side as well. Whoever gets the lead in the bottom side first likely will be setting the tempo. But right here, Jurek already got most of the wild Pokemon, especially the one in this middle side as well. Because right here, he has the slight advantage against his opponent.
Yeah, and already a bad sign. You know, Absol's usually the bearer of bad news. He's not really used to be the one receiving it. But ground zero mails it straight to his door, sends him packing, and gets that early KO on him. So already not the ideal start for Kite here.
Yep, Sulu is already in position to go for the ambush right here as Team Gap managed just, start to get in position, try to use Kite to get them to lure them to the beast. But there we go.
Yeah, straight up onto the beast. And even though Azumarill doesn't really have the best secure, it seems like it kind of traded pretty evenly, right?
Yeah, that's exactly so. But however, we still need to get Joe to the level 5. If he's not Azumarill yet, he can't really make much of an impact. So he got to be really careful, because right here, as a Mario, he's still really, really vulnerable to that Absol.
Yeah, so Yamisuke going for that potion, you see the sheer amount of regen that Slowbro can have. It all ties back because of that slack off, right? Increasing the amount of healing, so making that potion essentially become a hyper potion.
Yeah, and especially right now, ground zero is already at, Lush is already at the Blissey stage right now. Those hurricanes, he have to time those safeguard really well so that he could protect Feather from the incoming hurricane from the Bluebird.
Yeah, but already taking this early lead, we talked about it time and time again. There's the dynamic duo of Joe and Sluwu just popping off, but there is the stable bastion that is Lush and Feather on this bot side, and they hold strong.
Yep, that is definitely right, because right here, ground zero is still trying to push Team Gap back. And right here, Joe, we haven't really seen him done a lot of dunking, right? We saw an attack rate going on him as well, but holding 30 is not the right amount of points that you want to do to hold, especially in the early game with start stacking item.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Team Gap recognize that. I don't know whether they exactly know that Joe has stacking items, but they should have some sort of an idea, because look at how they're postured. They want to get this jump on this top path again. They're waiting for Joe to come in for the beast. He doesn't see anyone. In comes the pursuit. Coming up from Kite, the jumps are in and they take out the Azumarill. So real nice bait there. They bided their time, they were patient, and they managed to get an advantage on this top side. Now they're dunking in, but they need Tufu to open the gates for them. They need Tufu to bring them to this bot side, but Yamasuke under some threat. There is the potion slack off once again, but already ground zero with the nice positioning on this Dreadnought, and they look like they're wiping it out.
Wow, immediately, knowing that most of the strength of Team Gap is on the top side, they're not allowing them to rest, but Team Gap right over here still on the push. Dawn might be a little bit of trouble. Magician got that Citrus Berry right in front of him just in time, and right here they're just pushing ground zero back, but ground zero don't really want to go on the offense. But one thing for sure, that Azumarill on top did get a little bit of EXP from the side lanes of those new Pokemon that just spawned.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Team Gap, they even throw the Water Burst Shurikens in there just to try and contest for that fight. But Ground Zero, they recognize that. They see resources used, we're out. We dip, right? So they understand that, you know, they basically, Team Gap, they threw all that they had in the tank for absolutely nothing.
Yep, Suluwu took that Rotom all by himself. But right here, the Azumario, Joe on the Azumario still on the push on the top side. But however, on the bottom side, they're still trying to get some footing. Feather already at level 9. That means the Slow Globe is online. And right here, it seems like Ground Zero might be in a little bit of better position against Team Gap.
Yeah, as they manage to trade out the top half laners, but Ground Zero holding a really nice position in the top half. They see the hole open and they decide to back off. So look at that discipline coming out from Ground Zero. They're not allowing any room for Team Gap to breathe. Even though they're sort of in the lead right now, Team Gap with the 90 points, it doesn't exactly feel that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is even though they have the point lead, but still kind of losing in the battle side. But come here, Suluwu getting caught out by Kite as well, being chased down. Safeguard coming in from Lush, but unable to get out there alive. Is on the pursuit. Kite is on to Lush as Lush runs for his life right there, but unable to get him. Kite is still on the hunt, and right here they still got the middle lane position, and they want that Dreadnought, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. As things start to quieten down, we see that evolution, right? Because I think Ground Zero and Team Gap, they both played an immense game when it comes to being aggressive to get this far. But now up against each other, they've realized they need to be a lot more disciplined. Now Joe trying to go for a huge dunk, but here is Jurek. But this is not a 1v. Ooh! The Hurricane actually catches him mid Aqua Pulse out, so he's gonna get caught up. I don't know whether he can make it to this fight as the rings are bound pop, and that's gonna be Suluwu to secure it. Now Kite in some trouble for the Midnight Slash. The energy line's going the wrong way, but here's the Water Burst Shuriken into all of them. But Owen Beagle, he can't clean up, and just like that, fall down on the side of Team Gap as Ground Zero push on.
Wow, I mean, it all boils down. Second Dreadnought is always the time for the rings unbound, but Ground Zero is just pushing the limit, is just pushing it bounce after bounce after bounce. And there we have, you know, taking down the first tier 1 hoop as well. But as the Azumario just get us and try to score, Hyperspace Hole brings the whole of Team Gap back to the top side. I think they are all eyes on their Rotom as well.
So with that move, Ground Zero, they take the advantage here. The key thing to note is that Team Gap maybe showing a little bit of desperation here. They lost that fight, they lost the Dreadnought, but they still go in with Jurek. Now they're gonna get taken down on Kite, and Jurek as well gonna drop. They're surging here on Ground Zero in this top side, and they're not done. Here comes Joe with the chase. The pulse away. He's dropping a little low. Where's the sustain? Manages to get the shield, manages to get out. Now it's Yamisuke with the slow beam straight up to this Azumarill. That's gonna be the answer back, but he's the only one left behind as he gets Hyperspace hold back. That is not one that he's gonna jump back into, as it's gonna be a KO streak of 2 traded both ways between both teams.
Wow, that push. Ground Zero seems like they're getting higher and higher in terms of the level. They're creating the gap away from Team Gap. So this way, Team Gap has to really find a way. How are they gonna start to get on par with their opponent? They have to start farming on this wild Pokemon as much as possible to get those levels up. We got about 25 more seconds till the next Dreadnought, and that they might want to get those additional EXP from it.
And OM Beagle, biggest thing of all, we have talked about this player for so long, right? Throughout this entire journey here, they've overcome so much. They've stolen so many objectives, but very uncharacteristically quiet game for him the past 2. Last game wasn't really able to find his tempo. This game as well feels like he's just being outdone by Suluwu, and he doesn't have the backup to enable him. As Suluwu tries to jump in, but thinks better of it, they back up for this Dreadnought instead.
Wow, Ground Zero being so aggressive, right? Pushing them straight right to about the tier 1 area. So that Team Gap have no space to go into that Dreadnought. Immediately taking down the Dreadnought. 3 Dreadnought. All of the Dreadnought is going straight right to Ground Zero's side. They got the additional shield. They got the additional level as well. And the Zapdos goes live about 20 seconds time. And right here, it seems like it's going to be the same maneuver with Joe right on top.
Wait, Feather runs in. There's a sandwich. Joe knows that they're there. Immediately, the Unite moves are popped. But already the slow roll on the deck. We already talked about this. Belly Bash as well. The crits coming out from Azumarill. Gonna finish off that Greninja surely. Chasing him away at the very least. But already the whole side of Team Gap melts. The Greninja is not going to get out of that one, and in a 1v1 you can't best Joe. He manages to take out the potential carry of Team Gap. Meanwhile, Yamisuke trying to come in, already dropping that answer. He's waiting for the sub, he's waiting for the steal, but they are not going to give it to him. One sub is better than the other, as they are able to get the Zapdos on the side of Ground Zero, and they're storming straight for the double score.
Wow, Kite tried to do that sneaky, but no, you go back to sleepy. Ground Zero said, immediately melted cutting him from full bar to 0, and that is exactly what they did. Moving together as a unit. I'm not going to wait any longer. I'm going to go for the engage, says Feather, and immediately clamping down. Ground 0, it seems like deja vu from game number 2.
Yeah, and that's gotta be heartbreak for the side of Team Gap. They thought they had the better position, they thought they were sneaky, but way beforehand, way before they even got to their spot, Joe was there. Joe saw them all walk into that brush and in with the belly bash, in with the rest of the team. It looked like Feather was falling for their trap, but the bait was perfect, the trap was set, and with that, Ground 0, they are a flat 400 points ahead. There doesn't seem like a way for Team Gap to answer.
Well, we still have 40 more seconds on the clock. Team Gap might have this one, but instead Team Gap go for the jiggy, wiggy, and they are dancing near their goal. So I think this is it. This is going to be GG, and Ground 0 will be taking this home for this Aeos Cup.
Yeah, I mean, GZ easy, right? Their money is not gonna jiggle, but they definitely are, as they are gonna walk away in just about 20 seconds. But in our eyes, in everybody knows, it's already decided. Ground 0, they've waited a long time for this one. Second place in February, third place in March, but the Kings are gonna sit on their throne. They will not be denied by the underdogs. No miracle story for you today, as Joe, he brings his team to victory here on that Azuma reel. The huge power that this team holds, they're gonna show it in full force. They are the Kings of Oceania.
Wow, there's such a display. 3:1, 108 to 614, going straight right to Ground 0, taking home $10,000, 500 championship points, and not forgetting, taking the title of the Aeos Cup Champions.
And every single time we go back to Ground 0, we keep talking about how their play is so clean. Feather, every single Aurora Veil plays perfectly. Lush always has to make the decision who to shield, never lets anyone on the team down. Suluwu constantly being that force to impact those paths that might not be doing the best, and Dawn with those on-point hyperspace holes to bring his team. And of course, how can we forget Joe, the maniac? You can send an army, you can send the second best team in Oceania, but none of them are gonna stand up against Joe. As Ground 0, they're gonna be your Oceania Aeos Cup champions here in a 3-1 victory.
Wow, I mean, big shout out to Ground 0. Congratulations for this win, but we can't discount the fact that Team Gap brought their A game for this one, because they really put the game to Ground 0. Ground 0 really have to crack their head, because they dropped their one game in this best of 5, and that broke their streak that they wanted to carry on.
Yeah, I mean, they could have become the first completely undefeated team in the Aeos Cup. That would have been huge, but I'm sure they're not too upset about that, because they're going to be the winners of the $10,000 here and the first place of the Aeos Cup, as we see just exactly how they dismantled Team Gap in that past game.
Well, I mean, immediately, going in, 3 Dreadnoughts all to themselves. That is exactly what they want. Great Greens Unbound timing always by Dawn. Perfect shooting by Lush as well. And there we have, those finishing maneuvers from Feathers, Joe and Suluwu. That is what Ground 0 is all about. This is OCE, and this is what they're all about.
And you gotta appreciate the Hollowware as well, right? Look at all of them on their best attire winning this game. And I want to bring back, I mean, this fight is absolute chaos. We already lost our minds, but I want to bring your attention to Joe on this Azuma rail, because even though he isn't in the thick of the team fight, it all goes wrong because he spies them hiding in that brush. The side of Team Gap, they think they have the positional advantage. They think Feather is about to fall into their trap, but it was all part of Joe's plan.
Yup, and big shout out, there we have, Feather. He's actually the Ninetales player right here, but there we have, the Lucaria Elder Gods. This is what he recommended you guys would play. If you guys are interested to try these builds out, it's actually viable.
Sure, Smile. After all the random Hollowware that we've been seeing and random items, I don't know how much I trust that, but they are the champions after all, so maybe there is some merit. And I mean, take a look at that player card. He has the Zapdos, he knows exactly what's important. You love a team captain who knows what the objective is.
Yep, so there we have, our champions of this Aeos Cup going straight right to Ground 0. But, Team Gap, Surf and Turf, and then they're switching it up with that Slice and Dice plus Surf and Turf. So that's a really good pick. That's a really good change coming in from Team Gap, switching straight right to the episode.
Now, so the thing we always talk about when we talk back about Oceania is, so far, they haven't really changed up their style, but the thing with Ground Zero is they put Joe on so many different Pokemon, and he's just completely styled on the opposition. So big congrats to, obviously, the side of Ground Zero. They waited a long time for this, and they're there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time, right? This is the midway point to Worlds, and they are really kicking it off. And we still have another May Cup or even a June Cup and all the way to Worlds as well. So, there's so much to expect coming in from Ground Zero. I'm really excited to see what OCE is going to offer later on into the season as well. Not just Ground Zero, not just Team Gap, but everyone in the region will be improving from here and on.
Yeah, we're gonna get more of this explosive region on the world stage, that's for sure. But for now, we've had our fun with this grand finals. I want to know, Danny, how do you feel about that one?
I'm a little sad because we kind of didn't get that reset. I was looking forward to potentially getting those 10 games, but Ground Zero absolutely crushed it. They deserve the crown. They worked hard for it. So if anything, they've got to be so proud of themselves, and I'm looking forward to seeing this team. If they do end up being the representatives from Oceania, they got my heart, Aussie pride, gonna cheer for them.
That's true.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the brackets now that we have finally crowned our champion. It is Ground Zero. Congratulations, they secure that grand final with a 3-1 score. Team Gap, they were so close, but they weren't able to best our champions. So to all of our fans in the chat, in YouTube, on Twitch that's watching, has been cheering for Ground Zero, give them your love on their socials. Send hashtags on all of our chat. Let them know that they deserve this love because they deserved it. This wasn't luck. This is, if anything, a team that is absolutely phenomenal. I'm looking forward to seeing them on the international ladder. But Permisnees, Moonboy, I do believe we are ready to have an interview with Don, one of the players from Ground Zero. Let's welcome him to the stream. Firstly, Don, congratulations on the win. You guys are going to be feeling great. Firstly, we have to know how you're feeling after being crowned champions.
We're all very happy, proud of ourselves. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Yeah, I have a delay, I guess. We're hyped. We've tried really hard for this. We put in a lot of time, and we got the results.
Don, here's a quick question. Who do you think, or what actually made Ground Zero what it is as a team today?
We have put so much effort in. We know we're all just best mates. We've got a mantra that Sulu has been just talking all about today. Win together, lose together, slay together, slay together. Just let's go,
let's go.
That in the back of your head brings the power.
Damn, I love to hear that. I know where that one's from for sure. But throughout your entire run so far, you guys have gone undefeated. But Gap managed to basically steal away that game number 2 for you guys. Can you talk me through a bit how the team was feeling after that game 2?
Look, we won that game in our minds. The only reason he got zapped was because there was a bit of a miscommunication, and it didn't stress us at all, man. We know these guys. We've played against them a lot, and our Scrimbucks say that we're better, and so does this. Don't worry.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, guys. Looks like we've got one more time for a question. Permisnees, Moonboy, do you have anything you want to ask Don before we send him off to his victory party?
So, what's your plan after winning this one with the team? How are you guys going to celebrate?
Go even harder. Yeah, celebrate. I think we're going to day off tomorrow, and then we're going to jump back into it. Yeah, I don't know. We're going for Worlds. I want a free trip to London. This is going to be really cool. Yeah, I'm excited.
All right, thank you so much, Don. And again, congratulations on taking the crown here for the Aeos Cup. Hopefully we do see you at London, and enjoy the time with the boys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
See ya. Oh my goodness. So Ground Zero are going to walk home with $10,000 in their belt. So that's going to be $2,000 per player. This team absolutely deserves the crown. They are so good. If anything, they are in peak physical condition to go to London. I'm looking forward to seeing them play. Now, Team Gap, they were so close, but they will take home 5,000 as they secure that second place. This is another team that we really need to keep our eyes on. And then we've got Bandits ESC in third, who'll take home $4,000. But welcome back, JJ. It's been, whoa, what a day. And we're only halfway through, if you think about it, because we may have finished Oceania, but we are jumping into APAC after this.
Yeah, once again, congratulations on for Ground Zero winning OCE. But again, really excited for APAC. We're almost there, and I think we're going to see some jump-packed action, knowing the fact that all the competitors in APAC that's left are all from different regions. Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, and Taiwan. It is going to be the finest of the finest.
I'm expecting a lot of national pride in the Twitch chat. Let's be real, okay? If your country is playing, you're going to be a little bit biased. Unfortunately, my country's done so. It's totally fine. I've had my fun today. It's time for you guys to have some fun. But let's take a look at the schedule for APAC that's going to be happening in just a moment. So for people that are a little bit confused, we might be done with Oceania, but we've still got grand finals day for APAC. That's going to be coming up in 10 minutes. Now, we are going to be starting with the losers semi-final. It's going to be Reach Pokemon, who'll be playing up against Renaissance here. So that's going to be a very exciting one. Gentlemen, any final words to close out Oceania before we jump over to APAC?
Right, just to clarify, right, Reach Pokemon is coming from the winners bracket, the upper bracket, not the losers.
That's the graphical issue. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Just want to clear that one out. But like, hey, you're really excited for APAC. We're gonna be back in just a few bit, and I guess, guys, please don't go anywhere, as that is really going to be explosive. Sneeze, any last words for, you're going to be one of the representatives for Singapore here with Renaissance?
I can go all Singapore pride later on. I'm going to go crazy, you know it. But right now, I really got to say, my heart and my respect goes out to the OCE community, because, they're a tight-knit bunch. They all know each other, and they've really showed the world what they can bring to the stage today, and I want to see more of them.
Yeah, definitely right. This is actually my first time working together for the OCE scene. So this is a really good display coming from the bottom of my heart, and I really love how you guys play and love how the community is in the OCE side. So, keep on going. Congratulations to Ground Zero, but, my heart is with that Surf and Turf from Team Gap.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. If anything, it's time for us to sort of have a bit of a refreshment break, reset, grab some more coffee for ourselves as we jump back into some more Pokemon Unite. But to all of our viewers, thank you so much for tuning into the finals of Aeos Cup Oceania. Hopefully you stick around for APAC, because that one is going to be equally exciting. It's going to be starting in 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We've got some more Pokemon Unite. We'll see you after this.
Down the wrong side of Aeos Stadium, and they're the ones who are gonna get the victory.
Low held right now into the side of Team Gap, but there goes 4, there goes 5, 4, the side of Collateral, and they're gonna be able to take down the Gap. This is their time. This is their game. They don't want to get eliminated. Look at that. Whatever Shuriken is going to be used by Ace, he's going to be able to take down 1. No, make that 2. Perhaps that's going to be going down as well. So we're going to go in for that of a Surf here. Both even Jurak going in for the Surf, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. It's going to be 4 down for Ace. I think that one is a good highlight. As the positional advantage is going to be Team Gap going in with the border for Shuriken. OMB is going to be able to take down 2 with that of the Surf. Team Gap's going down. 3 is now out of commission from the side of Team Gap. No, make that 4 perhaps to follow up damage into the side of Bandits. That's going to be 4 KO.
Now it's OM Eagle time to clean up. 3 down on both sides.
That's 4.
OM Eagle standing. That is 5 for OM Eagle.
Hurricane to keep Tulu away, but it's only momentarily as Ground Zero, they're starting to tear up Aeos Stadium here. OM Eagle not able to get to the hole. Everybody knows it's already decided. Ground Zero, they've waited a long time for this one. 2nd place in February, 3rd place in March, but the Kings are gonna sit on their throne. They will not be denied by the underdog.
Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Unite. In this video, we'll explain the basics of how a match on Aeos Island will go down. Pokemon Unite is a team battler that takes place on Aeos Island. In Pokemon Unite, each Pokemon plays a specific role. All roles have their own strengths and weaknesses, so you'll have to work with your team to create a composition to cover all your bases. During a match, Pokemon will learn a wide variety of moves as they level up and get stronger. Some cause damage, defend your teammates, or heal your allies. Once a Pokemon is leveled up enough, it'll learn its Unite move. This is an ultra-powerful move that can turn the tide of battle. The main objective for each team is to collect Aeos energy and deposit it into the enemy's goal zones, turning it into points for their team. Whichever team deposits the most energy after 10 minutes wins.
You win!
Well, that's Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. We have so much more to tell you, so if you want to be the very best trainer on Aeos Island, stay tuned.
Hi guys, I'm George. I play professional Pokemon Unite for a team called Game & Gladiators. My tag in the game is Goof. You might know me as Goof GG on Twitch. I play the attacker role in the bottom lane. It means I play stuff like Pikachu and Hoopa now.
It's 6 a.m. I just woke up. Gonna go get some bagels. I'm gonna go to the gym, get a workout in.
My life right now is I wake up, I go to the gym, I come home, I cook, I stream solo queue practice, and then scrim. I mean, I've played in big tournaments and stuff for other games, but never like at LANs and stuff. So they have an idea of what's going on, my parents, and and again, that's what makes the game special. My parents can turn the game on and be like, oh my god, it's Jigglypuff. They're like a little confused, but they have an idea what's going on.
You know who I play in Pokemon Unite?
Of course, you're Pikachu.
My mom texting me she's watching the game. It's the same feeling, to be honest. Obviously, I'm close with my mom.
You used to watch my friends play games as well.
Right, but this one is better because you're playing. I get to watch you play.
We're so blessed with our community that we have. Like, these guys are nuts in Twitch chat. Like, they never stop. They just put it in emote only mode, and they're like trying to spell stuff with the emotes. These guys made it possible for us to, you know, it was a few months until the circuit started, and Twitch was the main source of income while playing the game, and our fans made it possible. Our fan base is incredible, and we're so blessed in that regard. So I guess thanks to our fans. Shout out to the whole gang.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready, go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of two attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Aeos Island.
Random Gaming had a couple amazing moments there at the end where they tried to stop them. They tried to put points in the goal, but such incredible defense, specifically from Yoshi there on PogChamps. They are your Grand Finals champions!
Salut les fans de Pokémon, my name is Yoshi. I'm a professional player of Pokémon UNITE. I'm the captain of the PogChamp team. So for the March Cup, I play most of Duraludon, but it's not my favorite Pokémon, you know. I just have to play something to win, right? So my favorite one is Decidueye because I think it looks so cool. It looks so cool. We were just playing with friends really casually for fun. We just made a really friendly tournament and we just won pretty easily and was like, should we just try to maybe do better and maybe compete in the game? And we tried with my friend Sariu, the top laner of the team, and we get more other French players, and we just entered the first tournament and we won. And I was like, okay, let's do this. Just let's do this. We came in March with different strats, and we just wanted to beat everyone. There was you can be Random Gaming, German, English, whatever you want. We just here to beat everyone. That's what we did. We just 2-0 everyone. There wasn't. We didn't drop a single match, and yeah, for the World Cup, we just do the same. Just be ready, guys, because if you face PogChamp, be ready to lose, my friends.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon UNITE. Today we're going to explain how scoring works in Pokemon UNITE. The very first thing you need to do to score points is collect Aeos energy. One way to do this is by knocking out wild Pokemon. Once you do, that energy is automatically added to your Unite Ball. Wild Pokemon are worth different amounts of energy, and this is indicated by the number above their head. Another way to get energy is to knock out a Pokemon on the opposing team. You'll need to walk over the orbs they drop to collect their energy. You can deposit any amount of energy into your opponent's goal zone, but there are a few things to consider before making this move. Firstly, the amount of time it takes to dunk points depends on how much energy you're trying to deposit. The more energy your Pokemon has, the longer it will take to dunk those points. Opposing players can interrupt your scoring, so take caution and wait for the right opportunity. Secondly, take notice of how much health your opponent's goal has. Once it reaches 0, the goal will break, and you will have to go deeper into enemy territory to continue scoring. Lastly, points are doubled in the last 2 minutes of the game. So if that time is approaching, you may want to consider waiting to score during those final 2 minutes to maximize your team's score. What a goal! That's all from us on the basics of scoring. Until next time, happy training! Greetings, trainers, and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Think you and your team have what it takes to be the best of the best and represent your region? Then keep listening. Your team could earn a spot to Worlds in London to compete for $500,000 in prizes in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Here's how you can do it. Every month, teams will compete in an open qualifier double elimination tournament until only the top 16 teams remain. Those teams will battle it out live with the world watching in monthly finals for loads of championship points. After each monthly final, the top 4 teams from each monthly final will receive an automatic placement into the next month's finals. Once we reach the halfway point of the season, the stakes will be raised with a mid-season showdown, the Aeos Cup. There will be even more to play for this month, with even more championship points at stake and $25,000 in prizes. At the end of the season, players will be able to compete for a spot in the regional finals. 24 teams will earn a spot in this coveted tournament. 12 of those teams will be by last chance qualifier event. 8 teams with the most championship points, and the top 4 placing teams from the previous month's final. The top placing teams from this tournament will earn their share of $50,000 in prizes and a spot in London to represent their region in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. The time has come to unite.
From both Duraludons. Who's able to get this secure? It is the Ninetales from Blossom.
Are they going to use it here to try and pick off a player here? They're just throwing flames everywhere. There it is. Blossom, where are you? I need your help, says Ren. They need to get some points in. There they are, 384. Retsu up top. Retsu up top.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We've just finished up with Oceania, which means we are now here for the Aeos Cup APAC Finals. It's grand final day, and today we are going to be crowning our champion for the region. My name is Danielle. I'm going to be your host for the remainder of the day, and of course, joining me are my wonderful casters, the 3 horsemen. Am I a horseman?
I guess you're the horseman as well. We're all 3. I don't know. There's 4 of us here.
Horse people. We're the horse people now.
Horse people.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. So for anyone that's just tuned into the broadcast, as usual, we do our lovely introductions. Let's start with AJ. It's your JJ.
Wow.
I'm so off today. Okay, that's fine. JJ, take it away.
All right, we are now in on the APAC region. We just finished OCE. Now it's the spotlight for APAC. I am really excited. This is going to be the 4 regions. 4 regions finest battling it out. It's going to be the Philippines, Singapore, Indonesia, and Taiwan. And I can't wait who's going to be taking home the crown of the champion.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, there's so much like country pride on the line, right? Every single one of these teams representing where they're from. And for me personally, I want to see Renaissance do it, but RJ Gaming and of course Rise, they stole my heart as well. So it's a bit of a toss-up for me.
Yep, we're finally concluded what OC's got to offer, but now it's down to APAC, and oh my goodness, these 4 teams are not to be messing with, as we will be seeing them squaring it off, and I'm so excited!
Oh, one more thing. Speaking of RJ Gaming, apparently they are not a newcomer here. RJ Gaming was the IC8 from February Cup. They weren't there on the March Cup, but they went back as RJ Gaming for the Aeos Last Chance Qualifiers. But they did not reach the finals of February Cup, so still, this is going to be an underdog story for RJ Gaming.
Interesting. We'll see how this unfolds, I suppose, moving forward. But very quickly, let's go over the format for our viewers that may have just tuned into the broadcast and are kind of wondering what's going on here. So we are on day 2, which is our grand final day, and we are currently in playoffs. So we are sitting here with 4 teams that are still in the running to take that crown. They're going to be playing best of 3s. We have a upper bracket final, then we have a lower bracket semi-final, and then we have a lower bracket final before we hit that grand final. Now, the grand final is the only difference from all of those matches because it's going to be a best of 5. Now, there's also the chance that we could be forcing resets here as well. So we could be going for 10 games. But again, it also depends on whether or not the underdog or the loser bracket team is able to sort of take over and win that first round. But, oh, God, I can't believe we're here. And the competition's very stiff as well. We have seen from yesterday that these teams, they're so close in terms of skill gap. They are very, very open to changing up their strats. And you can already see as well how coordinated they are and how in tune they are with each other. But let's start with JJ. What do you sort of want to break down for us here as you look through the replays from yesterday's matches?
Right, so, OCE, we saw a lot of 2-0s earlier on, but this time APAC, as I mentioned, it's really diverse and nobody can really actually 100% predict what's happening. And we're going to be seeing, I'm pretty sure, at the very least, I am predicting that we are going to have a lot of 3-0s here.
Wow, 3 O's on the table.
Oh, sorry, game trees, not 3 O's.
No, 3 O's. He's altering the prophecy here. You gotta be a bit more careful what you say, my friend. Yeah, but I think the biggest thing for me that stands out about APAC is their insistence on the Venusaur, right? We definitely see this Pokemon a lot more in this region compared to OCE. OCE, they like the Greninjas, they like the stuff in terms. This time with APAC, these teams really feel that big green dinosaur a lot more.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with JJ's diversity point right over there. We have seen a lot of different kind of composition coming in, right? And they usually kind of switch it up if they need to. And there's lots of different styles of teams in SEA, in APAC. So this is probably going to be the more diverse or really broad kind of different teams coming in.
Absolutely. Now let's take a look at the double elimination bracket as well for people. So just get a bit of a quick refresher as to who did manage to make it here and unfortunately who may have been eliminated. And as you can see, we've got Reach, Pokemon and Renaissance sitting in that winner's bracket. They're just about ready to play. We are going to watch their game first before we head on down to the losers bracket semi-final, which is going to be RJ Gaming versus Rise. Now that's going to be a very interesting one. We saw RJ... I mean, they got knocked down, but this is a team that we all have our eyes on. But then again, same thing with Rise, same thing with Reach, Renaissance. All 4 of these teams are formidable opponents. Now, of course, we do need to take a look and see what these teams are playing for. This is the Aeos Cup prize pool. The team that manages to claim the crown will take home $10,000. And for the team that falls short from first, they'll still be able to take home a sizable prize themselves, which is $5,000. But it seems like we're just going to sort of scoot on over as we are almost ready to jump into our first match. It's going to be the winner bracket final. Looking forward to this one. It's Reach Pokemon versus Renaissance. And I do believe it's time for us to say goodbye to our casters. It's going to be JJ, Kun, and Permasneeze. Gentlemen, have a break. We'll see you soon. This game's going to be super exciting, but that means Moonboy is going to be sticking around for the panel as we pick your brain on what we could be expecting in this upcoming series. So Moonboy, share with us what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think Renaissance came into the Aeos Cup with a totally different type of composition, right? They really tried to take advantage of the buff coming in with this new latest patch, but Reach as well, though we're seeing them fight to their best ability as well in yesterday. But this is going to be a neck and neck. It's going to be the best of Singapore going up against the best of Philippines. And, I have nothing much to say. This feels like a 50-50 game.
50-50. So we're not going to go for 3-0s then?
Likely we might. There's no such thing as trio in best of 3. But I think it will go down to the very last minute, the very last game in game number 3.
I think I memed a bit too hard. I think JJ is next level when it comes to the memes. All right, so let's take a look at a couple of MVPs or players to really look out for here. So, Moonboy, what do we need to sort of keep an eye on here for Orlandoms? Like, what makes him such a standout player?
Well, he's kind of like the key or the heart of the whole team, right? Like, even though, there is no hard carry per se in Reach, but he is still the one that actually, is in the front line, commanding the team, and at the same time, doing most of the work for the team as well in terms of the damage dealing and those KOs. So Orlandoms is the one that, we should watch out for Team Reach.
All right, thank you there, Moon Boy. Now it's time to talk about Cameroon before I ask for your predictions, because I'm too excited, okay? I just want to know who's going to win. I could ask JJ, but I think that's just going to spoil the ending, isn't it? Considering that he's more or less been right thus far. But let's talk a little bit more about Cameroon before we jump into this matchup here. What is it about Cameroon that makes him such a strong player for Renaissance?
Well, this guy goes all the way back to like the Switch era of Pokemon Unite, where he was one of the best Lucario in the scene. He actually switched over to the Gardevoir sooner or later, and then he still hit the global ranking with that Gardevoir. So basically, this guy, whatever he touches, he's gonna make the best out of that Pokemon. But however, I think Cameroon haven't really been great with ending first in terms of like community tournaments. So he's always like, there's this curse ongoing in the community that says that he's like second place, but this is his time for redemption, and he will be trying his best to take home this Aeos Cup.
Gotta break that curse, man. All right, looks like the game is just about ready. Moon Boy, I want to hear your predictions. Is it going to be a 2-1? Is it going to be a 2-0? What do you think?
2-1 to Renaissance. That's my prediction.
All right, thank you so much, Moon Boy. It looks like we're going to throw it over to our casters right now. It is Permisnees and JJ Kun. They'll be running us through our first match. It's the winner bracket final between Reach Pokemon and Renaissance. Gentlemen, take it away.
Let's go. Let's go. This is it.
Let's go.
Philippines versus Singapore. So it's a perfect kind of like, it's a perfect...
Yeah, it's very coincidental that we got two casters here from both of those countries per se. How about let's each take one of the sides, right? Because I know I'm very familiar with the side of Renaissance. You have been preaching about the side of Reach for so long. How about you tell us more?
What do you mean?
Okay. How about you share with us the good news that is Reach Pokemon here? Tell us a bit more.
Okay, right. For Reach Pokemon, they have been the ones that has been, putting up the work so far. Quite recently as well, they are currently one of the top teams that we have in the Philippines. We have All Nams, as Moonboy has mentioned earlier, one of the main damage dealer of the team here. With the sub damage dealer here, that is Dream, where MXI is being the one that's sustaining Dream, not allowing them to get taken out. JT obviously gives out a lot of pressure as well into that of the top path, and Kai here is always there to ensure that nobody's going to be taken out from their team.
Yeah, before I get to explaining a bit more about Renaissance, we're running out of time here in this Pokemon Select team. But I do want to point out a very interesting health item choice. Dreamt on that Venusaur actually opting to go for that Assault Vest. Is this something that's novel? Because I feel like we've been seeing a little bit of glimpses of Assault Vest here and there, but it's really done wonders in terms of making sure whatever Pokemon is holding it stays fighting fit.
Right, so that's actually one thing, Assault Vest is one of the items that is being used right now as a replacement for the Body Barrier and, perhaps Discordial as well after the patch. And definitely it's going to be helping out a lot for team fights, allowing you to sustain yourself more, as you mentioned, getting in those shields for special attacks from the other team. So, like, say for example, we have Dream here, really huge, really huge attacking Pokemon here that scales from special attack. You would definitely have a longer time surviving if you're going to go against that. But it is Dream that has the Assault Vest.
Yeah, I mean, the whole key with Venusaur is that his weakness is just being clipped down, right? As long as he can stay in the fight, as long as he's not completely out of HP, he can sustain up. So that's what Dream probably is looking for with this Assault Vest pickup as we get into game number 1 here.
Yeah, this is also cool as well, Renaissance here has two Pokemon that scales on attack. That is the Greninja and, of course, the Trevenant. And then the others are just like, well, definitely this Venusaur would be able to survive more with the Giga Drain and, of course, the Assault Vest as well, going towards this Hoopa, the Alolan Ninetales, and the Blastoise.
So cool little trick here, Cameroon actually taking a page out of the Oceania book here. He's gonna run with that Greninja. So pretty interesting stuff. Maybe this is an adaptation, or maybe he's just like, oh, I can do that too. As they gather for this first set of bees here.
And there you go. It looks like Olens was able to take down most of that. And this is what I'm talking about earlier. Kai is ensuring that the Pokemon in their side, the trainers on their side would survive, gets in the reset, and going to be able to take down 2 as well. And look at that. Rebonce is now having a hard time getting pressured by Olens and JT into that other top path. this is what you don't want to happen. This is not what you want to give to Reach Pokemon, because the moment that this Sylveon, that Olanos gets the Power Spike, oh my goodness, it's going to be a steamroll all over.
Yeah, quick look at the levels. Already at that level 6, which means Calm Mind is online. We mentioned this previously yesterday as well. This Sylveon is very different from other central area Pokemon just because the power spike is that much earlier. It means you don't need to just spend your time getting more and more EXP. You can actually choose to get active, which is what we saw happen just now.
Right, and here we go. You know, in just a few seconds, we're going to be seeing the bees in a bit. And then, of course, next would be our Dreadnought and the Rotom. Now, Olanos is really just getting in. You know, the XP is currently at level 8. Already at level 8. Again, you don't want to have Olanos to have this. You want to mark Olanos for this one. But then again, you have to take note of that Venusaur as well. Currently at level 6. One more level. And then they're going to be able to get that really, really juicy Petal Dance.
But it looks like they're actually placing emphasis towards this top path here, as Yang, forced to hold his own in this bot side, can't really compare to Dream. But we saw 4 members rotating from Renaissance to that bot path. Now Yang, jumping a bit forward with the Aurora Veil, might not be where he wants to be, as Olanos is here to play.
And look at this right now. Olanos is currently getting ganked in, but Fair Frolic immediately in the early game right now, and is going to be picked up. That's going to be 2 down for Renaissance, and they have now the positional advantage into that of the Dreadnought. Renaissance trying to steal away the Dreadnought, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to do that. JT going to get that Dreadnought, and they're going to be able to pick off that Greninja as well. Yang is going out. That's going to be a 5-man pressure from Reach Pokemon. Renaissance won't have an answer to this one.
Frolicking has never looked this good. He just dances on them, dodges everything with the invincibility frames, and he's making it look easy here as Renaissance trying to fire back.
Right, and look at that. That's going to be 1 down for the side of Reach Pokemon. That's JT going down. And looks like that's going to be MXI as well, and Kai. And look at this. Olanos is still trying to answer back. Dreams trying to survive here with a Giga Drain. Unfortunately, not going to be enough, though. Olanos just needs to get away right now. And very good disengage here for Reach Pokemon. Not allowing, you know, the main damage dealer to get taken out. Because if they do have this taken out, then they're going to have a hard time. Knowing the fact that I'm sure you agree as well, Sylveon is not that much of a damage dealer compared to the others like Greninja.
Yeah, if Olanos can continue to keep that lead, then the Sylveon will continue to be formidable. But right now, some action in the top side as Jade gonna get knocked down, or JT rather, as they try and get this Rotom. It's actually gonna go over to the...
They got it!
They stole it! KY!
Kai is really on point with that Shadow Ball, going to be able to take that Rotom. Unfortunately, it wasn't that much because there is no one inside of Reach Pokemon. They're going to be able to take down Dream here as well, but look at that. Everyone is just trying to recover their health with the Hyperspace Hole, but JT trying to get away right now. NC with the Curse, look at that. Aura Cannon going to be dealing a lot of damage here, but JT is going to be picked off by Renaissance.
Well, that was so unfortunate. He had 3 people split down the center, and the only person he landed the Aura Cannon on happened to be Dunking. Now, actually, I thought it would be a Calm Mind build. The Olanos has actually gone for the Draining Kiss instead. So wants to amp up that effectiveness in the fights and make sure that they are staying sustained up. Of course, the play into that passive that Sylveon has, right? Pixelate, the extended fight, but now it's kicking off.
Phantom Force is going to be used here. Unfortunately, Anti hitting a wall right there. But look at that. Great. Oh my goodness. There we go. Rapid Spin is going to be used here as well. They're going to be 2 down. Make that 3. No, make that 4. Reach Pokemon is just eating Renaissance for their afternoon break time, tea time.
That's just nasty stuff. Did you see that? That's the Draining Kiss coming into play. Yes, sure, the Calm Mind gives you a bit of special defense, but the Draining Kiss is the thing that allows you to stay sustained in that fight. So many times during that fight, it looked like Olanos was going to get taken out, but the Draining Kiss allowing them to stay up and running. And like I said earlier, the Pixelate, right, that ability just keeps succeeding you if you stay long in these fights. As we see another one kick off, the Hyperspace Hole going to bring them out for now.
Right, so Renaissance here, what they need to do is, you know, try to get as much XP as they could. Unfortunately, Reach Pokemon, as you can see right now, is turning to try into getting the XP away from Renaissance. Now they are losing their resources. They need to play this right. They want to have the flip as well, but they have to go through Reach Pokemon in terms of a team fight as well, because if they enforce the issue against Renaissance, they wouldn't have an answer.
Yeah, we've seen the counter to this before, right? Because NT, he's the man on your screen who's piloting that right now. The Trevenant, sometimes you think about the Horn Leech, sometimes you think about the Curse, but it's really the Phantom Forest with the mark that's going to help them turn the tides. Against such immense sustainability, just applying a flat mark from that Phantom Forest that increases damage by 30% is going to be the nail that can finish off Reach. But it's all about whether they can get the position to land that move as there's a fight in the bot path.
Right, but look at that, All Lam's currently at level 13, and the Venusaur is as well. Nobody into the side of Renaissance is currently at level 12, except for the Greninja, but Anti tried to get away. Yes, they would be able to. Very good disengage here from Renaissance, knowing the fact when to get in, because if they miscalculated that, then they would have a hard time, getting picked off, especially that the next Dreadnought, the last Dreadnought rather, is going to be popping off in any time now, and at the same time, it's close to that of the Zapdos.
Yeah, I mean, Reach Pokemon, they're just taking firm control of this entire stadium, but that's not if Renaissance has something to say about it. They have the Hydro Typhoon available, so this could be the team fight for them to turn it around.
Right, look at that Dreadnought is going to be taken down by JT, but in exchange of its HP, that's going to be one down for Reach Pokemon. Definitely don't want to take a lot of risk here because the Zapdos is coming up in just a few seconds. But right now, we're going to be seeing some initiation here. Going to be going out in a bit. They want the reset definitely and prepare for the Zapdos fight.
Final stretch online as the fight kicks off already.
Oh my goodness, there goes Rings and Bow for both of the Hoopas here. Gets a side beam as well. What about Shuriken? There we go. Unfortunately, Dream is going to be going down. That's what they want. There you go. Hoopa going to be able to take down the Greninja into the side of Renaissance. And Ansys is going to be going down as well. Olonitis is down. There's going to be 4 into the Renaissance. 1 more is left. That is going to be the Blastoise. But no, the Rapid Spin would not shake off the damage that is coming from Reach Pokemon. And they're going to be able to take down everyone from Renaissance and the Zapdos as well. And taking in more points, dunking it down into the score goals of Renaissance. And right now, there's so much of a lead here, but we have to remember there's still a minute and a half left. 600 points more or less of a lead is too much for Renaissance. And even if they can take down Reach Pokemon, even if they can take them all out, have 50 points all across the board, it still wouldn't be enough to catch up to Reach Pokemon.
Insane play coming out from that Hoopa. You called on Kai throughout the game. This is the reliable support that gets the team out of sticky situations, and he did just that. We said NT needs to land that Phantom Forest and land those marks. He did it perfectly, but the hyperspace hole from right under that Venusaur gets him out of trouble. By the time he comes back into the fight, the mark is already worn off, and Renaissance's window is just slammed shut. Like you said, they're 400 points behind. It's looking dire, JJ.
And then we're also going to be seeing Kai here trying to score in 40, no, make that 80 because of the final stretch ×2. And again, just Kai here paving the way for their teammates, not allowing them to get taken out and allowing them to get revived, sorry, not revived, but get recovered at the right timing and get back as well the moment that they only need to hit a little bit more to take down Renaissance. And right now they're trying to take down, Reach Pokemon, but still not going to be enough time for them to catch up in terms of points.
Yeah, they don't have the score shields. That's just a thing of the past. So even though this fight could turn to the tide of Renaissance, unless they knock out all the defenders, they're not going to have a chance here. The Reach Pokemon, the pride of Philippines, are going to take one over Renaissance in this game #1 of the Winners Bracket Finals.
Right. I was actually hoping that, All Lamps would be running in, the Calm Mind, but apparently they don't need it. They want to sustain, and they don't really need to worry about the damage because MXI is already there for the helping hand. So that's, it doesn't matter if they don't have the Calm Mind, they have the helping hand, they would still boost their attacks. And from there on out, all they need to do is just play it safely, do the damage from the back lanes from a distance, and, well, you saw what happened.
Yeah, I think key thing to note is that the side of Renaissance, they don't really have any be-all and all damage dealer except for Kamiru on that Greninja. And the Draining Kiss was an excellent tech into that Greninja because the Greninja wants to make sure he's getting the jump as soon as someone is low. But you're never gonna be there because you're just draining his own HP against him. Everyone on the side of Reach doing their part and staying healthy and tip-top up. And Kamiru just couldn't find the opening there.
Right, but speaking of Renaissance as well, speaking of Kamiru, what do you think should they do to adjust against Reach Pokemon? Because
so far, Reach Pokemon has been picking them off left and right and picking them off one by one, and I think that has been one of the main problems here for Renaissance. They are getting picked off. What do you think should they do, and do you think should they should they change up their composition going into game number 2?
They need to keep in mind that this Sylveon is going to come out of that central area early and do a lot. It's either playing safe or picking Pokemon that can fight up against that. As we see Olenamps at this point, it is that Fairy Frolic. Take a look at that. Runs in alone. Looks like he's caught out by the astonished immediate Fairy Frolic. Lands it onto 4. And just like that, the health back from the spells after using that Unite move just keeps him tip-top up. The side of Renaissance, they come in and try and change things, but they just can't write an ending to this book that's already been written.
Right, and at the same time, we have to take note as well that Olenamps is already at level 8, right? Already at level 8, already has access to Fairy Frolic even before the first Dreadnought. That
absolutely,
it was Olenamps I thought was getting hamburgered by Renaissance at that point, but apparently it was just a bait for them to focus up to Olenamps so that they can pop up that Fairy Frolic to bait them all up.
Yeah, in case you missed it, my friends, that was exactly what we're looking at. It looked a bit like T-Tours, to be honest, but really it was the crucial match. And shout out to our observer for catching that, because that play changed the entire trajectory of the Zapdos fight. The fact that Venusaur dreamt, got the reset, everything coming into perfection, the Assault Vest as well, making sure he just narrowly survives to get that reset. It was just beautiful play and keeping them all sustained.
Right, and here we have our MVP of the game, Kai. I would have to agree as well. I don't think that Dream or Olenamps would be able to pop off like that if Kai wasn't paving the way to ensure that they're going to have the recoveries, ensure that they're going to be teleported back to the base, and ensure that they're not going to be taken out by Renaissance.
Yeah, so you asked me just now, JJ, what I want to see in this game number 2. Now, I have a smart answer and a dumb answer, and I'm going to start with the smart answer first, okay? The smart answer alludes to a bit of what I said just now. They need to find an answer to deal with this Sylveon in the early stage of the game. They need to make sure whether it's through disrupting the time in the central area or making sure there's someone who can face off when she comes for those flank maneuvers. They need to pick something in response. Now, the dumb answer is I want Kamiru to play Gardevoir because he's so good on that Pokemon, but it's not necessarily what you think of when you think about contesting the early stage.
Right, but okay, if they're going to be changing Kamiru into the Gardevoir, right? Definitely there's huge CC. That would also mean that they would sacrifice their damage. What do you think? And they're hovering now.
Let's go! Let's go!
Wow.
Okay, yo, Kamiru, I don't know if you're listening, my friend, but if you're hearing me, do it for the squad, do it for the homies, because if they look at that, they're picking the signatures. These are the siggies for them, and if it's a real statement, right? Because
you've been running Absol as well.
Yeah, Rebomps with the Absol.
I think they are now sticking to their guns. They're sticking to their comfort picks, and this is going to be really hype. We've seen the execution of each Pokemon, but we haven't seen Renaissance play just yet with their comfort pick before they got in together.
Yo, this is El Clasico. This is like a callback to the old Renaissance. Like it really is the Renaissance of Renaissance. That was the era right there. NT on the Blissey, that was the signature long before it was way cracked, right? I mean, Blissey has always been really good, but now Mivia's gonna step in for the Hoopa just to fill in that gap, because let's be real, every team needs a Hoopa. But the Singaporean fans, you all gotta be hyped because this is the Renaissance we know and love, baby.
Right, we are now going back to the golden era of Renaissance, going into the current top-notch of the Philippines, that is Reach Pokemon. This is going to be a sight to see. Going into game number 2, currently the advantage is on the side of Reach Pokemon, but who can tell? It might be a sweep coming in from Renaissance, as this is the original form of Renaissance.
Gardevoir believers, rise up, my friends, as we get into game number 2 of Renaissance versus Reach. Of course, this is not the last chance yet, right? If Reach, even if they somehow get reverse swept here by Renaissance, this is the winner's bracket, which means they still have a second chance at life here in the Aeos Cup. But of course, nobody wants to be in that uncomfortable position. The winner's bracket is the way to go.
Right, but we are taking a look here where Olenamps, obviously with the Sylveon, is currently a Sylveon, currently a level 4, still trying to farm up. And then there is also, Kamiru's Gardevoir. Obviously, with the Feral Singularity, going to be able to have a lot of CCs here, but we have to remember there is also, the Blissey that could essentially ensure that Damage Dealer's Dream
and that of that of the Sylveon wouldn't be affected. Would it be affected by that fairly singularity?
Absolutely. I think we're looking at them right now, but this is the core. We talked about it in Oceania just now, right? We said, this bottom lane is a bit of a bastion, but these two players, Yang and NT, they've been playing together for so long as JT under some threat, but gets the hyperspace hole out. Kai again, man.
With that clutch hyperspace hole.
And he turns it around again. How does he do that? How does he keep doing that?
Right?
It's just this guy. He times it perfectly throughout these 2 days of Aeos Cup so far. We've been seeing Hoopas just throw out these clutch hyperspace holes, but it feels like Kai, he just keeps that thing on him. He has the timing down to a T, and he's really making the side of Renaissance work for it if they want to get any sort of KO.
And it's, Kai here with the Hoopa, we all know for a fact that Hoopa in this form is confined form rather, has a little bit of an HP, but if you can't catch it, well, you won't be able to take a KO on that. And Kai is really good at maneuvering, ensuring that they won't be taken out as well.
Yeah, I think earlier on as well, I think during day 1, we talked about the importance of Hoopa positioning, and Kai has it on lock. You can't afford to be the first one picked off. You always need to be in the exact right spot to help your allies out, and Kai just fulfills those criteria, right? As we see some pressure coming out on
with that of the, I would call this Moonblast combination coming in with the no, not the future side. It wasn't the future side.
It was Side Shock.
There we go. Yeah, the Side Shock combination, which is really interesting because, mostly you'd want them to be still walk-in, slowed down with Psychic, but, I think this was where Kamiru is more comfortable at. But right now, it looks like most of the pieces are going to be going into Set Renaissance. All of them still, now currently at level 8, now has access to Fair Frolic, so they're now ready anytime soon, to get in on the Dreadnought if Renaissance decides to come in on them.
Olunam's just holding the line in this front part of the fight. That's the Fairy Frolic. Similar moves to game number 1, but they're not going to fall for it. They're going to get the reset with the hyperspace hole as Reach. They're trying to gear up for this Dreadnought, but already Olunam's, that's the Unite move being used up. Yang caught in a weird position, but Olunam's, he's going to drop. They got Sylveon Kai, wasn't able to get him out in time. And this could be the opening for Renaissance to do something here as they search for JT as well.
Oh, JT's going to go down as well.
Quiet game from Rebong so far, but he answers right back. He answers, I am the best Absol in this entire region, baby. Starts to clean them up, bringing the Renaissance on his coattails, and just like that, Renaissance fire right back.
Right, I like what Renaissance did. I like how they learned from the previous game. What do you call this? Baiting Olunams to popping off that Unite move. The Fairly Frolic into the team fight and ensuring that once it's popped up, then they go in.
Oh, this is not good. You don't want to see this ball of Renaissance rolling. This is where the most comfortable, and Kamiru is at that level 9, which means Fairy Singularity is online. Oh, I just hit level 10 from that dunk as well. As they need to be a bit careful because Renaissance, this is where they could lose out their lead. Rebounds very far ahead. Midnight Slash, out. But he is going to try and get out of this situation. What I think, they can't catch him only with MXI.
Right, and here we go. We are seeing the power of the OG Renaissance right now. Reach Pokemon is having a hard time going against them. But the thing here is we still don't have the first Rotom. We still have yet to see the second Dreadnought. And likewise, there is still the Zapdos fight. So if they can get into XP that they need going into those fights, then they would have a high chance of taking that fights against the other. But look at that, Reach Pokemon is going to be able to take down this Rotom as well, putting in some pressure, buying them some time for them to gather some XP.
So pretty interesting stuff. I don't know if you guys noticed this at home, but basically Mebius and Rebounds on the Absol, they tried to time the hyperspace hole so that if the Slash didn't steal, it will immediately pot him out of danger. Unfortunately, Reach recognized that and instantly burst down Rebounds. So Rebounds had a pretty good tear of an early start, but has been nullified twice now.
And here you go, 10 more seconds before the Dreadnought, and it seems as if only Renaissance is on, is on the side, ready
Rings of Bound.
But look at that, Rings of Bound is going to be used now, Verdant Anchor as well coming in from Dream. Here goes Aura Cannon coming in from JT, but another one, Verdant Anchor into the side of Renaissance. They're going to be able to take down one. Reborn is going to be going down, and as long, and all of them as well is going to be going down. Young here trying to still sustain itself with a Giga Drain, but that's going to be 3v1 situation. Unfortunately, they were able to get in that
breathing space for them to get in the HP. But look at this extended team fight right now. Dream gonna get away.
Oh, rebounds
coming in from Rebounds. Midnight Slash as well. Gonna be missing though, but at least they were able to take in Dream.
Oh!
Look at that, almost in time. Almost in time to teleport back to base for recoveries, but they were able to take in JT in the process.
Oh, that fight was tight all the way to the very end. We saw Yang. I don't think he had business surviving for that long, but this is the weakness of the Gardevoir, right? I think he got zoned out of the fight. I'm not exactly sure who was chasing that Gardevoir down. It must have been that Lucario and the Koopa combo, and they managed to keep Kamiru out of there. Those high shots.
Right, but we have to remember as well, Renaissance is currently leading by a huge margin here in terms of points, and then at the same time we have Gardevoir as the one that is the highest leveled Pokemon right now, and definitely you don't want this to be level 13 or else it's going to be popping up with a huge damage output.
Absolutely, as they start up this Rotom here, but it could just be a bait as the fight kicks off on the bot side. They're still trying to dunk in and apply that pressure. Reach, they know that this is just a trap from Renaissance and they're not going to fall for it. They're going to opt to pressure the opposite side of the map instead, and they are going to just give up that Rotom.
Right, and there you go, Rotom. They can easily, you know, repel away the Rotom so that they can be ready going into the Zapdos fight. But now, here lies the preparation. They need to get the XP, they need to catch up to Renaissance, and they need to be able to catch them off guard, perhaps pick them off one by one before they have the full fight into that of the Zapdos.
Yeah, I mean, this would be such a story for Renaissance if they're able to take it away with their OG composition, right? Like, this really goes back to the true Pokemon spirit that we always talk about. It's winning with your favorites. It's winning with the Pokemon that you feel the most comfortable with. And there's no doubt about it. Kamiru and Rebounds, they're firing off real hard this game number 2. But that's not if Reach have something to say about it. They found NT, but NT's gonna back off as the final stretch is kicking off. The fight's kicking off as well.
Rings unbound for both of the Hoobas right now. You'll get that. They're gonna be able to take down 2 intercept of Reach Pokemon. Are they going to be able to answer back into Renaissance? No, they won't. Not just yet. Dream tries to survive here, but unfortunately not going to be able to, and that's going to be a team wipe here for Reach Pokemon Renaissance. We are looking at a repeat of the history here, but this time it is the RNS taking that win. It looks like right now, whoever's on the left side, whoever's on the violet side is the one that's winning.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure, but we really have to call back to how they won that fight. It looked atrocious because they spent so much effort diving for that Gardevoir. They wanted to take Kamiru out, but the entire side of Renaissance, they knew this. They kited backwards. Shades of why you're seeing the side shot picked up instead. It moves along with you wherever you're moving. So because of that, able to land those sure shots and weaken up the side of Reach, throws out that very singularity, keeps them all locked up, and they don't stand a chance. Yang as well, cleaning up Kai. So even though this Koopa is such a dominant performance, it doesn't matter in the end as Renaissance pull one out of the old bag of tricks.
Now, it is on the side of each Pokemon, you know, for them to, what do you call this, to adjust now against the OG Renaissance. Obviously, Renaissance here is not playing for fun. They're playing to win. And that is just fascinating to watch. I have missed Renaissance, you know, playing this like this. We haven't seen Renaissance in a while to play like this. And
yeah, this is the Renaissance spirit, right?
Yeah, it's just magnificent to see them play like the old times. I'm not that old yet. But,
yeah. And Pokemon Unite isn't even that old, right? We're just like talking about it as if it was, but really it was a couple of months, but it felt so long because the game has changed. But they're having some aggression in this bot side as there's a 1v1 between the central area Pokemon gonna be nullified as they get chased off, but a fight in the bottom path as they're trying to get some last hurrah dunks in, but the defense is there coming out from Renaissance. This is looking like it's not gonna matter, but 66 from Olanams, I don't think that's enough to make the difference as the timer runs out, but we'll have to wait for the score screen to find out for sure.
Right, and there you go. That's going to be 1-1 right now.
Oh, no.
Renaissance and Reach Pokemon is now going into game number 3. This is what we're talking about earlier. Yes, for OCE, we have seen a lot of 2-0s, but this time around, I am pretty confident that this is just the first of many 3 games on APAC.
Yeah, I think earlier on, you know, throughout the entirety of day one, we talked about Renaissance's growth, right? They've really evolved into this team. And once you have so many superstars, it's kind of hard to pick which ones you want to play off of. Rebounds had to take a bit more of a supportive role. But you put him back on the Absol, baby, this man is just gonna slice and dice. There's no question about it. And he definitely delivers the second game victory on a silver platter for the side of Renaissance. It's gonna be a matter of whether they can make it to a game number 3, though.
And they did, they did. Renaissance getting in second place on February, winning the March finals as well. Definitely says a lot, but getting here, getting on our finals is definitely a different kind of statement. Renaissance, they have adjusted against Reach Pokemon by going back to their roots. Reach Pokemon asserting dominance against Renaissance in game number 1, but in game number 3, everything now lies on how Reach Pokemon is going to be adjusting, because I don't think Renaissance should do anything at all this time. I don't think they should change anything at all going into game number 3, because they were really dominating into game number 2. Reach Pokemon, though, they would have to change things up.
Yeah, that's for sure, because this is a very clear counter in terms of strategy, right? We talked about it in the first game as well. Reach Pokemon, they were able to come up with this strategy that can take these extended engagements, that can take these long fights. But when you're up against damage dealers like this Venusaur that can stand toe-to-toe with your composition, like this Absol who can just cut you down in an instant, and of course, the Gardevoir, which is just a damage machine, the definition of a glass cannon, you can't stand up and sustain against that. All the resets in the world won't save you, and we saw that come to fruition for Renaissance.
Okay, there is something that we might be able to see here. For now, obviously, Rebong's going back to the Absol is quite a surprise to everyone, and we all love how Rebong's handled that Absol. It was a little bit rocky at the start, but like at the very end, we can see how it actually helped out the team. But now going into game number 3, we might be able to see some changes here coming in from Reach Pokemon. If they're going to be changing up, Kai here also plays the top lane, and then MXI plays the defender for their team. JT as well going to be changing perhaps into the Absol. For All-Nums, we might be able to see the Nitals here for All-Nums, and that is like the second composition that they have. If their first comp, which is what we just saw, All-Nums running into Sylveon doesn't work.
Yeah, we talked about it right before the broadcast went live as well, right? You were telling me a bit more about Reach Pokemon, and you told me that while this is their signature strategy, they have a bit of a secret in the pocket as well. All-Nums on that Alolan Ninetales as well can deliver the goods, and like you're saying, all these players very flexible in terms of their roles. I do have to imagine that, not seeing Kai on that Hoopa...
Ninetales, mind you.
Okay, no. See, that's a little bit different, but of course, I think Kai is a master of that Hoopa, so it would be a shame not to see them on it. But I think, Alolan Ninetales Central area, that seems like a good show for the audience.
Right, so let's find out if they're going to be running that one up. It looks like they're going to be changing, some things here, but, it seems as if I just gave away one of the secrets here.
Hope no one is listening. Renaissance, mute your stream if you're paying attention. Don't listen to JJ. He's
Sneeze right now.
Not you. Nobody heard anything. It's all good, baby. Okay, but we might see some adjustments because Kai, he's not locked in his Pokemon yet. But realistically speaking, I think we're in the age of Pokemon Unite where you can't really discard the Hoopa, right? You just don't do it.
Right. Perhaps MXI can run down a Blissey so that they can negate Kamiru's fairly singularity. When it comes up, at least they would still be able to punish down the Gardevoir. We all know for a fact that yes, while it deals a lot of damage against its opponent, once you get near the Gardevoir, it's not really going to be able to do a lot against you.
Yeah, traditionally, what we've seen in the previous patches, back when these Pokemon were a bit more dominant, is with Gardevoir, you always want someone that can jump those back lines. We saw in the first game, they succeeded in the fights when they managed to send that Lucario straight at her, but for the most part, Gardevoir as well as Kamiru just remaining untouched. You usually see the Talonflame, but Talonflame, nerf. Charizard, just not the Pokemon you see as much because it's so clunky and it requires a bit more time to come online. As we get into game number 2, I want to see how Reach Pokemon choose to answer this Gardevoir from Kamiru.
Right, this is going to be the final match here for the winners upper bracket finals. Reach Pokemon versus Renaissance, game number 3. Let's find out who's going to be winning this one. Let's have a champion time.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to have time to decide the champion here because the winner of this is going straight into the grand finals. They'll be our first grand finalists, right? So they're already set up for success there as we see a mirrored bot side, Yang as well as NT against Dreamt and MXI.
And here we go. As I mentioned, whoever's on the Violet side are the ones that's always been, you know, bringing the pressure into the other. And we've seen this in game 1 where Reach Pokemon was the one doing this, and on Renaissance where they were the one bringing it on game number 2.
Okay, guys, don't worry if you're watching. If you're worried that Prophet JJ just jinxed it, don't worry because Prophet JJ is different from Caster JJ, okay? Caster JJ...
That's true.
Yeah. We're talking to Caster JJ right now, so it's not over. Renaissance can still definitely take this one, and they managed to grab a majority of what looks like that Vespiquen and Combi spawning for the first time.
I like how you emphasize the difference between the Prophet JJ and the Caster
Yeah.
JJ.
You know, whenever you need to open the gates to see the possibilities. You didn't do that. You know, that was just a bit of an offhand comment. Gotta make sure the fans.
When I'm casting.
Yeah. You gotta stay focused. So can't leave the fans on a weird note there. Don't pull the strings like that. They're gonna be scared.
Right. But here we go. Reach Pokemon, you know, and Renaissance still doesn't have the lead upon each other, but Renaissance does have a little bit of an advantage in terms of the XP. Comparing it to Reach Pokemon, so the only thing here is if all the nums can get in that level 8 once again before the before the Dreadnought, perhaps if they can learn not to get baited, you know, not to get baited again. Popping up that Unite move fairly Frolic, then perhaps they might have a fighting chance here because that was the immediate downfall of Reach Pokemon, and they weren't able to come back from that one.
Yeah, so there is the Blissey from MXI to kind of support the Olonams when he runs in. But there is only so much that Blissey can do, right? Because not the highest on level, losing out to this boss fight to Renaissance. And they're so fast and so decisive on Renaissance. As soon as they see that the Sylveon is overextended, they snap their fingers and she's gone.
Right. But now, here we go. We're going to be seeing the second set of Bees, and it looks like most of that is going to be going into the side of Reach Pokemon. In just a few bit, we're going to be seeing everyone now down into the little bottom path, preparing for this Dreadnought. But amazing aiming here coming from Kamiru with that of the Moonblast. But look at this, level 8 Olonams now has access to its Unite move, fairly Frolic. But the problem here is, would that be baited or would that be popped up at the right timing? That is the big question here.
Yeah, key thing for JT as well, he's nearer to that level 7 than Rebounds is on that app, so not necessarily the best start. There is the helping hand and the safeguard to send in Dreamed on that Ivysaur. Rebounds is going to drop.
Rebounds before they were able to get the reset.
Yeah, Olonams now, he's going to have free reign of this Dreadnought as the rest of the side of Renaissance, they want to come in though.
Oh my goodness, here we go. It looks like Reach Pokemon has learned from the mistake that they did last time. Here comes Feral Frolic coming in from Olonams, and they're going to be able to take down the Dreadnought and punish down Renaissance as they try to disengage, but they're going to be able to take down that Venusaur. Yang is going down once again, and I like what Reach Pokemon is doing here. They're not taking a lot of risk here. They were able to take down 2 Pokemon, and that's enough. They already have the Dreadnought. They don't have to be aggressive, or else they would just be eaten up by Renaissance.
I love that play coming out from Reach Pokemon. They learn from their mistakes in game number 2, and most importantly of all, if you think about it, they have the level advantage. You know what that means? So a lot of the times you're thinking, we have the level advantage, we want to fight because we can push it, right? But there's no reason to do that because while they're staring you down in this Mexican standoff, they're not getting any XP either. So you just maintain that level advantage for an even longer duration in the game. You continue to get that farm after winning the fight, and that's how you start to snowball a lead on the side of Reach. So really nice, small detail. But right now, Rotom going to be stolen up by Renaissance.
Oh my goodness, that was quite an objective steal here coming from Renaissance, but it's still not going to be enough though. It's still not going to be a lot coming in here, and Rebon's going to be picked up. Actually was able to get away, but Rotom here is easily going to be, repelled away by Reach Pokemon. Still not going to be enough here. Kamiru is going to be missing that Moonblast, and they're just going to try to get another reset and come back for another team fight later on for the next objective.
Yeah, it's just the sad tale of the level, the first row. Third row rebounds on the wrong side. The side shot is enough to trade out. But Absol falls again, so definitely not nearly as dominant as he was in this game number 2. He's suffering a bit more in this game 3.
But that is actually quite notable as well, as that was a 3v1, you know, JD only being one there with the Alola 9, with that of the Lucario, and then we have 3 Pokemon into the side. Renaissance still was able to get it in a trade. I think that is a win there for Reach Pokemon Kai with that clutch Shadow Ball coming in. But here comes another Dreadnought, but we're going to see...
Rebongs not again!
Rebongs is going to be taken out, picked off by Reach Pokemon once again, as you mentioned. But here comes Renaissance trying to get in. They now have barely Singularity, but is it going to be used here? Hoopa is going to be using that Rings and Bound into the side of each Pokemon. Verdant Anger is as well going to be used. Hyperspace Fury is going to be used. That's going to be going down. That's 2 into the side of Renaissance. No, make that 3, perhaps 4 if they can take down the Hoopa as well. Never mind, they won't, but Revolve is going to get Everguard here. Midnight Slash is going to be used, but never mind. They won't be able to take down 1, but Revolve is not going to be able to escape after that. 1 is to 1, a soul for a soul.
Okay, JJ, I'm gonna need you to hold on for a bit because I need to give a phone call to Kamiru and ask him, what was that? Do you see that very Singularity? He tossed it over his back as if it was a bouquet at a wedding. That's not where you want to plant it. There was the whole group of Reach Pokemon in front of you and you just airball that so hard. That's the team fight winner. You need to land that if you're Renaissance.
If it were, you know, if we're aimed right, then they could have gotten that, you know, they could have gotten the game. You know, Renaissance have all the what do you call this, follow-up damage that they need. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, it was quite unfortunate for them that they, well, I'd say accidentally aimed on the wrong one.
Yeah,
on the wrong
I don't
area.
know. He quite literally dropped the ball there, like right behind him. I don't know what that was. I think he intended for it to fly out, but maybe a slight flick of the wrist, not the good kind, and it ends up being a complete air ball, and that's going to dictate so much because Reach Pokemon, you know, both these teams, this is what you see at the highest level, it's very hard to score because these teams will not let you convert any teamfight win into any further advantage. But here, so much control, and 101 to 0 right now.
Down again.
Oh man, this is just not a good game for Reballs. I feel like the highlight reel of this match is just rebounds being taken out over and over. This is not the performance that you want.
And it's quite sad to see as well how well Rebounds performed earlier, and now, you know, Rebounds is always getting picked off. And right now, all of them, so if you haven't noticed, level 14.
Yikes!
Level 13 Venusaur as well.
Oh man, that's nasty. Rebound's gonna walk into the wrong side of the central area. Oh, never.
You don't want that.
You can't stop. You gotta stop doing this. Somebody stop this man. Take his controller away.
Somebody pull the plug. Somebody pull the internet connection to this guy. Please, you don't want to get in there. But look at this. It looks like Reach Pokemon is going to be enforcing the issue against Renaissance. Going in for the Rings and Bound right now for Renaissance. But it looks like they still haven't popped up. Reach Pokemon still haven't popped up their Unite mode. So they're still, you know, just baiting down Renaissance to pull up everything of their Unite moves. But Rebong's actually getting in there. Sucker Punch into the Crawdon. Actually, unfortunate. But there goes the side beam taking out the enemy Hoopa, and that's gonna be 2 down into the side of Renaissance. Rebongs, what is happening to you right now?
Kamiru and Rebongs, they were the heroes of Renaissance in the past. They were the heroes of Renaissance in that game number 2. But when Renaissance, when Singapore needed them most, they disappeared. Where did you go, Rebongs?
You most?
Why are you hitting a... Why are you hitting a Crawdon? Where's your fairy Singularity? Renaissance, disaster strikes as Reach is able to take that Zapdos and push this to the game 3 win here.
Oh my goodness, but what we all know for a fact is that Reach Pokemon now has 401 points. Renaissance still doesn't have any points thus far in the game.
Oh no.
Reach Pokemon.
Yo, okay, but to be fair, it's not as dominant as it looks, right? These teams, they're so evenly matched, it's kind of hard to see it. But you know, if you just see the score, it looks so sad for Renaissance. But I'm sure they're kicking themselves as well.
If you haven't watched the entire game, then yes, it would have looked sad. But you know, I like what Renaissance did. They were, you know, trying to control the game at the very least. But unfortunately, Reach Pokemon is, you know, essentially negating what they have been trying so far.
Man.
And they got denied all day long. And
this is going to be the first game in the entire tournament with a team not scoring one time. Getting in a zero, an egg for points. Rich Pokemon getting that domination against Renaissance solo to the grand finals.
That's nasty. That is disgusting. You did that to the former champions as well. Reach Pokemon, they're really bringing the Philippines pride on in this Aeos Cup right here for Asia Pacific. And what a way to do it, sticking to their guns. You talked about the alternate strategy that we will stop talking about because we don't want to reveal it. But they stick to their guns. They stick to what they know they can execute, and they just pull one over. You're gonna try and pull up with this legacy strategy, Renaissance. There's a reason you left that in the dirt. You better keep up. The times are new. It's Sylveon time, baby, and Olenams runs it home.
Right, that was just really interesting to see. That was quite a high-level play. You know, we wouldn't be getting that 500 points if they didn't get the the Zapdos. But other than that, we know for a fact that it has been quite a long time that nobody has been scoring, because that was just high-level play all day long.
Yeah, that's without a doubt. I mean, we've seen this Fairy Frolic at the first Dreadnought really sort of be an indicator of how the game is going to go, right? This time it's Olenams who's able to get the advantage over them. And even though NT and Yang try and stand strong, they're caught in a bit of a rough spot. They're already taken
that's
out.
What we're talking about. The fairly singularity that hit no one.
Yeah, you just... Kamiro, my friend, we need to have a talk. Can we go to a break so I can give him a call? This man, I think I need to buy him some breakfast or something like that. The team needs a boost, because after that they've got to be kicking themselves. That is not a game that you feel good about losing. You brought on your age-old strat just for it to fall flat like that.
My goodness. And Rebongs, I don't want to diss Rebongs, okay? I don't want to diss Rebongs, but that's for the worst gameplay coming in from the bongs. Getting in the whips, Kamiru as well, you know, that wasn't the best play that Renaissance could have given us.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? We talked about this a bit. It's, to be honest, he is such an Absol master that we're expecting him to make it work. But if you think about it just on paper and remove the player names, this isn't necessarily the best matchup for Absol as it gets later and later, right? You're running into so much damage. They're just taking just by virtue of being in the fight. It's not a good look. And Rebounds, you know, that slight bit of hesitation. He fell a bit too far behind, checked a bit too many brushes, where the whole team was waiting for him to show up, and they punished him hard.
Right, and at the same time, we have to remember as well that this is not the last time that we're going to be seeing Renaissance. Perhaps they might just be getting the warm up, and they can crawl their way back up to the grand finals, you know, later on from the lower bracket. But that's not going to be the end there, as Reach Pokemon is just going to be sitting down onto the grand final spot, waiting for their enemies from their throne. But you know what, Danny and Moonboy, what can you say about that game?
Thank you, JJ-kun. Thank you, Permasneeze, and welcome back, Moonboy. That was I think if I was Rebonks, I think I'd be crushed. And I mean, we got to see it twice. We got to see it from a player's perspective. What do you think happened with Rebonks? Was it a case of him maybe trying to make a high-level play and he just had a misclick, or he was out of range? Like, what happened?
I don't really think that it's all on him, right? It's also on Reach as well, right? They identify who is the threat at that point in time, and they zero him down immediately as much as possible, right? So taking him out before the fight, taking him out in the fight. So all these are all strategies coming in from Reach, and they put it to the greatest, right? Just taking out the right Pokemon before it could cause any large impact.
Absolutely. Well, the good news here for Renaissance is that, yes, they may have dropped this game, but they do have a second chance, and that chance being the lower bracket final. So they'll be playing another game later today, but the next game we're going to be tuning into is Rise versus RJ Gaming. This is the lower bracket semi-final. Winner of this match will take on Renaissance in the lower bracket final, and we'll see who is going to be making it to that grand final. But again, as always, just a quick reminder, if you want to try your hand at competitive Pokemon Unite, sign on up for the May Cup Open Qualifiers. Registration's open, it's free. We don't really see any major requirements to play, so even if you just want to join in with your buddies, do it. Battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. Give it a shot, give it a try. You never know. We've seen champions come out of groups of friends that just randomly try competitive games. But Moonboy, that's going to be it for our upper bracket final. Any final words before we go for a quick break?
Well, don't go anywhere because RJ Gaming versus Reach is one of the teams to watch. RJ Gaming being one of those teams from Taiwan that we haven't really seen around in the competitive circuit yet. So, they came in with a punch and likely they will try to win this one as much as possible. So this is the match to watch.
All right, thank you so much, Moonboy. We are going to go for a quick 4-minute break. So as always, if you need to do anything, do it now. But make sure you are back after those 4 minutes because we have some more Pokemon Unite coming right up.
Now, we're going to talk about items. There are 2 types of items in Pokemon Unite, battle items and held items. Let's go over battle items first. Battle items are active items, meaning they need to be activated with a button press and they have a cooldown. There are several battle items to choose from, and your choice should be determined by your playstyle and by your choice of Pokemon. You won't start with many, but as you level up, you'll unlock more and more. Let's cover a few you'll probably see quite a bit throughout the series. One of the most common items you'll see in the current meta is the eject button. This item is simple. It teleports your Pokemon a short distance, and while the effect is simple, the applications for it are vast. You can use it to escape an opponent, rush a goal to get a quick score, or even teleport through walls. It's useful for nearly every Pokemon in many situations. There are also items that can boost stats in a pinch. X-Attack is an excellent choice for offensive Pokemon, giving a big boost in attack and special attack. This is a great option for Pokemon focused on offensive objectives and who plan on being in battle a lot. That's just a few of the battle items that you can use in-game. Be sure to check out more for yourself and try them out. Now let's talk about held items. These are items you can give your Pokemon that grant passive effects. There are a ton of held items, so we won't cover them all here, but we do want to give you some tips. You can equip 3 held items to a Pokemon, and you'll want to make sure that you're using items that will benefit a specific Pokemon. For example, Pokemon that deal physical damage use their attack stat, so you'll want to equip an item like Muscle Band that will boost your attack. Pokemon that use special attack would benefit most from a held item that increases their special attack, like Wise Glasses. In addition to passive stat boosts, there are also held items that activate with certain triggers. Buddy Barrier is a perfect example of this. When a Pokemon holding this item uses their Unite move, the user and the ally Pokemon with the least amount of health both gain a shield to help them last during major team fights. When a whole team has this item equipped, it can really help everyone from getting knocked out. There are also items that have stacking effects. For example, attack weight will increase your attack each time you score a goal. The effect will become more and more powerful each time you score a goal up to a certain amount. So try and score early and often with items like these to get the maximum effect throughout the battle. Held items are extremely important to giving your Pokemon an edge in battle. So be sure to always take some time to equip your favorite, most optimal items for each of your Pokemon and for your team. All held items can be upgraded using item enhancers that you earn throughout your time on Aeos Island. That's all from us on items. Enjoy the show.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. It's the Aeos Cup APAC Finals, and we have just finished up our first game of the day. It was the upper bracket finals, so now we are going to be cruising through the lower bracket to see who is going to be playing in the grand final, with Reach Pokemon already securing their grand final spot. Joining me on the panel, it is going to be JJ-kun as we talk about our next series, because it is now Rise versus RJ Gaming. It's a lower bracket semi-final match. So, JJ-kun, spill the beans, show us what you got. What are we expecting in this next game?
All right, it is going to be the underdog story here, as it is IC8 now under a different team, or under a different name rather. RJ Gaming has been dominating a lot of games. They were able to take down Supreme. They were able to take down well, they lost against Renaissance, but still the performance that they have been showing us was just magnificent. It was just beautiful. And now I'm not gonna be surprised if RJ Gaming wins against Rise. But we have to remember as well that Rise here is one of the top players, one of the top teams in Indonesia. So I'm pretty sure they're not going to give RJ Gaming, an easy time if they want to win that one.
Absolutely. Now, just as a quick refresher for our viewers, this is the format that we're running for today. We've been running a double elimination format, so everyone started at least the top 8 teams started in the winners bracket, and they essentially had 2 opportunities to lose if you really think about it. So up until this point, only one team has remained undefeated, and at this point we can say it's Reach Pokemon. They have not been defeated as of yet. The remaining teams, they have had a loss already. So Rise and RJ Gaming, they basically got one more series to go. If they drop this, then they're going to be eliminated, whereas the winner will continue on to the lower bracket final to see whether or not they're making it to that grand final.
So it is going to be Taiwan and Indonesia this time. Earlier on it was Singapore and Philippines. Whoever's gonna be winning this one would be fighting off, going on against Singapore's Renaissance, which obviously we've seen put up quite a great fight as well. So I don't think it's going to be an easy way for anyone who's going to be winning here to get in on the grand finals.
All right, prediction time, JJ. Who do you think is going to take the series? And is it going to be a clean 2-0 or is it going to be a 2-1? Don't flinch. You know this was coming. You always know.
I forgot. I forgot that it was coming. Okay. Rise has Bongo. Okay, Rise has Bongo. Bongo C. RJ Gaming has Shing Des. I would have to say it's going to be 2-1 RJ Gaming.
The prophet has spoken. Thank you so much, JJ, for the insight. We are going to pass it over to our casters for the series. It's going to be Moonboy and Perma Sneeze, or at this point we can call him Permacast because this guy's been going non-stop today. Gentlemen, take it away for our lower bracket semi-final match.
Thanks so much, Danny and JJ. So how are you doing, Perma Sneeze? Are you okay?
I mean, yeah, I'm good. Okay, here's the thing. I don't mind this, right? Because I get to cast my boy Bongo C. I'm never gonna let down a chance to cast Rise, right? But here we have a very cool underdog story coming in. It is RJ Gaming, or as JJ called out, IC. I don't remember the rest of the team name because it's not published. But yeah, we're gonna see them come out. On one side we have Shingdesu, on the other we have Bongo C. So it's gonna be cool to see how this team, Rise, who just have played so, I don't want to say scrappy, I don't want to say messy, but they really bring like a full-on brawl, right? Versus RJ Gaming, who just plays so clean, disciplined, and constructive.
Yep, and there you have, those picks are really locked in. I think Bongo is not on that Venusaur that we actually wanted, but so this is a different game plan coming in for Rise. But on the other side for RJ Gaming is also a new composition, right?
Yeah, we saw that Trevenant come out from Giraffe, who has played Lucario, has played Absol as well, but we haven't seen this pick yet. So maybe a bit of sneaky tech that they were saving for day number 2 here. We're gonna get to see how that ends up playing out, as both teams, I'm sure they prepared for each other, right? Because between yesterday and today, you've had some time to regroup, talk together as a team, and study your opponents. Go look up those VODs, go look at the stream again, and find out exactly, maybe even from your fallen opponents, find out what your future opponents are up to. So we're gonna have to wait to see how this strategy unfolds, because these two teams, they are not without their own surprises. As we get into the loser semi-finals, the winner of this one will stay on to face Renaissance, but the loser, that's the end of their Aeos Cup run for Asia Pacific, and that is not what they want here.
Well, take a look at what Rise got to offer. They got the Absol, they got the Dragon Knight. Likely they will be looking at for lots of burst damage, right? But however, RJ Gaming so much crowd control as well. So that is probably what they're looking for. Crowd control into that pedal dance from that Venusaur. So that is likely what RJ Gaming might be piloting towards.
Yeah, so pretty interesting, because Trevenant, when he first came out, it was pretty unclear. The only thing we knew was that he wasn't as strong as he is now. And, people were trying to figure out where is the best place to put this Pokemon, right? But the main thing that we've realized is that maybe, not so much in the top path, but maybe as a tanky supporter, just to buy that space. Use that Phantom Forest to get that mark for your team, and use the Horn Leech just to buy time and push important Pokemon away from the clutches of their team.
Yeah, I mean, they got so much healing, he got push, he got the shred damage coming in from the curse as well. So these are all possible moves coming in from a Trevenant, and with so much sustainability and at the same time a little bit of damage shredding from it as well. He's gonna do a lot just by being a tanky, just standing in front and bring the opponent to them kind of character.
Yeah, the thing that's interesting as well is Rise have opted for a Dragon Knight, which is not something that we've seen. Of course, this is something we've seen the player dev on before, but not so much this tournament, right? This tournament, they've been running with their typical Bongo drum. Bongo plays the drums and the rest of the Rise run along behind him on that Venusaur, but we saw them force off this strategy, but now it seems to have been forced, right? Yesterday, it was this Cameron, along with some other supporting cast members, that managed to help them get to this game number 2, but now, with this Dragon Knight in the central area, yes, they have the cure, but we haven't really seen Dragon Knight that successful so far.
Yeah, so far in the tournament, Dragon Knight haven't been popping off. There's lots of snipe potential coming in, but in this kind of format, this kind of single pick is not exactly what you're looking for. And, as long as you're targeting something, you're kind of vulnerable to everything else as well. Yes, Draco Impact is impactful, but without the body barrier, with the new body barrier nerf, it's not as impactful as what it was.
Yeah, that's for sure. And key thing to note, speaking of the nerfs as well, one of the reasons why Dragon Knight is not seen as often on Kneecap is because one of the things that he excels at is using that Draco Impact. It's one of the Unite moves, one of the only Unite moves with this unique mechanic where you can use it at different percentages depending on how far you want to fly, right? So you would use that alongside the Score Shield to get those sneaky dunks in and get the advantage and outmaneuver your opponents. Now with Koopa in the meta, as well as the Score Shield down, you don't really see that as often, and we're gonna have to see what the plan is for this Dragon Knight as the Dreadnought fight kicks off.
Yep, and right here, RJ Gaming already going down to the Kramer as well. Bongo is on the move, and one man down from RJ Gaming. Rise got this one, and Death is ready at the Dragon Knight. Hyper Beam is online for them. That means all they need to do is wait for the Dreadnought, but however, down goes that Dreadnought to RJ Gaming as they are on the push. Shindesu just pushes Cell away, but unable. He's got it out alive, got into the Venusaur. He got that Verdant Anger, and he's ready to strike.
Yeah, Kensai getting caught out on the backside as well, so he picks off the Koopa, but there's no answer back. Once again, this is the mark of a high-level game. You see the score, you see it's low, you think both these teams ain't doing nothing, but really, they're playing so many mind games in their head. They're playing 4D chess right now that they can't afford to make a wrong move. So Rise, they don't get that Dreadnought for themselves, but RJ Gaming, they definitely have the advantage here.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Having the first Dreadnought, you got the pace set for the rest of the game as the rest of the team rotates straight right to the top side, as I think right now no one is just contesting for the Rotom yet, but RJ Gaming is still on the offense. Down goes Bongo, and Ikura will be pushing in.
Yeah, I mean, Ikura was piloting that Kramer himself, so he definitely knows what the weakness of that Pokemon is as Death suits up. I just want to make a callback to that Dreadnought fight. How are you gonna get a Dreadnought stolen from you by a Blissey when you're playing Dragon Knight? If you pick this Pokemon, you better be securing those objectives, and if you don't, honestly, what else do you got in the tank? Now, RJ Gaming, they want to force the issue. Verdant Anger as well as this assistance popped off in this top side, and this Dev Dragon Knight has to retreat and get that Citrus Berry. They can't stop this aggression as the top tier 1 is broken open, and RJ Gaming heading straight for the Rotom here.
Well, right now, RJ is just on the roll, and the snowball is starting to roll up to a huge average. avalanche, and you know, Rise really have to try to contain this one. If not, they will be drowned from whatever RJ Gaming is gonna throw at them. 22 seconds to the next Dreadnought. Ray already got the level 9 up after this Aldino. It's just the race right here. Who is gonna get this Dreadnought? If Rise would able to get this one, they might be able to flip this round around at this point.
Yeah, both Hoopas are at a crucial level 9, as you always like to call out, Moonboy. There's no gap in that for now, and they're already positioned. The hole has been opened, so a little bit early on that one, but answered back immediately. There's the Gatling Gun missile as well, trying to hold the ground, unstoppable, so the hyperspace. Fury doesn't do anything, and the Phantom Forest is going to be a swing and a miss, but he manages to grab it with the damage. Zell from, the Trevenant from RJ Gaming, Giraffe doing it for the squad. There is the Curse as well, and Rise, they need to retreat. They're falling a little low, they've already lost 2, but immediately traded out as well. RJ Gaming and Rise, they reset, but RJ Gaming, I feel like once again, I'm looking at this man, I know he has the Hyper Beam, so where was it in the Dreadnought fight?
This Juggernaut is not putting Hyper Beam to good use, ladies and gentlemen, but there, however, RJ Gaming went on the offense. Did Rise pop their rings unbound too early? That is the biggest question. They popped it too early, so the RJ Gaming would have a little bit more sustainability with their Hoopa on that unbound form. That might be the biggest question in their bottom side.
Yeah, RJ Gaming now up 171 to 10, and there's a reason why we don't reference the points as much in these games, Moonboy. It really comes down to these micro decisions. RJ Gaming undoubtedly in the lead though, as Rise, take a look at them. They're scrambling around to find something they can do on the map, but RJ Gaming have left them no options.
Yeah, that is exactly right. There's no much wild Pokemon left, but right here, Rise is on the offense on the bottom side as well. Trapden pushes Ikura off the side as well, but there we have RJ Gaming is on the push. They're on the push. Rise have no choice but to back off this one.
Yeah, that wasn't Ikura, that was LC Lucia, but the names look a little similar. I understand the confusion, but Zell looking a bit confused as well. He went in to try and pull somebody out. They end up turning against him. Nice fish to come from RJ Gaming, as now they're going to turn their sights toward Rotom and more than likely get it. Look at the control that RJ Gaming have. This is exactly what we expected. They're taking firm control of the entire Aeos Stadium. Wild Pokemon, objectives, the KOs, it's all theirs.
Yep, I don't have to win fight as long as the stadium belongs to me. That's all I need, right? Because the stadium is everything in such team battlers. As long as they control everything on that stadium, everything is mine. There is nothing left for you. All you have to do is just scramble and just take the defeat.
Okay, Rise, they've managed to find themselves here in this Dreadnought pit, but they've been found out by Ikura. Here comes the booster attacks. There's the Venusaur as well. This could be a disaster for them. Have they gone a bit too far forward? The Hyperspace Hole not going to get them out in time. But finally, when it probably matters the least, the Dragonite actually gets that last hit on the Dreadnought, so at least denying that. There comes Kensai as well on the Absol, trying to do damage on the Giraffe, but 5 men on the side of RJ Gaming, they're being aggressive here, and they crack open that tier 1 as they get into the final stretch. So nice little Dreadnought secure for them to get their way in terms of a bit of EXP, but it just feels a little bit too late.
Wow, I mean, that you get the Hyper Beam in, yes, but there's no chance of getting it back, right? RJ Gaming immediately flipped that Dreadnought win into a fight, and they won that fight, and you walked out there, RJ is walking out there alive. But there we have down to the final stretch. It could be anyone's right now. Rise is on the move.
Oh, Shingetsu, okay. The Blitz Assistance and the Button Dagger is just in time. Just when I thought it was gonna go down, it all falls apart for Rise as they get wiped out. The Draco Impact just to escape. This Dragonite has not been doing it for the squad, as he could steal it for Hyper Beam, but not allowed. Slams him out of the sky. Z-Ray with the punches, and just like that, RJ Gaming, they're gonna surge forward and take that win in commanding fashion. I have to say, it looked for an instance, for a glimpse of time, like Shingetsu would drop to the deck, but the team were all but prepared. LC Lucia, finger on the trigger with that Bliss Assistance, managing to save that carry.
Well, I mean, that is just pure protection, right? Everyone is just protecting Shindesu, pumping everything to him, and that is the start of the end. RJ Gaming got the Zapdos. That Dragonite death from Rise is unable to do anything at the point in time. He has not enough damage, he has not enough sustainability after that fight. All he has to do is just concede that Zapdos and take the L. But however, 40 more seconds, 700 more points to catch up. I don't think it's looking good for Rise.
Okay, on the plus side, they do have 50 points apiece, and there's a ton of energy lying around on the stadium. So if they make a concerted push, if they somehow manage to outfight RJ Gaming, however unlikely that is, they might have a chance here, but this is not looking good already. That's 20 points. They can't, there's 20 seconds left on the clock. They have already tagged up by the Phantom Forest, but the Trevenant first one to go down has already been chased out. Giraffe putting on the pressure and pushing out. RJ Gaming, they've completely repelled the side of Rise. They say, get back out of here. Who you think you're fooling with this Dragonite pick? Get out of my house. RJ Gaming, Taiwan is here to play, baby. And they knock down the Kings of Indonesia right now. Rise are 1 game down. RJ go 1 game up.
Wow, I mean, Rise is not an easy opponent, I gotta give it that, right? But however, the whole synergy, the whole cohesiveness of the whole team really forms up together, and this really shows. You know, funneling everything straight to the Venusaur right over there and giving every single buff, every single kill to him for him to sustain, to just wipe out the rest of the team. And that was just awesome coming in for RJ Gaming.
So Rise, we've watched them time and time again, and the reason why I think I have to explain myself, right? Because it sounds like I'm just ragging on this Dragonite, but I feel like, you know, if you're gonna take the carry pants off of Bongo C, you better be filling those shoes, because those shoes aren't easy ones to fill. And I feel like Dev, while he wasn't given that good of a start, it felt like I didn't feel any Draco impact whatsoever.
Yep, definitely right. This composition actually shredded Star 9 yesterday, right? Kind of shredded Star 9 yesterday, you know, with the Protect Mr. President kind of composition. So knowing that this Venusaur coming from RJ Gaming is kind of like their president per se, so this particular composition might work against them. So now this didn't work. Are they going back to the drawing board? Are they going back to their own Protect Bongo C's lineup?
No, so here's the thing that's curious to me, right? I, of all people, am heartbroken this didn't work out, because I wanted to see them take it to RJ Gaming with these unorthodox picks. We have the Absol, we have the Hoopa. I mean, okay, let's not talk about Hoopa. We have Trevenant, Dragonite, Absol, and Cramorant. This is not a very typical composition that you see. It seemed like Rise, they had something up their sleeve, but they could just never find it, right? They were scratching around, they found all the wrong spots. The sleeve ends up folding over and their arms get itchy. It just didn't work out at any point in time for them. They got outplayed on all sides of the map.
Yeah, definitely right. But, you know, there's so much to learn of this particular game, right? Like, you know, the Dragonite is not working. They are not exactly farming enough. They are unable to clamp down on the Venusaur from RJ Gaming as well. So these are the lesson points that they have to take it home. And how are they going to switch this up? This Absol might not be working because those Peladons just shreds that Absol to pieces as soon as it goes near it.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is we have to point out the pick, right? Because even though this is a pretty interesting and unorthodox draft coming up on the side of Rise, they really need to bank their entire late game on this Dragonite. And the Dragonite is just not what it used to be. You look at the Absol, you look at the Cramorant, these are early game dominators. You need that be-all and all carry Pokemon, which they just didn't have. And we're looking at RG, D-Ray on that Hoopa. He was playing that Hoopa for the side of RJ Gaming, and I think he did it to perfection, right? Because every single time the Hyperspace Fury would just land perfectly and just completely incapacitate the entire side of Team Rise.
Yep, that is definitely right, especially in a meta like this where Hoopa is the most dominant Pokemon, I would say, or even the premium #1 pick in every single team. You have to play it to the best. You have to put it at the right level. Those Rings Unbound have to be perfectly placed, or else your opponent, if they have the edge against you with that Hoopa, you're definitely going to lose out as a team.
So what I want to see, I mean, obviously, if I had my choice, if I was the Team Rise coach, I'd be like, yo, bring him that Venusaur, show me that Bongo C special. But I do think I'm starting to get a decent idea, because I'm just sitting here thinking about it. You know, they sort of seem to have a bit of a recipe. They have the Cramorant and the Absol to dominate the early stages. They have the Trevenant to be that tanky frontliner, and they have the Dragonite for the objective secure. So it seemed to me like it was a very early focused lineup. They wanted to grab that lead as early on in the laning stage in both of the paths and snowball it from there, secure every single objective, and not allow RJ Gaming to breathe. But RJ Gaming, that's a note out of their own book. They don't need those Pokemon to do that. They just do it to you regardless. And Shingdesu really put on a monster performance on that Venusaur.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you know, and as what we could see in game #1, they didn't really get the skilling. They didn't get the early game. They didn't get the first Dreadnought or the second Dreadnought, even though they get the third Dreadnought.
Yeah, that one's a bit, I don't know about that one.
So, you know, without this kind of snowbally team composition and you're unable to get the snow rolling, it just looks really bad on you.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just all the hands there, right? It's like every single person joining forces and they want to roll the snowball, but the base isn't even there. You kind of need a starting snowball, no matter how small, to get the ball rolling here. You can't ride a train if the metal is just not even assembled. You can't ride a train without gas. There was nothing there for the side of Team Rise to push ahead, which is why, you know, in my book, if they go back to the Venusaur, I'm not too mad, because I know for a fact that Bongo C can be this designated point that they can all decide to play around, which they've done so well in the past and they have shown they can do in this tournament.
Yep, they definitely have to switch back to that Venusaur. I really think the best way to beat this competition for RJ Gaming is go back to what you're good at. Give Bongo C that Venusaur and he will start the ball rolling.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw one major OG team go back to their legacy draft, right? I would love to see that come up for Bongo C as well. Of course, we saw it in the day one, but I can't get enough. I can't get enough. And just give me that Venusaur. Bongo C, I mean, that Kremlin worked out for them in some instances, but RJ Gaming, they are no joke. They, of all people, Ikura, plays that Kremlin as well, so they are more than familiar with what that Pokemon can bring to the table.
Yep, there we have, you know, Bongo already hovering over that Venusaur. Likely they, let me please go with that composition. And this is going to be a shredding comp, right? If Def actually chose to go with that Sylveon also.
Oh damn, so all the Taiwanese fans and all the Indonesian fans, they're gonna need your energy here. You want to see RJ Gaming go up against Renaissance for a bit of a rematch, you're gonna have to cheer for them hard because they've taken quite a commanding game number one, and that, ooh, that's a Sylveon and a Venusaur. So complete switch of pace here, pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, we actually seen this composition in this Aeos Cup before, right? Like you got the Sylveon to do the shredding, you got the Venusaur to do the shredding with the pedal dance as well, and then, you know, maybe with a Giga Drain or something, Bongo would be able to just clean up the house himself as well. So like this composition coming in from Rise, that is what we want to see. This is their legacy comp and they don't want to mess this up with it.
Okay, I mean, there is a bit of sprinkle of something new, right? There is this Sylveon. This is not something they're used to running. So far, the only adjustment they used to make was that Hoopa, which, as we said again, is a non-negotiable. At this age of Pokemon Unite, you just can't play without the Rings Unbound. But this Sylveon is going to be interesting because they're going to try and run something akin to what we saw Reach did in that earlier series. Whether they can pull it off is another story, as RJ Gaming are going to be one game away from getting a rematch against Renaissance from Singapore. But Rise, they need to come back in a 2-0 reverse sweep here if they want to keep their hopes at Aeos Cup alive. If they want to live, if they want to bring the pride of Indonesia forward, they're gonna have to answer right back in this game number 2.
Yep, it's not easy to go past RJ Gaming. That's for one to say. Look at this, they're so aggressive with this early phases as well, just trying to take us all these wild Aldinos off Rice's hand. And look at Zell is only at level 2, while Ikura is already at level 4 with the Ninetales.
Pretty interesting here because earlier on we actually saw the Sylveon be in that central area, right? But of course, you're not taking central area away from Bongo C on that Venusaur. That's just his gig. You're not gonna derail that train. So it's gonna be, I believe it was so I can just eludes me the name of this player. I think it's Dev who's taking it on the bot path, right?
Yep, definitely right. I mean, without him being at the early level 4 on the Sylveon, it really brought him back by a lot, right? Especially when Bongo he needs to help Bongo with the shredding.
Oh no, Bongo
might be a little bit of danger over here, but manages to get out there alive with the help of Zol.
Huge magician there. For those of you who don't know, Hoopa has a bonus ability because why not, right? Magician. They can pull out one berry from the opponent's side of the stadium right in front of your ally. And that Static Berry ends up giving Bongo the movement speed needed to get back to the goal zone and get back to the station. That could have been a disaster for Ryan.
Yep, there we have, you know, Dev is already at level 4. He might be ready to roll, but his opponent, the Ninetales, is already at level 5. So both Venusaur is back to the central area trying to farm up. You know, now it's still a race. Who is going to come out of that central area at level 9? But it seems like Bongo might be in the lead.
Yeah, I just want to say that it's pretty cool here also, right? Because RJ Gaming, if they can defeat Rise with Bongo C Venusaur, then they are undoubtedly the better team here, right? Because you kind of defeat them at their best strategy. This is pretty interesting from them though, because I wonder what the plan is coming in for this Sylveon. We talked about it before, if you start to fall behind, it can be very susceptible, but a nice eject button over those rocks by the beat. But that's not going to be enough as he turns around, perhaps the wrong move, trying to Hyper Voice back, the shield is there. This is going to be a tight one, but ends up dropping in the end. as Zell not able to keep their ally up and running and going to fall shortly after as well. So Ikura and Lucia once again coming out dominant in this bot path.
Wow, I mean RJJ Gaming literally, moved the Blissey out of the equation, moved him far away from the Ninetales, so that this way he could freeze the Sylveon as much as possible and thus getting the KO. So RJ Gaming really know what they're doing, and those maneuver over there was really well done.
Okay, but key thing here is, like we've seen time and time again, you can take down Bongo C, but this man is a master at getting EXP. When you put him on the Venusaur, he will, by hook or by crook, find the EXP to land this level 9 by the time the Dreadnought comes, but it's not there yet. And RJ Gaming wants to capitalize. They're starting off the fight, going down the Aurora Bell in the central of this bot path. Here comes the first, in comes Giraffe, and hype the whole in time. So, manages to get out, and here is Bongo, baby! Here to play, the drums are rolling, and so are the rest of Rise. They're not ready to go down without a fight. The push away from Giraffe, which is on me. The Bongo C stays sustained. Back up from Zell and Zoe. Trying to keep him up and running. The Giga Train keeps him up and running. The reset as well. Let's go, Rise, baby. Let's go. Pride of Indonesia ready to roll. And Bongo C is just running ahead. We talked about it. They just needed a bit more time, and they got it. They're going to secure the Dreadnought and start the roll forward. This is straight out of the Rise playbook. They're pushing the issue straight out to Shingetsu. Doesn't have that evolution yet, but no bit of EXP for him to get. Bongo C is still standing strong. 3 levels ahead, but a bit too far forward at this point as Zell. I don't know what he's doing there, just stopping for an instant, maybe calling in solidarity for not being able to keep his carry up. But that ends up being slightly better for RJ Gaming than it probably should have been.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great turnaround for RJ Gaming, but Rise, though, great hyperspace host coming in from the Hoopa from Rise. Two times, in fact. One time to, just remove the rest of the team back to base so that they could heal up just in time for Bongo to come and save the team. And before Bongo would go down, pot him back up and bring him back in. And that is exactly what that Hoopa did, and that is just on time.
Yeah, I mean, Rise, they are undoubtedly very comfortable with this strategy, but we're starting to see a bit of their weakness come into play, right? Sometimes they can get a bit carried away, and we saw that bite them right when Bongo C was running a bit too far forward. The resources were all spent. They didn't really have the sustain. They were really pushing the issue. There was not much to be gained from that. And even though they keep the point advantage right now, taking that KO onto Bongo C is definitely important for the comeback EXP inside the RJ Gaming.
Yeah, right here, Rise already got about 3 men on the top side as well. Well, Bongo C might be able to join them on the top side once he manages to get some farm off that central area. And, but right here, RJ Gaming is really in position. They might be ready to pounce on the Rotom.
Oh, this is interesting here because they're really delaying this first Rotom, but that's not before Giraffe has something to say about it. Pulls it back over to the side of his team, which means no contest from Rise. Very nicely done from RJ Gaming. They were waiting that one out and they were being patient, and they end up wasting so much of Rise's time, but they're not done yet. They want to push the issue in this top side. Zell under some threat, and there is the Rotom. Ushered, basically, escorted to the tier 1 goal zone, and they're probably going to get Zoe for it as well. No. The safeguard is there to make sure that Zoe can get out of that situation, and they're just gonna back off here.
Yeah, but at this point in time, Hyperspace Hold bringing everyone straight right to that Dreadnought. Rings Unbound is unlocked, and there we go. RJ Gaming is on the push right here. Psybeam taking out the Dreadnought as well. Continue pushing. RJ Gaming is just pushing right backwards, and there we have, Dev might be caught off this one as well. Down goes Dev, so he pops up the Rings Unbound. It's a little bit too late, but he manages to just get out there alive. But RJ Gaming close one the tier 1 hoop.
RJ Gaming, did you see that? Mooney, I need to ask you a very important question, okay? And I need your honest opinion. Are you ready?
Okay.
Where did Bongo C go? Because one moment I saw the Phantom Forest on top of him, and then he just disappeared. Where did he go?
That is the power of that Phantom Forest, right? Having that mark on your head is basically melting at that point in time, and it's just the rest of the team just have to follow up on that person or that Pokemon with the mark, and it is instantly deleted as soon as possible.
A very nice play coming up from RJ Gaming. They find who they need to collect on and they take them out immediately. We're starting to see this Sylveon start to fall off. It's really going to be on the side of Bongo C. Got to get him. But the last touch from Mikura. That is the Orange Aura coming into play, getting to slow off the booster attack as well. And even though Zoe manages to get out of that, they are not able to protect their Presidente. Mr. Bongo C keep taking the shot for his team instead, and that is not a good look for Rise.
Yep, as the president, you should not be falling down at this point in time because right here, RJ Gaming got the space to hook back up to their levels. Look at this, level 13 on that Ikura as well. And with this Rotom, it will be marching straight right to the second tier just before the final stretch. So this is going to be a mini Zapdos for RJ Gaming. So Rise really have to try to stop it while RJ Gaming gets in position for that final stretch.
So Sylveon has proved himself to be such a useful Pokemon in some situations once they get the early advantage. But one thing I see is blatantly missing from this Rise lineup is any sort of control. They don't really have a way to stop the side of RJ Gaming from disengaging. They don't have a way of controlling them in the fight. They only have 3 core Pokemon that do a lot of damage. Yes, that's for sure. But how do you stop RJ Gaming from just walking away? As we see here, Giraffe able to get the start off, the way somehow it's caught. This will be the fight that decided. Rise, they're on their last legs here. But immediately, Shindesu falling a little low as the Blissey system, but there's not enough damage. He's failed to the Blissey. Instead, the first person to drop is going to be the Blissey of RJ Gaming. Rise, as he turns around, Bongo C! He drops, sends the Venusaur down, and the home is starting to pay for the Indonesian fans. As Kensai nicks for the dropping block, Cell is gonna have to fall back in shame as they can't answer. Giraffe trying to go for the reset, found by Zeldo as he starts to step away. Rise, as the dust settles, they are able to answer right back. In terms of the Unite moves, they get a dunk, but it's not even just yet. Both teams, they need this Zapdos. They need to get another score in. 1 minute left on the clock. Right now, Rise are still behind. That move was not enough for them to take that over here. RJ Gaming know that, and they're gonna get a reminder after that 1 minute mark. We're in the lead. They know their position is safe as long as they don't let Rise get a dunk.
Everyone is back on 5-on-5. Not much Unite move is left this time, but RJ Gaming is back. Rise still have the advantage from that win. This guy be a deja vu from that fight as well, but there we go. RJ Gaming already got their position on that Zapdos as well. They are pushing Rise back because right here, RJ is on the move with those levels, and there we go.
Time is ticking. They need to find an opening. They need to find it in. But like we said, the resets. No, they need to rush the Zapdos. They need to find a dunk. But already, the alone Lightel supposed to drop with the Blissey. As Bongo C goes down. That's just about curtains for Indonesia. As RJ Gaming from Taiwan, they are able to take the Zapdos. They hold on. And they don't allow Rise a chance at a comeback. They slam it back home. And they say, Taiwan are here to show what we can do, baby. 2-0 over the best team in Indonesia, as they are going to move on for a rematch against Renaissance from Singapore.
Wow, that is gonna be a match to watch, but first, Rise really rise up to the occasion, gave their A-game to RJ Gaming, taking the first fight in front of the Dreadnought, in front of the Zapdos, but unable to capitalize off that. Not enough damage to take down the Zapdos all by themselves. By the time RJ Gaming's Pokemon respawns and they get us straight right to the pit, there is no fighting chance for Rise. At that point in time, it's just a snowball into an avalanche, and they are drowned. 2-0. RJ Gaming is moving on to the next round, and Rise is sent packing.
Yeah, it's just hurting a lot for the side of I bet the Indonesian friends, Rise themselves, are heartbroken as well. We talked about this in the first day as well. They combined forces, right? They used to be Rise Alpha, Rise Omega. They came together, brought their strongest team to the table, but they fall short at the top 4. Of course, they can walk away with their heads held high still, but held even higher will be RJ Gaming. They've secured a top 3 for the side of Taiwan, and they do it in such a dominant fashion. I'm scared for Renaissance, baby. They have a fight coming to them.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy team to meet, right? RJ Gaming. But however, take a look at this once again, how oppressive RJ Gaming was throughout the whole game. Just pressing Rise and not allowing them to have any form of comeback for this one. But Rise manages to come back with Bongo on that level 9, just pushing with that Venusaur first, and that actually gave them the edge in the early game.
Yeah, really nicely done from Bongo, and this is why you don't doubt him on the Venusaur, right? This man can always get his level 9 when it matters the most and eke out a farm advantage, eke out that EXP advantage where he really shouldn't have been able to. This man, he's just practiced so much on this Pokemon, he knows it well. But like we see time and time again, look at where that Venusaur just disappears. Phantom Forest, Psybeam, and all the damage just tagged onto him. Look at Shindesu, has the Blizz Assistance, has the Sustain, something to run down, and when they break open this fight, they don't really have a chance. They focus down Bongo see as soon as they see an opening and he just gets exploded. Giraffe, I think he really put out a standout performance for this Trevenant because we see time and time again, this top 5 Trevenant isn't something that we really expect. We're starting to see it more in the tank and support role, but he shows up and he shows you how you can play Trevenant in this top 5 instead.
Yeah, I mean, Trevenant is really impactful in today's meta, right? With that curse, it is able to melt down those brawler Pokemon as well, or even those, you know, speedster. Like, these are all possible things that this curse could be effective towards too. But Giraffe, wow, I mean, that is a great display of Trevenant coming in. I mean, maybe he might be an old Lucario player, but Trevenant is here to stay for this patch at least.
Yeah, that's without a doubt. I mean, in the first day, we saw a few Trevenant picks fall a little short, but RJ Gaming showing you how it's done. And unfortunately for Rise, big props to them for making it this far. But that's going to be the end of their Aeos run since we're in the losers bracket after all. We have our top 3 though. We have our top 3, we have Reach, we have RJ Gaming, and we have Renaissance. All 3 R teams, all the big R's coming in for this month. But yeah, I mean, what a way to send them off. RJ Gaming really do it in style, but I want to know what Danny and JJ think. Let's send it to them.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Permastees isn't wrong, JJ. It seems like if your team is starting with the letter R, it seems like you're guaranteed top 4, right?
Well, I mean, to be fair, you know, everyone in the top 4 does have an R in their team. Starts with it as well.
It's a sign. I think it's a pretty hefty sign. But JJ, I want to ask you about the match that we just saw. You know, firstly, congratulations to RJ Gaming. They will go against Renaissance in that lower bracket final to get into that grand final. But what do you feel like it ultimately came down to that guaranteed RJ's victory in that match? Because it just seems that Rise were not able to really get their footing.
Right, you know, going against Rise, I was kind of confident as well that, you know, Rise, you know, being one of the top teams in Indonesia, perhaps even the strongest one in Indonesia, could put up a fight here against RJ Gaming. But like RJ Gaming, what they have been doing was the thing that they have been doing since yesterday. You know, like they have been sticking to their guns. They have been sticking to the basic of the basic of the basics of this game, and from there on out, unfortunately for Rise, they weren't able to come back against RJ Gaming despite having a little bit of a lead on the game number 2. But RJ Gaming ultimately, you know, getting out of their shell and showing Rise what the power of, you know, mastering the basics of the game.
That's right. So if you pay attention to what JJ is saying, is basically saying, if you're unsure on what to do, just play the tutorial again. Quick refresher, master the basics.
Make sure you have a speedster going on the central area, you know.
Yes, yes, we need to even out those lineups. But this is going to be an exciting match coming up next, JJ, because we are looking at the lower bracket final. Winner is going to be going to the grand final, but we'll talk about them in just a second. We do need to remind our viewers at home that the May Cup Open qualifiers are open. If you haven't already, register right now at battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite, enter your team in, and you'll be able to pick up 20 Hollowed tickets just for entering and competing. You don't have to win. Yeah, you just sign up. You're going to get those Hollowed tickets. Do whatever you want to do with them. You know, you can make an outfit with them. I think I probably have enough to make a Met Gala dress, but you know, everyone does whatever they want to do with their tickets. But JJ, we have a exciting match coming up next. I kind of want to hear a little bit from you before we go for a break. What do you think is going to happen?
Okay. Renaissance kind of fell off a little bit going against Reach Pokemon, you know, going down into the lower bracket. RJ Gaming has been showing us consistent performance since yesterday that I think, and this is going to be Prophet JJ saying it's going to be 2-0 for RJ Gaming.
Whoa, that's a very strong prediction. All right, JJ, I'll let you sort of sit on that, and maybe if you change your mind, you can let us know because you're going to be on the casting desk next. But as for now, we are going to go for a quick break so that the teams have a bit of a minute to sort of think and rest up. So 4 minutes, that's your time to go to the toilet, snacks, drinks, you know the drill, guys. But we'll see you back here in 4 minutes after this commercial break.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome back to Pokemon Unite. Now we're going to cover the map layout, features, and key objectives. Remote Stadium. the crown jewel of Aeos Island. There can be a lot to take in here for a new trainer, so let's go over key areas, mechanics, and objectives to get the most out of your game. Let's start by talking about key features of the map. You'll notice the stadium is divided into 3 major sections: a top path, a bottom path, and a central area. At the start of a game, your team will split off to control these areas by defeating wild Pokémon and gaining experience. Be sure to utilize different aspects of the map, like tall grass to hide from opposing Pokémon, and jump pads to quickly traverse to other areas. Each team has 5 goal zones. As you may know, this is where you dunk your Aeos energy. But these zones are used for more than just scoring. When you're in a friendly goal zone, your Pokémon will gain a shield, a movement buff, and heal slowly over time, making combat more favorable for your team to ward off opposing Pokémon. Also, when multiple friendly Pokémon are in your enemy goal zone, you and your team will score faster. But that's not the only way to give your team an edge in battle. Let's take a look at the rest of the map and talk about key objectives. Take note of the very top, middle, and bottom portions of the map. This is where Rotom, Zapdos, and Dreadnought will spawn, and they give huge benefits to your team if you manage to defeat them. Let's start at the top. This is Rotom. Cute little guy, isn't he? Rotom spawns when there's 7 minutes left in the match. Defeat it, and it will make its way towards an enemy goal. But be aware the enemy team can knock Rotom out before it gets to their goal. Once it arrives, it will score your team up to 20 points and charge the goal for a limited time. That means your team will be able to score goals without the need to charge your Unite Ball, scoring instantly. Plus, the enemy team will no longer be able to heal or gain shields in their zone for the duration that the goal is charged. Now let's take a look at the bottom of the map. This is Dreadnought, an elite Pokémon. Pretty intimidating, huh? This tough Pokémon also spawns at the 7-minute mark during a match. Whichever team defeats it will receive a ton of experience and temporary shields for their team. This opens up a fantastic opportunity for your team to push and score on the opposing team. Once Dreadnought is defeated, it will spawn again after 2 minutes. Keep an eye on the timer at the bottom of the map indicating its next spawn. Consistently taking Dreadnought will give your team a significant lead in experience and excel in late game. Speaking of which, once there are 2 minutes left in the match, Zapdos will spawn in the Legendary Pit. This is often the climax of a match. Taking Zapdos will grant the player that knocked it out 30 Aeos energy, and 15 Aeos energy will be distributed to each teammate still left in the fight. Plus, all enemy goals will become charged for 30 seconds.
Goal!
That's all you need to know for the basics about the map and key objectives. See you next time!
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. It's Grand Finals day for the Aeos Cup APAC. Ooh, we are down to 3 teams. One already sitting in that Grand Final spot. The other 2 are going to have to fight for it because unfortunately only one of them is going to make it on through. Those 2 teams in particular, it is RJ Gaming versus Renaissance. It's going to be a best of 3 and it should be a spicy one. And joining me on the panel for this series, it's none other than Permasneeze, aka Permacast. This guy's been casting non-stop, so he's going to be able to sort of chill out and we can enjoy our time in Twitch chat watching the matches because Moonboy and JJ, they're gonna also, as always, those two give us an amazing show. But Pam and Sneeze, I want to hear your thoughts about this upcoming series. What do you think is going to happen here for RJ Gaming and Renaissance? Because JJ thinks it's going to be an RJ Gaming dominance with a 2-0.
Oh, I don't know about this as we take a look at the brackets here to just see how these teams made it this far, right? Rise, they surprisingly beat Rohan and Star9 as well to make their way here. Unfortunately, they weren't able to best RJ Gaming. Now, RJ Gaming also defeated the Filipino counterparts, AFR, the fan favorites, and S Supreme to make their way here. So the reason why they're in the losers bracket is because of their next opponent, Renaissance, right? It was the first game that we watched on Asia Pacific Aeos Cup day number 1, and Renaissance, RJ Gaming, they're gonna get their chance for revenge. RJ Gaming, in their previous series, they managed to completely sweep Renaissance off in the last minute Zapdos flip, but at the end of the day, Renaissance were able to adapt as they usually do and fire right back. As we take a look back at the match schedules as well for that we just saw today.
So it's been a pretty full-on day here for RJ Gaming, right? I mean,
yeah,
they've just played a 2 game, which is fine, but they're possibly looking at another 3 games, and assuming JJ is right, we could be looking at for them another 10 games afterwards if it gets that far. So RJ maybe, I mean, they're warm, they've just played a series. Renaissance did get a 1 series break. They did get to watch RJ Gaming. So what do you feel like is going to happen? Like, do you agree on this potential 2-0, or do you actually think Renaissance is going to be able to kick it into gear and really put RJ Gaming through their paces?
I have no doubt that this game will go to a game 3, and that's particularly because of what you mentioned. RJ Gaming, it's hard to analyze them because we don't have a lot of information on them, but they seem like a very typical ride on the momentum, right? They're not going to be stopped anytime soon. But the thing that's special about Renaissance is, ironically, if you catch them right after a loss, you might catch them on a bad game. You might get them performing even worse. This is a team where a bad performance can really snowball out of control. But having that break actually benefits them for them to have some time, look back, reflect. But against RJ Gaming, we've beaten this team before. We just need to do exactly what we did. We have a clear idea of what they did. We already played 1 series against them. And when the full 3 games, they have a lot to work with here. So I have no doubt that Renaissance, they're going to be a bit more prepared, and it's going to be close. Whichever way it goes, it's going to be 2-1.
All right, thank you for that permis news. Let's see if that break is going to be enough to get Renaissance out of that little slump that they had earlier on today. But that's going to be it for us on the panel. We are going to throw it over to our wonderful casters. It's JJ Kun and Moonboy. They'll be taking over this set. Good luck, boys. Have fun.
I just want to say one thing first to Danny and Sneeze. You guys are wrong. You don't want to go against the Prophet JJ that we had earlier. This time we're going to have the caster JJ. This time it's going to be the caster JJ, but you don't want to go and mess with the Prophet JJ. Moonboy, what do you think?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, 2-1 Renaissance. I'm a fan. I have to support my homeboys. But however, right, this is a third match. These 2 teams are familiar with one another, right? So they are gonna know each other inside out within this Aeos Cup. But take a look at this. Kamiru hovering over Destiny Y, rebounds on the Lucario. This is gonna look different for Renaissance.
Right, looking at it right now on their composition, right? They really want to deal a lot of backlane damage and of course mid lane damage as well. We have the Venusaur into the mid lane. Mid distance, right? Mid distance damage. We have the backlane damage, which is obviously Kamiru with a Sylveon now instead of the Decidueye. Rebongs is going to be on the frontliners, but again, we may have seen this happen again. Yes, Renaissance already won against RJ Gaming, but currently RJ Gaming is on a roll and RNS is coming from a loss. So that is something we need, to take note of as well going into this game.
Yeah, but we haven't seen rebounds on that Lucario before, and neither have we seen a Kamiru on that Sylveon too. So this is something to see, right? This might be some of the secret picks coming in from Renaissance. We haven't really seen them perform the whole time until their legacy composition, right? Because they have been playing something they are not used to, but this composition is something new that we have not seen. But Kamiru on that Sylveon is indeed surprise.
Right, and here goes Shingdesu, still with that Greninja, showing us quite the power of what Greninja can do. But now into Renaissance, obviously, we are going to be seeing the 2-1-2. Sorry. Yeah, 2-1-2, sorry, for both of the teams here. But whoever's going to be able to get in the pressure first would be winning. Thus far, it looks like it is going to be on the side of RJ Gaming, at least on that of the bottom path.
Yep, definitely. With that Cramorant in your bottom side as well, you know, there's so much steal potential. And not forgetting, it is a basic Pokemon, so it has that really good early game scaling. So now they have to support Rebongs, right? Rebongs haven't really scored a single point. If he's holding on to those scoring items, he needs to find those down ASAP. If not, this Lucario is not going to pop off anytime soon.
Right, and look at that. For those who doesn't know as well, you know, the lane A-Pumps doesn't really scale on XP, but the rest of the Pokemon in the field does. So, you know, based on the time that has passed. But there you go. We are going to be seeing some, you know, quick action into that top path. Nothing major yet is going to be happening. You know, we are going to be seeing our central area Pokemon just going to clear out their the central area once again before popping up into the second set of bees for the you know, for our first objective. But there he goes, first pickoff of the game. Rebongs with that of the Lucario taking down the Tampon.
Yeah, that is a good pick over there, right? Like, you know, get a little bit of extra EXP in the process, but Mavius might be caught up in that situation right over there. Hooper unable to get out there alive as Shindesu just zeroes him down. That KO might allow Shindesu to reach a level 9 before exiting the central area.
Right, and here you go. You know, Shingdesu definitely taking that KO is going to provide a boost in XP. And now currently at level 6, we might be able to see Shingdesu at level 9, you know, having access to the Unite move, whatever Shuriken before the Dreadnought even pops up. But look at this right now, Kamiru going in with that of the same set, really, the same set as all of them earlier. We have the Hyper Voice and, you know, the Draining Kick is going to be able to get punished. However, that's going to be 2 down into the side of Renaissance. But now they're going to be able to try to score in. Rebong's going to try to defend this one.
Wow, Shindesu is already at level 7, taking down that Lucario in the process. This is looking really bad for Renaissance, as right here, RJ Gaming is still on that offense. They're ahead of levels, they're ahead of KOs as well. They are prepared to take the fight as the Dreadnought goes live in about 7 seconds time. And there we have, even Renaissance got a pole position. Level 9 on Shindesu is a huge one.
Right, and here you go, whatever Shuriken is going to be used here. Shingdesu going to be clearing it up, sweeping them all day long. Huba's going to be taken down, but there goes Kamiru as well, coming in with the recovery. But here comes the balls trying to get in, but going to get punished here. That's going to be 2 down into the side of Renaissance, and now they need to get the positional advantage into that of the Dreadnought if they want to get the advantage against. But there goes the Shadow Ball coming in for the Hoopa. It looks like Shingdesu is going to be able to take down the Dreadnought as well. Come here, trying to get away, but they're going to get punished. There goes the Surf as well. You need to get your surfboards if you want to survive against Shingdesu. And Rebongs is going to be picked off as well. That's going to be 4. Yang trying to get away. Yes, there goes the repel. There goes the pressure of RJ Gaming just to ensure that Renaissance won't be able to answer back against them.
Shindesu on this Greninja is popping off, entering the fight with that Water Burst Shuriken, taking everyone down with those reset and repeat, and that is exactly what Shindesu did and took down that Dreadnought in the process, pushing on and take on every single player of Renaissance. And now Renaissance has to scramble off. How am I gonna get those EXP out? Because right here they really need those KOs on RJ Gaming.
Yeah, you know, Shingdesu currently at level 11. That's going to be quite a detrimental force against Renaissance. Now currently at level 12, and we're still just at the 5.5-minute mark.
Wow, he's so close to max leveling at this point in time. He's fully skilled soon as he hits level 13, and this Rotom is probably close to uncontested. Even the Lucario got that power punch. I don't think he's able to reach it in time.
Wow, Anti trying to get away here. They tried to seal away the Rotom. Unfortunately, they're not going to be successful in doing so. But here comes another T-fight here. Shingas is going to be able to take down the bombs. Anti as well. Yang is going to be going down. That's going to be 3 for RJ Gaming. They are giving all the XP to Shingdesu. He's now almost into level 13 as well.
Wow, they really have to think again. Those engagement is not the right call as always, even though both Hoopa is already at level 9. But you can't deal with Shindesu, he's already at level 13. How can we stop this guy? Because there's no one near level 12 from Renaissance.
Oh wow, Z-Rain right now with the rings about just to get their teleportations up and running. Now there goes another one. At the very least, Sam's going to be able to take down one. The Trevenant is going to be going down, but they're going to be answering with 3 KOs of their own. But Camiro with this brand new pick of Sylveon is going to be going down as well. Yang on the other hand though, still trying to survive in a 3v1 situation, as RJ Gaming is just going to be able, you know, to buy some time for their own teammates to destroy the first score goal and then finish it off by taking down Yang in the process.
It's looking really bad for Renaissance right now. How are they gonna come back off this one? I really don't know. Start farming, get those revenge EXP on Shindesu. That is likely something that you want to try to achieve, because this guy is likely going to be meeting max level just before that Zapdos fight.
And you don't want that, you know, you don't want Greninja reaching level 13, level 14 before the Zapdos, let alone having the Greninja reach level 15 right before the Zapdos. That's going to be a menace. But as we're saying that, Shindesu is just popping off again. That's going to be 2 there. That's going to be 3 and 4. Yang was fortunately able to get away, not going to be picked up, but all of those 4 KOs all went down to Shindesu.
Wow, at this point in time, Renaissance just feels like flies to Shindesu. Every single one, anyone that comes near me, one clap and everyone is down. And that is exactly what it did. Level 14, and with on that surf reset, Shindesu is just dealing so much damage just on this Greninja alone. The rest of the team just have to feed him, right? Giraffe just give him the dishes right on the table.
They don't even
just have to just blitz assist and support him.
Yeah, they don't even need a Dreadnought at this point, and Shindesu could still get level 15 before the Zapdos.
Yeah, but I mean, even though right here, this Dreadnought is going live. Yeah, they're like, you know, Renaissance really need this one, but RJ Gaming is just denying them for every opportunity. And knowing this, Renaissance should not be fighting, but, you know, they're bringing the fight straight right to RJ Gaming.
Right, but look at this right now. Only 2 Pokemon interside of RJ Gaming right now. They're going to be trying to steal away this one up, but they're not going to be able to steal the Dreadnought. But that's fine, because they still have the upper advantage in terms of the XP. That's going to be 1 down right now. Oh my goodness, everyone from Renaissance is going to be eaten up for dinner. It's already nighttime right now, and RJ Gaming is having a steak for dinner. My goodness.
I am hungry and dinner is served, says RJ Gaming. Final stretch, Zapdos is live. However, Renaissance is back. We still have Power Punch on that Lucario. There is still potential coming in from Renaissance.
And there you go. Rebongs is going to be picked up once again. 1 is going to be going down. That's going to be 4v5 situation. No 4. No 1 is left. And Kamiru, oh no, you are the ones going to be the dinner of RJ Gaming. That's going to be quite a sweep. I think it's safe to say that this is going to be a 1-0 for RJ Gaming.
Well, this is really looking really bad for Renaissance. They really have to think hard. How are we going to deal with Shindesu? Feeding him this early into the game, making him so strong at level 15 before the Zapdos. That is not exactly where you want your opponent to be at. Only scoring 8 points while RJ Gaming at 6-7-1. And yet, we still have 1 more minute on the clock. Dude, this game was decided 3 minutes ago.
Right, and here's the thing, you know, nobody, no score shield has been destroyed here for the side of RJ Gaming. Yes, they're going to be able to do that now, but RJ Gaming can just defend this really greatly. There's still like 45 seconds. Even if they can, destroy RJ Gaming here, not everyone into the side of Renaissance has 50 points, so they still can catch up into the score of RJ Gaming. But look at this, they're going to be able to take down 2 into the side of RJ Gaming. Yes, perhaps make that 3, but there's only 30 more seconds left, and this is going to be 3 down for Renaissance. They'll make that 4, and only Anti is the only one left here, and if they can take this one out, the next time that Renaissance is going to be responding would be the next game.
Wow, look at that respawn timer, and this countdown timer is not going to be happening. As what you say, JJ. RJ Gaming taking home this game 1-0 against Renaissance. MVP definitely going up to Shindesu. Renaissance tried to have a good push at the end of the game. You get to pick 1 or 2 Pokemon off there, but once Shindesu is in the party, Renaissance have no choice but to eat that KO and take the L. RJ Gaming taking home game number 1.
My goodness, the disrespect coming in from RJ Gaming, ensuring that Renaissance only respond to game number 2. My goodness, Renaissance needs to do something here. I think what Renaissance could do here is, they can stick up to what they used earlier. Kamiru definitely into the Sylveon is a new thing to look at. We haven't seen Kamiru use Sylveon at all. Perhaps this might be the secret weapon that they are keeping, but so far it hasn't worked against RJ Gaming, and I think they have to go back to what they're used to.
Yeah, that is exactly right. This Sylveon definitely didn't pop off against RJ Gaming. Maybe he has to change a new composition. Likely, maybe go like what you said. Go back to the one that we seen yesterday, where we got the Greninja, we got the Trevenant, and things like that. Like this particular composition might work against the opponent, or even better, they might go back to what we seen against Rise. Like that composition might work, but I'm not really sure if the Absol would be able to do well if Shindesu change into a Venusaur, maybe.
Right. Rebongs now change into the top laner, obviously still with the Lucario. Perhaps getting in that Absol again. I think that would work a little bit. That could definitely help them out in the early game, but Kamiru would definitely have to change up into a more reliant attacker. Yeah, because it is Kamiru's that's the backbone of this team, and if they're going to get picked off again and again, then they won't have that much of a damage.
Yeah, Kamiru is not impactful in this game. We haven't seen Rebongs around. We didn't see Kamiru around in this particular game. Renaissance just literally fell off this whole game. And take a look at this. Even though they started the fight just at the 2 minutes 15 seconds mark, they lost it. Even though they could come back for the Zapdos, it's still not enough. They don't have enough firepower to deal with Shindesu and the rest of the team. And Renaissance really have to pick up this one. They can't lose in the early game this fast, and especially feeding so much to Shindesu.
But really, I kind of have to disagree. I think Renaissance here with the current comp definitely has the firepower. They have the Sylveon, they have the Lucario, and they do have the Venusaur. Unfortunately, though, they gave RJ Gaming a lot of XP, a lot of pick off, a lot of mistakes to punish, and that's why RJ Gaming getting in the lead in terms of XP, the lead in terms of level is the thing that made them lose against RJ Gaming. But if it were the other way around, I think it's going to be RJ Gaming going to have a hard time against Renaissance.
Yeah, so it's down to this one, right? Renaissance, this is their... RJ Gaming got their game point right now, and Renaissance really have to try to think up a new composition, because this one is not exactly working. They really have to pull their strings together and ask themselves, how are we gonna deal with this team? Because this team is really strong, and we really have to come up with our best strategy right now. If not, it's game over for us.
Right, and, again, going to say it again, the current composition of Renaissance from game number 1 is not it. They have to go back to their roots. They have to go back to what they were used to. They have to go back to the composition that got them one game against Reach Pokemon. Perhaps that could possibly work now for RJ Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, those are all possibly right, but RJ Gaming got their team composition right already, right? So I don't think RJ would be switching up their composition. That is perfect, and it worked really well within their composition. Now is the question, how will Renaissance answer to that?
Right. Unless they can... Yeah, we have been repeating it again and again. Unless they can go back to the composition, go back to their comfort picks, only then would they be able to answer against RJ Gaming, because thus far, RJ Gaming, they have eaten them alive. I think it's a fair thing to say that it was a complete domination of RJ Gaming on game number 1.
Now, I think there might be a good way to actually fix this, is that you put Kamiru out of the central area, back on the Lucario to the top side, and you give the Absol to Rebongs and put him back in the central area, because this is basically what they were doing before this, like even back in the Switch meta, right, during Pokemon Unite. So if this particular switch is done, this movement of Renaissance might be a little bit more fluid because they are so comfortable with these picks or this laning that they actually could make it work.
Yeah, but at the same time, that is one thing that, Sneeze has been talking about before as well, that putting up one team of all stars might not actually work out as much, because look at that. They might be an all-star team, but everyone is adjusting to, well, everyone. Everyone is adjusting to everyone that they're not usually playing their comfort picks. But right now, we're going to be seeing Rebong's Blastoise from yesterday.
Yeah, this is likely going to be the same composition as yesterday, right? We've seen Renaissance take the win over RJ Gaming with this particular composition. So maybe they say that, this had worked previously, so let's just put this to test again and hopefully this will work. So this is them doing everything that they can and just putting this on the line, and if this fails, they're just out. Basically, we've said this again and again. This is what it is.
Right, and here we are. Perhaps we might be able to see RJ Gaming going up against each Pokemon into the grand finals if they manage to win this one up. But if not, then Renaissance going to win this one up, going into game number 3. Still be anyone's game if Renaissance can perform well this time around.
Yep, so all eyes is going to be on Shindesu and Kamiru this time. Both of the central area Pokemon, they are the carry of the team, so they really have to bring it up to this event, especially with both of them having the mirror matchup.
Now here we go. Perhaps, as I mentioned, the last game of the losers finals. If RJ Gaming wins this one around, I think it's quite fair to say that we are going to have a champion time.
Yeah, definitely. This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be tough. And right here, we got to make sure that Rebounds get that Blastoise in time, because we have seen it time after time again. This Squirtle, if it didn't scale well, it really will fall behind. But down goes that. Down goes the Ninetales and the Hoopa in the meantime.
Right, and at the very least, it's RJ Gaming still having the pressure against Renaissance. Renaissance has been playing a little bit too scared. They're not playing careful. They're playing a little bit too scared. They don't want to take a lot of risk right now going into RJ Gaming. Kind of understandable as well that they kind of fell off from the the upper bracket. And they, compared to RJ Gaming, which has been winning since earlier, they are coming off in quite a pop-up from the previous game, going into this one in particular.
Yeah, so everything is on the line, because they really have to try to pick a W today. If not, they haven't really seen a win in the whole tournament in today's broadcast as well. So there we have Renaissance is just putting on pressure onto Giraffe, manages to get this one. Kamiru with this KO that might be able to get those EXP for it.
Right, but look at this. Renaissance, at the very least, trying, to get their Pyro Spikes here. Unfortunately, they still can't pressure up into that at the bottom path, just because of the fact that the Vulpix is still not a Ninetales, but now it is. They now have access into Blizzard, or, well, they were running Dazzling Gleam and Aurora Veil, actually, not the Blizzard, so they're not going to be able to apply as much pressure, but they can deal a lot of damage.
Yep, I mean, Yang is ready at level 5 right now, that they will be bringing the fight straight to RJ Gaming. And Renaissance is not looking too far behind as well, but however, in the bottom side, that Cramoran and that Blissey is ready at level 6. So they're kind of unlocked the second skill that they have at this point in time, so they have to try to pick this up, because Renaissance can't afford to lose this early in the game as much as possible, as the rest of the team rotates straight right to the top side to help the water though.
Right, and here we go. We're going to be seeing that 4v4 situation here, but it looks like Renaissance is going to be able to get one in the process while taking in, the beast. But Shindesu trying to get in some levels here. But Kamiru with the Greninja, currently at level 8, almost at level 9. Going to have that level 9 before the Dreno is going to be detrimental for the side of RJ Gaming, because they would now then have access to the Unite move, whereas Shindesu still doesn't.
Yep, already right now, Kamiru is at level 9 as the rest of RJ Gaming scrambles to the Dreadnought. Dreadnought's really very low.
Wow.
And there we have Renaissance got it, and they will be on the push with RJ Gaming defend of this one. Kamiru surf in, taking out the Hoopa in the meantime. Giraffe trying to push them back and looking very low at the same time. Whatever Shuriken taking down Giraffe in the meantime as well, as the rest of things scrambles back, and Renaissance manages to take tier 1, and this is looking bright for them.
Right, here you go. At the very least, you know, Renaissance is now awake. I like this. I am done seeing Renaissance lose, you know, and them being, being awake once again. This is what we want to know. This is what we want to see, you know, having that amazing play coming from Renaissance. But look at that, they're gonna be able to pick up 1, Nomika 2, Shingdesu still shining once again, but they might be able to do 1 more. Yes, there's gonna be 3 down and make that 4. The Snow Globe did no chaos at all into the side of RJ Gaming.
JJ, we got this saying in Singapore that we Singaporeans could not be praised, and Renaissance, once we praised them, they immediately went down to RJ Gaming, and that is not where you want to be at this point, especially with that Rotom being uncontested. Now Renaissance is back online though, so they will be trying to take down this Rotom to get that push, to get the revenge on RJ Gaming.
Right, here you go. Renaissance is going to be able to try to push down instead of the top lane. Renaissance currently has both of the objectives thus far, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be winning the entire game just yet, as Revenant is going to be able to take down, Kamiro into that of the Greninja, and just then their main damage shooters going down, giving RJ Gaming a huge breathing room going against Renaissance.
Yeah, Renaissance know that Kamiro has gone down. They retreated really disciplined, right? There is a good discipline coming in from Renaissance. But right here, Mavius is already at level 9. Ring Sunbound might be likely to be seen supporting everyone back to the bottom side as well. And there we go, Ring Sunbound!
The Ring Sunbound right now going to be used here, coming from Renaissance. They're going to be able to take out the second Dreadnought of the game as well. They're going to be able to punish Z-Ray as well. Giraffe, however, going to be able to go back just in time so that they won't be punished. But look at this, going to be 3v5 situation unless they can jump in and help out into that of the fight. Shane Dess are going to be able to take down the Beast as well. At the very least, they don't have as much lead in terms of XP, but look at that. Water Shuriken is going to be used here. And look at that, there's going to be 1-for-1 trade, but it's going to be Kamiru, the main damage dealer here, going to be going down, but Hyperspace Fury is going to be able to take down 2 as well. It's going to be 2-for-3 trade in favor of Renaissance, but they're going to be able to go back, get some recovery with the help of the Hyperspace Hole.
Wow, good turnaround coming from RJ Gaming. Renaissance should have retreated there and then so that RJ Gaming could not get any KO experience, but this is looking still pretty okay. It's still pretty kind of like even at this point in time, but Renaissance still have to try to pick this up. They have to try to score because once again, the top side still have the tier 1 rating. Once they score a few points, they might be able to pick this one back up.
Right, and here's the thing, right? We've seen RJ Gaming in this position earlier, right? They were what it might look like Renaissance winning in the early game, into the mid game. It is something that RJ Gaming can easily take, later on in the late game. They are how do I say this? They are familiar with this kind of situation. Even if Renaissance can take in the second Rotom here, as we all know, RJ Gaming comes in clutch all the time.
Yeah, but however, this dunk coming in from RJ Gaming on the bottom side might gain on them a little bit of experience as well. Take a look at this at the minimap at the top left corner. The bottom side of Renaissance is already empty, ladies and gentlemen. So Renaissance have to be really careful right now because they are on the losing side. So here, this particular last Dreadnought might be crucial for them.
Right, but here you go. Renaissance is going to be able to, get this Dreadnought without any contest for themselves. And I like this because they're going to have the XP advantage going over to RJ Gaming. Then perhaps this might be the statement that they're looking for, the statement that they want to put out that, hey, we're still not done. We still can go over RJ Gaming here. But look at the positioning right now of RJ Gaming. It looks like everyone is currently spread it out and they can easily get picked off here. I don't like the positioning of RJ Gaming right now.
Yep, at this point in time, it's just, whoever finds the first person to be picked out first. Whichever team down to 4 men, that is going to be the losing side in this fight. But however, Giraffe manages to catch NT, but it seems like Giraffe might be in cloud in this one.
Oh wow, Horn Leash actually whiffed as well, but it looks like Shing Des is going to be able to put down 80 before they try to initiate the team fight here. But let's find out who's going to be able to take the Zapdos. Yes, sirree. Rick Sabal is going to be used, and Renaissance is going to be able to take that one up, but they're going to be enforcing the issue right now, as Renaissance is just going to be, you know, ignoring them all day long. But right now, 285 still not enough. 323, but Meavis still can score in because of the Unbound form. And there we go. 459 is the score here, but 336 is still not far off of 459. And we have to remember as well that there's still a minute and a half at the very least left in time.
What? I mean, Renaissance saw that RJ Gaming is not going to do anything. If you're not going to stop me, I'm going to start on Zapdos. And that is exactly what Renaissance did. Took the Zapdos, immediately rushing straight right to those goal zones. Rings Unbound is not there for just opposing, like, you know, winning fights, but it's also meant to be taking down those Zapdos as fast as possible. Renaissance took that and just put it to use right here. All they have to defend, 50 more seconds on the clock. We can't allow RJ Gaming to score even once.
Yes, because most of them has 50 points, and if they can score one time of a 50 points, then they're going to go home crying. But here we go, the final fight of the game. 35 seconds left into our match. Let's find out who's going to be winning here. Kamir's going to be able to take down the Dreadnought. There's going to be 2 down into the side of RJ Gaming. No, make that 3. They're going to be able to stop them from scoring in, and that's going to be it. They're going to be responding in game number 3. That is, actually, the Koopa actually managed to survive, but it's not going to matter anymore. It's not going to matter, oh, wow. It's not going to matter anymore at this point because, you know, Renaissance was able to defend. If they weren't able to defend, you know, greatly, then RJ Gaming would have taken that win. Huge props to Renaissance.
Yup, huge props to Renaissance. 1-1, and we will be moving straight right to game number 3. Renaissance have that great advantage in the early game, and they managed to hold them on, and then finally taking the Zapdos without any contest by RJ Gaming, because there was a huge stare down right in the center. Getting the Zapdos, immediately dunking as much as possible, and there was a great defense coming in. And Renaissance got this point, 1-1, proving JJ the Prophet wrong.
Wow, JJ the Prophet just got special right there. But what still stands, okay? What still stands would be the winning team of this match.
Right, I mean, here we have, you know, Renaissance, you know, Mavius, Repongs, and NT, Yang, and Kamiru. This team really put it to the test. Even though they, you know, lost really badly in the first game, they came back, they bounced back, and right here they are coming to get that game number 3. They are not going to give up, and they won that grand finals against Reach again.
Now, here's the thing. Renaissance was able to adjust against RJ Gaming as RJ Gaming wins game number 1. Now, going to game number 3, RJ Gaming can adjust against Renaissance. So currently, you know, the advantage is on the side of RJ Gaming. Renaissance need to maintain what they have been doing thus far, going against RJ Gaming for game number 3 if they want to win. Not allowing RJ Gaming get the resources that they want, you know, because on game number 1 they were essentially just, you know, giving it on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, it boils down to the early game, right? Like, we have seen game number 1, RJ Gaming have a commanding lead in the early game. Game number 2, Renaissance got the early game. And coming into game number 3, this is still the big question mark. Who is going to lead in the early game? Whoever got that lead gets that first Dreadnought, and that will flow eventually. And with this kind of team composition, it's kind of like a mirror composition at this point in time. With this kind of composition, it really have to snowball. You have to snowball this comp so that you can get ready for the big Zapdos fight, which boils down to the early game.
Right, because again, you don't want RJ Gaming to get any resources, because if they do, yes, their composition isn't that much strong, and if you can deny them from the early game, then you saw the result of what's going to happen. Whatever happened in game number 2 is what's going to happen if you can deny them of their resources, off of their XPs. But if you cannot stop them, then we're going to see a repeat of game number 1.
Yeah, that is exactly right? And especially when Rebongs is on the Blastoise as well. So in order for the Blastoise to work, he has to really start scaling. He can't fall down to early KO as well. So, you know, Rebongs is going to be a crucial part of the puzzle because that Hydro Typhoon will make a huge difference, especially in a team fight style like this one.
Right, I think, you know, going back, you know, RJ Gaming kind of shackled down, you know, kind of got the nervousness over them on the very last push because I think it's because that they are currently on the losers bracket. I know for a fact that, you know, if you're a player going and if you already reach this stage of the tournament, you know, the nervousness will never go away whenever you're playing, and especially at that crucial moment, that is definitely, I guess, only one word can describe it as pain.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have to play through so many games, right? This is when you are at the loser bracket. It's a gauntlet. It's basically a gauntlet, right? It's a gauntlet of players from the winners bracket dropping down, and it's gonna be tougher and tougher as game goes by because these teams experience the winners bracket, and they are not easy teams as well. So, you know, coming in, and even though they go into the grand finals, they still have to beat them twice. So this is what we said. It's a gauntlet, and gauntlet is usually painful.
Right, and now going to game 3, I'm really excited who's going to be reaching Pokemon, pun intended, reaching Pokemon on the grand finals, as right now the one that's sitting on the throne is just waiting whoever wants to take the throne away from them, and that is Reach Pokemon. And now going into game number 3, Renaissance versus RJ Gaming. Please give us one great show to end things up before we head to the grand finals.
Yeah, this is game point, match point for that grand final. So it's all down to these 10 players. What kind of Pokemon are they going to pick? What kind of composition would they be going for in this matchup?
You know, thus far, I just noticed as well that whoever's on the Violet side are always winning.
You are not wrong.
Right? So, okay. Renaissance won the last game. You know, the adjustment now lies into RJ Gaming, how they're going to be executing this. But, oh, wow, okay. Shingdesu, this is the first time that we saw Shingdesu changing up. Ikura, you know, now in the Alolan Ninetales. And Shingdesu on the Venusaur. What is, I wonder what is up. You know, this might be a what do you call this, a pocket pick, you know, for Shingdesu, but thus far, I think we've seen Shingdesu play the Greninja quite beautifully, and changing that one seems to be a little bit questionable, especially that it was only picked at the very last minute.
I guess that this is their composition, their question to this particular team composition, right? Protect Mr. President. They're going in for the funnel comp and protect Shingdesu with everything that they have. And the Ninetales is there to maybe slow their opponents down, freeze them so that Shingdesu will get those easy picks. So this is the style that they're going for, because right here, they know how that you know, Greninja composition is gonna work, and this is their answer to them. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game, game point, match point for either one of these players. RJ Gaming going up against Renaissance.
Here you go. Here you go. The final game, best of 3, game number 3, losers bracket finals. RJ Gaming versus Renaissance. So let's find out who's going to be moving up top into the grand finals with one loss just yet. Whoever's going to lose this one is going to say goodbye to the tournament. And now Lucia is almost taken out.
Wow, I mean, they already got the level 3, and immediately Shingdesu comes to the rescue, takes down the Vulpix in that process, and that is what they want, right? Get a few picks and score a little bit, and there you have you, level 9 by the first Dreadnought. But RJ Gaming looking a little bit loose on the losing side at first, but immediately with the support of the central area Pokemon, he did not even complete the central area cycle in a way. So, you know, that is kind of support coming in from the team that you need.
Right, and look at this, you know, this Bulbasaur is still at level 4, you know, looking a little dark here, you know, especially as the one going into that you know, the central area, you know, the forest of our map. It's quite interesting, you know, that it's only getting into level 5 just now. but at the same time, helping out the teammate just to push down instead of the top hat is actually a very helpful thing as well, so that they would be able, to delay the other team.
Yeah, but there we have, Giraffe is already at level 5. So that curse is online and Rebounds is in a very bad position. Take a look at that, how fast the health bar of Rebounds actually fell in the hands of that Trevenant. So they have to be a little bit wary of those space, and especially with this curse online, he's able to just snipe off this wild Pokemon off his hand really early as well. But there we have, RJ Gaming is still pressuring Renaissance on the bottom side as well. So early game is still looking kind of, leaning towards RJ Gaming, but here we have Kamiru back in the rescue.
Right, currently at level 7 right now, still doesn't have, however, the Unite move, Water Burst Shuriken, but they still have like a minute left, or they can, to get that Unite move so that they would have the advantage, have the power going into that of the Dreadnought. But here it goes, 3-0-2 is the laning of RG Gaming right now. They really want to push the top lane, the top path rather, before they go down into the bottom path for the Dreadnought.
Yep, I mean, RJ Gaming is looking really well in terms of level. They're slightly above Renaissance by 1, so all eyes is going to be on Kamiru if they really want to get this first Dreadnought, because he is the one that is above the rest of RJ Gaming. And right here, as the rest of the team pots down to the bottom side, as the first Dreadnought goes live.
Here you go. The Dreadnought is now live, as you said. Let's find out who's going to have the initiation. Getting a little bit of poking game here into the Dreadnought to bait out the other team. But who's going to take the initiative? Who's going to be able to take the bait? It looks like Giraffe with a curse here, coming in with that of the Horlich as well. Going to be able to take that one, Renaissance, the Dreadnought for themselves. But here comes Anti. Let's find out if they're going to be able to survive Horlich again to push the opponents away. But look at that. Ivysaur's going to be able to punish them. There's going to be 2 down into the side of Renaissance. And just like that, they're going to be able to push in into the bottom path. But the Water Tail is going to be taken out as well.
Well, you guys realize that while the rest of RJ Gaming is focusing on their Dreadnought, Shindesu is just farming away in the central area all by himself, and coming out just at level 9. Even though they lost their Dreadnought, they will win that fight, and that is exactly what RJ Gaming wants to put out there, with that Shindesu coming out at level 9 with that Venusaur, and he literally swept the rest of Renaissance out. And that is the plan, and they put it to play.
That's good as well, that even if they weren't able to take in, the Dreadnought, at the very least, they were able to take down a lot into the side of Renaissance, that they essentially just, how do I say this, get the XP that they would have gotten from the Dreadnought from taking out, the Pokemon into the side of Renaissance. But right now, Water Tail is still a Water Tail, still not a Blastoise here. RJ Gaming is just going to be able to, try to repel away this Rotom, giving some time for Renaissance to farm up some XP. And look at this, a Water Tail right now trying to invade the central area of the RJ Gaming side.
Yeah, once he gets this coffee, she might be level 9, and here comes the Blastoise. He is already online. So right now, Renaissance is ready to roll, and RJ Gaming now has to answer, how am I gonna deal with this pesky team? And right here is all down to Hoopa game again, as that Dreadnought goes live for 12 seconds. Would Renaissance Hoopa get to level 9 to get their ring sunbound?
Now, Renaissance actually waking up just now. I think they are night owls. That's why they were kind of, playing a little bit on the down low earlier. But this time, they're awake and they're choosing violence. And right now, we're going to be seeing the hyperspace hole. Sorry, the Hydro Typhoon rather, to pick them up one by one. But it looks like Young here is going to be picked up as well. Horlich coming in from Giraffe here, but Anti going to be trying to get away. But this is going to be 4 down into the side of Renaissance. That strategy from Renaissance didn't work out that well for them, as the ones from RJ Gaming has a little bit of a lead, in terms of XP, that, the damage output was the difference on that team fight.
I mean, this has happened twice in a row. They got that Dreadnought, but unable to capitalize off those fights. And there you have, they caught Kamiru in the brush as well. That is not where you want to be at this point.
Yeah, wasted Water Burst Shuriken for sure. That, even when you were the one who used the Water Burst Shuriken, you're the one who got taken off. But at the very least, let's look at the bright side here. Kamiru could still get the Unite move before the Zapdos.
Yeah, I mean, with that KO, he gets an extra 10% on that Unite move, but that is not really the place that you want to be. Being KO this early, giving Shindesu the additional chance to breathe, that's not where you want.
Right, but look at that right now. It looks like Renaissance wants to take in this Rotom to put in some pressure into the top path. Really amazing play coming right now from Renaissance, taking out all the objective thus far. But are they going to be able to take down the last dread of the game? I think that is the bigger question here. They want to get the XP advantage over RJ Gaming. If they cannot, then RJ Gaming, we saw for a fact that they can take off Renaissance one by one.
Wow, I mean, Renaissance pushed at the bottom side but unable to do so. Immediately a hyperspace hole bringing Shindesu down to the bottom path as well to protect that bottom lane. So that is a great precision timing coming in from RJ Gaming, just spotting the right people at that right place. And big props to the Hoopa from RJ Gaming.
Now here you go, Dreadnought is going to be up in a few seconds. This is going to be the last fight before the Zapdos fight. Let's find out who's going to be winning this one. There goes the curse from both of the Trevenant as well, but it looks like the one into the side of RJ Gaming is going to be taken out. Kabir going to be able to take down the Dreadnought as well, and look at that. That's going to be 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams here, but Shindesu is still not over. He said the homework is still not done. You still need to do your classes here. But here we go. That was the final clash here before the Zapdos. And the final one here, whoever's going to be winning this team fight, I'm pretty sure would wipe up the other team. And whoever gets that would clear down the Zapdos as well. I don't think the Zapdos is going to be, the one that defines the win here. I think it's going to be a 5-man sweep.
Yeah, there we have, as Renaissance goes for the initiation, rebounds on it, and there we have 5-on-5. As what you said, it's gonna be on.
And there you go. Rings and bound for the Hoopa. Phantom Force is going to be used as well. Verdant Anger blitzes into that of Shindesu. Unfortunately, nobody else is alive. But there you go. It's going to be poured down into the side of RJ Gaming. And no one else is going to be alive here. Z-Ray is going out as well. That's why I told you, dude. That's what I told you guys. That is going to be a 5-man sweep here for Renaissance, taking that Zapdos, and from there on out they can just, get in all the points, get in all the lead, and it looks like they are the ones going to be fighting, going into the grand finals to reach Pokemon. Now, that is going to be the first time that Prophet JJ here made a mistake.
Well, I mean, RJ Gaming is not out of this yet, right? They still have points available. They might be able to cash it in. 40 more seconds. Anything is still possible at this point, especially with Hoopa, with those hyperspace holes. They will be able to teleport back and forth those lanes easily. And here we have, RJ Gaming overdunking as well. Wow. 276, 380. It's not over. It's not over.
I talked too early. I love that. There we go. One more point is all they need to do here. 358 to 380. One more point. Just a little bit of a point. 420 for RJ Gaming. I talked too soon. I jinxed it. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. I am sorry.
This is the comeback story. This is the comeback story that they need. 8 more seconds. I don't think Renaissance is able to just get this one. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That final flip that we need. RJ Gaming winning by an inch. 2-1, sending Renaissance back home.
I talked too early, and it looks like I'm still right. For a second, I never doubted RJ Gaming winning this one. I never thought for 1 second. I never doubted them 1 second. What do you mean, guys? I still think that, Prophet JJ here still giving up, still giving out, rather, the final results here. RJ Gaming going to be reach Pokemon into the grand finals.
Wow, I mean, big props to Renaissance. This game really looks like it's in their favor. They won every single objective, but unable to capitalize after getting those objectives. Immediately losing the fight to RJ Gaming. That is not where you want to be. But however, they still got that lead. They won their final fight that they need in front of the Zapdos, but not enough players to score off the points to get a stronger lead. RJ Gaming went on the offense and just took that backswing on and took the game 2-1.
Right, and here you go. This is going to be the most hyped series that we're going to have. Yes, RJ Gaming did climb a very steep mountain that is Renaissance to go into the grand finals, but their journey is still not over. The ones looking down on them right now from the King's Throne is Reach Pokemon. I'm really excited how they're going to fare against them. And looking back right now, before we head into grand finals, look at how Renaissance was able to control the early game, and RJ Gaming, unfortunately for Renaissance, was able to steal away the victory from them.
Oh. Wow, I mean, this was literally a steal under Renaissance nose. That big push, and I believe Renaissance might be able to just, try to push them back, but RJ Gaming gets that small little dunk at the very last moment to get themselves the lead and winning the game. Look at this, even though Renaissance got this objective, but they aren't able to capitalize on the fight till the final moment to get that fight.
Right, and I think it's about time that we just conserve our energy right now, going into the grand finals, because I think grand finals is going to be the most hyped series that we're going to be seeing. Perhaps we might be able to see a reset as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised there would be a reset, right? RJ Gaming is so formidable. They are one of the strongest teams that we have seen in this whole APAC Aeos Cup. The only team that actually managed to stop them was Renaissance in their early stages yesterday, but Renaissance is unable to repeat their results again, and RJ Gaming is unstoppable. They got the momentum, they got everything they need, and now is the question, how would Reach answer them?
Right, and we're going to be finding it out in just a bit. That answer is going to be that question is going to be answered in a few more minutes. I think before we head into that though, Danny and Sneeze, I know you guys were hyped behind the scenes. What can you say about this upcoming match?
What can we say about that upcoming match? It's gonna be hype. I mean, after that ending and the fact that JJ, let's be real, okay? And you can't answer back because this is true. You gave up on them too early. You were there, you were so dead set with this deadpan voice. It's over. There's gonna be Renaissance going to the grand final. You did not have faith. But apparently they had faith in themselves. This is why you don't press the surrender button, right, Pemestes?
Yeah, how did they let that happen? Zero just from the bottom, so sneaky, gets those final points in just to end it at such a perfect score as well. And just like that, RJ Gaming, when we saw them on day number 1, we said this team is gonna go far. And we didn't think it would be this far, we didn't think it would be the grand finals, but they believe in themselves and they're gonna ride on and carry the pride of Hong Kong and Taiwan on their shoulders to go up and face the Kings in Reach Pokemon waiting for them in the grand finals here.
Oh, this is going to be such an exciting grand finals. And also, just a quick reminder to anyone that's just tuned into the broadcast, if you're wondering about the format, grand finals is a best of 5. If RJ Gaming is able to take a win over Reach Pokemon, whether it be a 3-0, a 3-1, or a 3-2, we are going to do a reset. And they're going to go potentially for 10 games. We could be here all night seeing who is going to be the king of the hill. Gosh, Nemesis, I'm so hyped.
I just can't believe they did that. Like Renaissance, they looked like they were on their last legs in that game number 2, and everyone was saying, Renaissance. And I mean, I know this team for very long, but they end up dropping out. Well played to them though, but big congrats, of course, to the side of RJ Gaming.
Absolutely. Now we're just going to calm down a little bit. A quick reminder here to some of our people at home. If you haven't already, the May Cup Open qualifiers are open. So if you haven't already, you can register. Head on over to Battlefy. Just head on over to Battlefy. Sign up. You get 20 Holloway tickets. You do whatever you want with them. You can collect them. At this point, I just collect my Holloway tickets. I'm trying to get to 999. See if we can break the barrier and go even higher.
Yeah, done with the exchanges, but right now we're gonna see what will be the definitive exchange of all. RNS, they get knocked out here. They were aiming for the trophy. They were the March champions, and they are going to falter here in this Aeos Cup. Now, the road has been paved for the success of these two other teams. Reach as well as RJ Gaming, both representing the different ends of the APAC region. and man, it's gonna be insane to watch.
Well, I know one thing's for certain, Permisnes, you're going to be casting the grand finals, so I'm going to let you sort of have a break, grab a coffee. I want you pumped and ready to go for that broadcast. Same thing with our viewers at home. Remember, grab your coffees. If you don't drink coffee, you grab your tea or your bubble tea or whatever you need to take. Your snacks. Make sure you go to the toilet because we don't want you leaving your seat when that grand final kicks off. So we'll see you after this 4-minute break. You got 4 minutes. Charge up.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon UNITE. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready, go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of 2 attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Aeos Island.
Pokemon trainers, it is the moment we have been waiting for. It is the grand finals for the Aeos Cup APAC. Everyone's excited. I've loaded everyone up on coffee. We're all good to go. Hopefully, anyway. Let's ask Moonboy. Moonboy, have you had your coffee? Coffee!
Coffee!
Yes! We are good.
Yeah. So yeah, we are at the final stretch, Danny. We are at the final stretch. This is the final 2 minutes mark for these competitors, or even final 5 games, or even 10 games for these competitors. So, you know, Reach Pokemon going up against RJ Gaming. These are the 2 of the best team in the region, and we have seen them in action. What else to expect? Let them do the talking.
I mean, we could let them do the talking, but of course it's more fun for us to sort of speculate, right? And sort of figure out like what could happen, what kind of Pokemon we could see, if we're going to see anything different, right? Because I think for the majority of today's games, we really haven't seen that much diversity. I think the only diversity we saw was during OCE, where we saw an Aegis Slasher and even an Azumarill. Whereas for APAC, we've been seeing more or less the standard stuff. So it's grand finals now. We got to start talking cheese, right? If you want to get that crown, you're going to have to start pulling something out of that sleeve. What kind of Pokemon could we see coming out from Reach Pokemon and RJ Gaming that might surprise the other side?
Honestly speaking, I don't think there's too much of a change, right? Especially coming into the grand finals, I don't think there's a chance to step up. And coming into the very first game, likely they will go with their comfort composition. And then slowly the composition would evolve eventually to beat the opponent, right? We've seen RJ Gaming do a little bit of tweak from the Greninja to the Venusaur on Shindesu as well. So maybe Rich could have do something like that. Maybe a Talonflame, or even like, you know, something interesting like Mr. Mime, hopefully.
I know chat on Twitch has been asking for Mr. Mime for the past couple of days, but so far no one's really entertained the idea. So I think it'd be pretty interesting, right? Because Mr. Mime, he changes the way that you sort of plays the game, because all of a sudden your positioning becomes so important. Because if you get caught out by that Mr. Mime, where can you really go? So we'll see if it does end up happening, if we do get the Mr. Mime, or maybe we get something else. But let's talk a little bit about Reach Pokemon on RJ Gaming, because we have seen them play, and we've seen these 2 teams play quite a lot on stream. What are we sort of looking at here? Is it RJ Gaming playing around Reach, or is it vice versa? Like, who's the one that generally takes control of the tempo?
I think it all boils down to what RJ Gaming is going to go. RJ Gaming we have been seeing RJ Gaming in this composition the whole game, right? It's either Greninja or Venusaur, if I said. So Reach is going to be the one playing against them at this point in time, because they have to play against this composition that they have been seeing around the whole day, unless, you know, RJ Gaming pull out something out of their pockets and there's something interesting, something new, and then, you know, Reach have to try to answer to that again. So, you know, right here is just Reach is the one trying to answer as much as possible at this point.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's almost time for those grand finals to finally kick off. But Moonboy, I want to hear your predictions. Are we looking at a reset? Is it going to be, or is it just going to be a Reach Pokemon grand final? What do you think?
I want to see a reset. I think RJ Gaming got a really good opportunity to win this one. So I believe it's going to be a reset and a 3-0.
Okay, thank you so much, Moonboy. We're going to throw it over to our casters. I hope they're ready. I don't think anybody is ready for this grand final. It's going to be JJ Kun and Perma Sneeze. Take it away for our grand final match.
What are you doing, my
friend? Entrance for the grand finals. Reach Pokemon versus RJ Gaming. It is the Philippines versus Hong Kong plus side 1 right now for the grand finals. This is the culmination of APAC. Sneeze. What can you say?
Yo, all you Reach Pokemon fans, all you Pokemon Unite fans from Philippines, don't doubt JJ's commitment, okay? He just sprinkled baby powder all over himself just to hype this one up for his boys. But yeah, we're gonna see the clash of the new titans here. Reach, they kind of overtook AFR in that position of being the premier team in the Philippines, right? And now RJ Gaming as well, like I said earlier on, carrying the pride of Hong Kong and Taiwan to this grand finals. This is the second time in the Aeos Cup just today in Oceania as well. We have 2 teams that have not met at all throughout this entire tournament, facing off for the first time here in this grand finals.
Now here you go. this is going to be, as I mentioned, the culmination and everything.
Yo.
As you mentioned as well, they haven't met. This is going to be the first time that they're going to be fighting off each other. It could be anyone's game. RJ Gaming is known to be a team that adapts to their opponents and has the mastery of the basics. But Reach Pokemon surely showed us as well that they have dethroned the current kings of APAC for them to take the throne for themselves. This is going to be the grand finals, game number 1. Reach Pokemon versus RJ Gaming. Are you ready?
Ooh, Reach Pokemon, they've shown they can really stress the top teams of the region. But RJ Gaming are the opposite, right? RJ Gaming, they seem unfazed by anything. Even on those last moments in that game, they weren't bothered at all. Z-Ray just casually, bloop, bloop, backhand, just scores, gets the game, goes to the grand finals, and what a pair of titans here to kick us off for this event.
Now here it is, you know, the central Pokemon. We have Shingdesu's Venusaur, and at the same time we have Olenem's Sylveon. Let's find out which central Pokemon is going to be on top of the other as we have a champion time.
That is absolutely right. We're going to find a champion here. One thing to note that the panel pointed out as well, that RJ Gaming, even though they're coming into this final strong, they're going to have to win 2 sets of best of 5s if they want to walk away with the $10,000, if they want to call themselves the winners of APAC's first Aeos Cup.
Now here you go, RJ Gaming, as you all know, has the L on their name. Not that we are giving them the L, but that only means that they are coming in from the lower bracket. Meaning, if Reach Pokemon can win here with a 3-1, 3-2, perhaps a 3-0, then that means they would be crowned the winners. But if RJ Gaming, as Danny has mentioned earlier, can win in this game, we're going in for a reset and going to have another set of best of 5.
Right, so Shingdesu piloting that Venusaur, we've seen a bit of a shift from him, right? Because throughout day number 1, RJ Gaming, they were riding that wave with the Greninja. They've decided to make a little switch this time. They are piloting that Venusaur, but this is the standard strategy that we see time and time again from Reach Pokemon. It's the Sylveon, it's that Venusaur, backed up by the 2 strong supports on their side.
Right, here you go. Kai here is trying to invade and trying to distract Shingdesu. Not going to be able to pick them off, however. Gets out in time. But Kai went back!
Yeah, oh, really interesting. This is some sick tech because you don't necessarily think of Hoopa as the best counter central area Pokemon, but with that hyperspace hole, you can always continuously get the resets. Now, he's starting to get ganged up on in that central area, but again, another hyperspace hole gets out of that situation and wastes so much time for RJ Gaming.
Right, here you go. They're going to be seeing the second set of the second set of Beasts in just a bit. Sorry, I'm a little bit too excited for this game. But let's find out who's going to have the upper hand here. Olenem's currently at level 7. Still, you know, usually gets level 8 immediately at this, stage of the tournament, but it looks like Shingdesu preparing the pressure into the side of Reach Pokemon 4 into 3. They are outnumbered, but they are inside the score goal, so they definitely have, the power here, the advantage against RJ Gaming, but it's still not going to be enough though, as we're going to be seeing them go down into the bottom path and get that Dreadnought.
Sigh of relief here as Olunems narrowly survives that one. Once again, we talked about this Sylveon's importance when it comes to the early power spike. Has that level 8. We've seen how this Fairy Frolic can work. Let's see whether it can make its same magic happen.
Right, here you go. Reach Pokemon is initiating a Dreadnought, and it looks they're going to be able to take that JT. Yes, they're going to be able to take that Dreadnought, and now they're going to try to risk this one out to try to get RJ Gaming, but that's going to be 1-for-1 trade right now. Shingdesu going to be teleported back into the base just to get some recovery, get some reset, but look at that JT almost getting taken out as well. Still doesn't have the unstoppable status because they're still at a lower level for the power of punch, but that's going to be a big off. Intercept Reach Pokemon. Kai tries to get away, but it's not going to be enough. No time at all to go back to the base. If you want to go back to the base, then we would have to take you out.
Huge mistake coming out from Reach Pokemon. They managed to get the Dreadnought and that was all good. I don't know why Olunems, no Fairy Frolic, no support, ran up on them like that. RJ Gaming, they sense the overextension and they punish it hard and they sweep up a couple of KOs. So even though you get those shields, even though you get those levels, it's essentially flat out across the board yet again.
And here you go. Shingdesu, trying to steadily do their thing right now. Just, clear out the central area, level up as fast as you could, so that when the next objective comes up, they will be ready. It looks like we're going to see some action into that of the top path. That's going to be 1 down into the side of RJ Gaming. That's going to be 2 for 3. I think Reach Pokemon here, if RJ Gaming can't go up top, would secure this Rotom. But here you go, they're going to be able to take that Rotom as well away from RJ Gaming, and it looks like they're going to try to punish as well. Ikura going to be able to survive though in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is them picking off that Trevenant first, right? Giraffe ends up falling to the deck, and that is your Pokemon that can reposition that Rotom out of the picture. So they're able to just pick that up in relative safety. Meanwhile, they're still holding the line at bot side. So Reach, it's a small one, but it's an advantage nonetheless.
Right, and in just a few seconds, we're going to be seeing the Dreadnought come up as well, but it looks like the positional advantage is going into the side of RJ Gaming. Now, Reach Pokemon needs to do some initiations here, if not steal away the Dreadnought from RJ Gaming. Here comes Dream initiating the fight with the Petal Dance. Phantom Force is going to be used here as well. Verdant Anger going to be popped up, or a Cannon coming up as well. Fairly Flawed coming from all of us. They're going to be able to take down one instead of RJ Gaming. It looks like, do they have another one? Rings and Bound coming in from Kai here. Not going to be enough though. Shing Desu going to be able to get away, but that's going to be another one out into the side of RJ Gaming. They definitely are not playing as they were earlier. Reach Pokemon is playing quite conservatively for the first game of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, that's for sure. They end up losing that Dreadnought, and it's just a bit awkward, right? Because the only Pokemon on the map with any type of secure really is this Lucario. They end up losing out that Dreadnought, and because of that, this time they understand that they're at a disadvantage, they back off. They actually do manage to get a lot of members on the side of RJ Gaming very low, but there isn't a finisher as the Blissey gets picked off on the bottom path. RJ Gaming, they want to pressure here, but of course, as soon as I say that, the discipline kicks in, they opt to back off and reset instead.
And here you go, right? It's really fascinating to see as well that each Pokemon, instead of like the usual overcapping of a score goal, they decided to just, you know what, let's just destroy the first score goal into that of the top path by having flat out 80 points.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, Reach Pokemon, they are still in the lead when it comes to points, but it's undoubted. Like you can't doubt the fact that RJ Gaming, it feels like they have such strong control in these engagements regardless, right?
Right, and now going into the second Rotom of the fight here, the final Rotom, mind you, but here comes a Horn Leash as well coming into the side of RJ Gaming, going to be able to pick up a JT. They need to back out now. They cannot teleport back there because they're going to get picked off. And right now, RJ Gaming, yes sirree, they should just give it up, really, because if they decide, if they decide to fight it off, look at what's happening right now. They're just going to go back anyway.
Yeah, they're losing on all fronts here. So not only do they lose out that tier 1 goal, which was basically already decided by the time they got the pickoffs and the Rotom, they lost some pressure in the bot side as well. They could have been positioned down there better for this Dreadnought, but now once again it's RJ Gaming who are controlling the entire stadium. This is just another page out of the playbook, but this is Reach Pokemon who want to contest. The Power Punch getting charged up, cannot get the KO though.
They're not going to be able to seal down that Dreadnought. That was quite a risk that JT and MXI is taking, and they got punished for that. I mean, if they were able to take that one up, at the very least, one KO from their end would have been okay, but getting 2 KOs in the process while losing the Dreadnought is definitely not looking good for them.
I mean, RJ Gaming, it's either one of two things, right? It's either these players have practiced just an insane amount of hours together, or there is one shot caller on the team who everyone respects. Because as you see, as soon as they see that Lucario come in, they all make the call to back off, they don't allow him to charge that power-up punch fully, and they manage to secure the KO and objective as we get into this Dreadnought fight.
And now going into perhaps the final fight of the match here. Hyper Voice is going to be used here. Verdant Anger is as well going to be used. Double Verdant Anger. Bliss Assistant as well is going to be popped up. That's going to be 1 down into the
RJ Gaming!
It looks like Reach Pokemon is going to be eating them down for dinner. They might have not have their dinner yet, and now RJ Gaming is going to be served on a silver platter here for Reach Pokemon, as Sky here is just buying time for their teammates to take down the Zapdos, and now they're just going to try to avoid everyone else and get the Zapdos, get in all the points, and score in more against RJ Gaming, currently tied down into 2-0-2. But we have to remember that they have the Zapdos, they have all the quick points up there. Kai not going to be able to get away, however. There's still one more minute for RJ Gaming to come
but
back.
They can't stop Olanems. They can't stop Olanems, and he's going to make it a 500, 300 point difference at that point. Dreamt,
almost.
Narrowly misses out, almost. But 300 isn't insurmountable. It's not the worst thing to come back from. They're going to make a final hurrah, try and push it through to whoever they can catch. Still try to chase on the Olanems, but you do not want to run up straight into that Hyper Voice. But RJ Gaming, they have no choice. They need to make a final push here.
Yeah, they definitely need to do that, because if they can't, at the very least, at the same time, Reach Pokemon would have to defend this really greatly, because if they can't defend this, then they can easily get, caught up here by RJ Gaming. But look at this, the final push here coming from RJ Gaming, defense here coming from Reach Pokemon, seemingly nowhere to be found. That's going to be 340, but there's only 20 more seconds left. If they can take out Reach Pokemon here, then perhaps they can come back here.
Phantom Force
is going to be used as well, coming from coming from RJ Gaming. Not going to be enough though for them to catch up to the points of Reach Pokemon, and it is going to be the first game here for Reach Pokemon against RJ Gaming. They are in here for, in a quite high morale, knowing the fact that they were just sitting and waiting from earlier on. That could have, shown them off their game, while, because it's a different story when you have been playing for, quite a while, and when you're just waiting for your opponent. Yes, you may have the advantage of just waiting out, watching everyone else, but you can't dismiss the fact that the morale here for RJ Gaming is running up as well. But I guess playing for too long right now, RJ Gaming is experiencing the mental toll that, playing for a long time can give one person.
Yeah, there's a lot of discipline that we always compliment RJ Gaming for, but there are moments and lapses that we saw in that game number 1, right? RJ Gaming, especially in the top side, like that Rotom, Giraffe getting picked up first on the Trevenant, in the team fights as well, especially at the final Zapdos fight. They were actually in a pretty commanding position, but they end up just getting usurped by the side of Reach Pokemon. And it was just when I was saying, man, they must have a single shot caller who everyone trusts. It's in those moments when you're so used to making unified moves that one of the soldiers, one of the players falls slightly out of line with the rest of the team, and that is where Reach Pokemon strike.
Right, and for the most part in the game, I'd have to say that it was actually pretty close. Yes, Reach Pokemon might have gotten a lot of points in, but before the Zapdos came out, it was kind of close to RJ Gaming and Reach Pokemon. Nobody's really in control of the entire game until the very last moment where Reach Pokemon was able to take down 4 for RJ Gaming, and until then, I think RJ Gaming can easily adjust against Reach Pokemon going into game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's not all lost for RJ Gaming yet. I feel like we're writing them off a little bit too early. Yes, they have a huge mountain to climb in terms of making that comeback. Now they're 1 game down. Like we said, they need a full bracket reset and win essentially 2 best of 5s, right? But really, I think RJ Gaming, they still played pretty well. They still brought the heat to Reach, and they really made... Yeah, they made Reach sweat quite a bit, but yeah, they just weren't able to close it out at the Zapdos fight where it matters the most. And I mean, as always, the Zapdos flip is the one that dictates the game. This is something that every Pokemon Unite player knows.
I think I like that Kai is still the MVP of the game here, especially at the very last push there. Before they were able to take in the Zapdos, essentially buying time for the teams to secure the Zapdos, essentially 1v1ing the Alolan Ninetales of RJ Gaming, and from there on out, that is when they rolled out.
Yeah, that was so annoying from Kai. I feel like I'm learning new things about Hoopa every single time I watch that player play that Pokemon. It's like, this is the first time I've seen a Hoopa just decide, okay, I hit level 4, time for me to just disturb their central area Pokemon. Goes in there, forces so many rotations from the opposing Hoopa, and wastes so much of RJ Gaming's time. That definitely had a part to play in kind of dismantling this beautiful robotic play, like clinical surgical play that RJ Gaming have concocted for themselves.
Right, so I think if RJ Gaming is to do some adjustments here, they would need to take out Olanems here, as Olanems is just providing so much damage from the backlane. JT is mostly using the power-up punch, not to deal damage, but rather to secure objectives. Obviously, secondary would be, the damage that power-up punch gives up. But, having the backlane damage and freely attacking, freely giving out damage as well is one of the biggest threats right now for RJ Gaming. But in terms of team composition, I don't think they should be changing anything. They just need to play it quite differently, perhaps marking down Olanems and then Dream.
100%. But I do feel like RJ Gaming actually executed that game plan. As we look back at the replay of that game just now, it really was the side of RJ Gaming who was still executing those clean plays, whereas we did see Reach slip up at some points in time as well, especially Olunam's, you know, maybe that's the fatigue as well, because we can't forget that even though RJ Gaming come fresh off a game, it's not like Reach have been sitting around the entire day either, right? Olunam's, you know, they were put to the test earlier on, and in that Dreadnought fight, we always see the Fairy Frolic come into play, but you know, a bit of overextension could really come cost Reach here.
And now here we go, going into the draft, the blind pick here, the blind draft for our game number 2. Once again, each Pokemon currently has to lead 1 point. Again, if they win this set, then they're going to be crowned the winners. But if RJ Gaming could get in a reverse sweep, then we are going to be looking for a reset. But right now, nothing's going to be changed here for both teams. Again, there's nothing wrong with RJ Gaming's composition. There's nothing wrong with the composition of Reach Pokemon. But the execution, that is where they are going to have some changes against Reach Pokemon.
So there's a couple of things for me, right? Number one, if RJ Gaming want to win this, it's all about maintaining their standard discipline that we've come to expect from them. As long as they can do that, I have faith that they can execute this composition as we've seen them do already and outplay Reach. Now on the Reach side, not only do they need to capitalize on Olunam's, I think they need to make the most of their early game timing. They need to continue to push that issue like the successful games that they've done so far, right? So that will be the key make or break for me coming into this game to determine which team can take it over the other.
And here you go, you know, just like how Aeos Fortress Regis was able to cement themselves in the winter tournament of Japan, it looks like RP, Reach Pokemon, is looking to cement their names as well by taking this one up for themselves. You know, not only for themselves, but also for their region, the Philippines. Here we go, Reach Pokemon leading with 1-0 against RJ Gaming. Let's find out if this streak would continue still, or are they going to be reverse sweep here by RJ Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, even if they reverse sweep them on Reach, there's still quite a long way ahead, right? But I mean, RJ Gaming, they've strapped in for the ride. They've already come so far. No reason to stop now. Giraffe gonna get knocked around, bashed up by Kai as well as JT. Still looking for some double trouble here. Will-O-Wisp. Those are the buffs coming into play, baby.
Ooh, wow. Okay. Well, that was still early. You know, we're still about a minute into the game, so it's not big just yet. Perhaps if it were the carry of the game, the carry of the team that was taken out, then that would have been big, because that means that they're going to get delayed in terms of, like, you know, pressuring up. But it wasn't, so it's a little bit okay. You know, it's a little bit okay, and it's not like the carry that got the KO as well.
My whole thing is that I feel like these two teams, right, every single tiny advantage is so important to them because they're so evenly matched, right? So I feel like even small KOs like this, it's not that it's like, oh man, it's the end of the world. I think they are still strong enough to come back, but you're gonna see those small bits of level advantages come into play as we see another KO in this top half from that Hooper.
Yeah, that's gonna be 2 down now for Kai. You know, that's gonna be 2 KOs for Kai, and obviously we just saw off cam, however, Olam's going to be able to take down 1 into the side of RJ Gaming. That's going to be the carry, you know, Shing Desu, but, you know, to answer back, they got taken out as well. JT going to go out as well, out of commission here, as Giraffe is going to be able to pick them off.
Yeah, Giraffe heard you, JJ. Giraffe was like, what, you saying this doesn't matter? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna make it count. You get a KO streak of 2 in this top half, and this is a really scary Trevenant to go up into, right? Because the only burst damage that you have on the side of Reach really is that Lucario, and if the Lucario isn't the one standing up to that Trevenant, you best believe that Venusaur and Sylveon might not be able to do it as well.
Right, and here you go. We're going to be seeing the first set, the second set of Bees in just a few seconds, and then the first Dreadnought. All of them is still not level 8 compared to his previous games, right? Where he's already at level 8 even before the second set of Bees comes out. It's looking like they are getting a little bit of a problem going against RJ Gaming, especially, you know, after, you know, how do I say this? Going out and helping out on lanes.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, Shingdesu, you know, he's not at that crucial level 9 just yet. Might be testament because he fell earlier on in that central area fight. But they kick things off here as they're going in for Reach Pokemon. They want to grab the crucial KOs. Dread getting sustained up. Look, he's gonna fall, but he's gonna be Giraffe. Yeah, Giraffe is the first one to drop, but they trade it out for the Ivysaur. So both teams trying to speed their way back to that central area and get that Dreadnought for themselves.
And here you go. Whoever's going to be able to take this Dreadnought would have the upper advantage against the other team, but it looks like only Ikura and Klashia and Ray are the only ones left here. Still not at level 8, however. Still not at level 9 to get in that Rings Unbound. But here you go. Special advantage on the side of Reach Pokemon. Whoever's going to be able to take
Dreadnought
this would get this Dreadnought as well. But look at that. It looks like Trapper is going to be able to take down Kai as well. Look at that.
Very frolic.
Further than Anger as well, but it looks like Ikura is going to be the one to take down the Dreadnought. It's going to be 2 down into the side of Reach Pokemon. It looks like Dream is now out of commission as well. MXI tried to survive quite barely by a hair on that team fight. RJ Gaming putting up quite a fight, you know, advancing into that bottom score goal.
Yeah, that was insane coming from RJ Gaming. They really bide their time and they allow the side of Reach Pokemon to be baited in a little bit. Slight suboptimal move usage from Reach Pokemon. They pop off the Fairy Frolic, doesn't really amount to much. And Shingdesu, because of that, he's able to run up all on them and take that Dreadnought. So nice early advantage. Like we said, RJ Gaming, they're not really an aggressive team. They don't try and go for those funny goals. They only score after they've won a team fight and they convert the objectives. But that puts them 100 on the board right now.
Yeah, and now Reach Pokemon is going to be trying to take in, you know, the second objective here, the Road to Man. And they were able to, as well, to, you know, at least buy them some time, buy them a little bit of time here so they can take down their resources and perhaps getting the XP as well, going over to the next objective and later on to that of the Zapdos.
Yeah, this is what I like to call the short circuit Rotom, right? It doesn't actually matter. It's not going to cause you any chaos. Yeah, not yet, right? Like this one's the first one, and just nice, you know, look at the rest of the map. There's nothing left to do. That's why we're seeing these players just waiting around. This is the, whether you like it or not, this is what peak Pokemon Unite performance looks like, ladies and gentlemen. The map is not going to have any resources because the teams are just so good at farming it all.
Wow. Look at that close combat actually stopping everyone to scoring into the side of RJ Gaming. If this were pre-patch, everyone would have had the body barrier and score shield, and I don't think Lucario with the close combat would have been able to stop them from scoring in. But never mind, they were still able to put down the points that they wanted to put down.
So 140 up as the side of RJ Gaming. They're once again positioning. Reach Pokemon, they need to be a bit more careful about their Unite moves if they want to win this Dreadnought fight. But already popping off that Rings Unbound coming out from Z-Ray, but there's the Verdant Anger. The answer, Fairy Frolic as well. Ooh, the back.
At the right timing, Kai was able to bring them back, but unfortunately, the rest that were left was taken out, and that's going to be a team wipe here for Reach Pokemon. RJ Gaming is definitely showing down the prowess that they have against Reach Pokemon, adjusted immediately into game number 2, and now they're going to be able to take down the second Dreadnought of the game. Extended team fight right there, but JT wants to try to answer back, but I think this is a little overextension here from Reach Pokemon. I don't think they want to get in here. Rings Unbound here going to be used here by Kai. Unfortunately, I think that was a little bit too close right now, especially if this is just the first, the first tier score goal instead of the bottom path. That is quite questionable. I think that wasn't a play. I don't think that was the play.
Reach, baby, what is you doing? I don't understand that at all. I mean, I get that they try and get back, but RJ Gaming, their decision-making was just chef's kiss, man. Did you see that? We've seen so many times and times again, the Phantom Forest being counteracted by the portal, right? But immediately, RJ Gaming, okay, you're gonna bring 2 people of your team out of the fight. We're just gonna take out the rest of you. They surge forward, take out the supports, and when Venusaur and Sylveon return, they get knocked out as well. RJ Gaming, they're just all over it.
That was quite questionable, you know, especially that they already lost a Dreadnought and then they still tried to overextend by pushing in. They just got punished. They just got punished.
I mean, very uncharacteristic coming out from Kai. We were praising him on the Koopa, always, you know, on point with the decision making, but slight faltering from them. That's gonna cost them this early lead that we mentioned earlier on as well, JJ.
I don't think that was
okay. Yeah, I'm trying to be nice. I'm not gonna lie. It's looking pretty bad for them right now. But I just want to hang on to hope because they are our winners bracket finalists after all, right? I don't think we can write them off that easily. But RJ Gaming, they're 222 up now, and take a look at this. Like I said, this is. I mean, you're sitting here, you're just waiting, but it's because you know what's important on both sides.
Right, but here's the thing, the XP lead right now is on RJ Gaming, so I think the play here would be Reach Pokemon picking off RJ Gaming one by one, because if they take them all but at once, I don't think they're going to win against them.
Yeah, they need to be so careful here because if they start this at those, like I said, Reach Pokemon, they're the only ones with that secure, with that Lucario, but they're gonna start off the fight. There's the Rings Unbound.
Yes, sir. Phantom Force is going to be used as well. Rings Unbound for both of the teams here. Verdant Anger, however, going to be able to take down JT, but there goes Kai as well. Dream, very low HP right now, not going to be able to survive. That's going to be two of them left inside Reach Pokemon. I don't think they can steal this one out from RG Gaming, and even if they do, most of them were KO'd and not going to be able to get those points.
Oh no, that Blissey comes in to try and contest but gets shot down by the lingering Zapdos Lightning. And just like that, RJG, they're just gonna surge forward and they know they've got this one in the bag. 322, probably a couple of other hundreds coming in as well, just raining in, racking it up. And you know, JJ, we talked about it at the start of the game. We talked about it. We're like, oh, these small KOs don't matter. And we're seeing here why they absolutely do, right? RJ Gaming, they just hold that position strong. And because of the relative lack of EXP that JT has had through the start of the game, he's not able to deliver on that Lucario.
And still at level 13 as well, so the Power Up Punch wouldn't have that unstoppable status as well. So definitely not going to be helping out a lot, especially in the late game team fight. But right now, even if Reach Pokemon, everyone has 50 points, they still wouldn't be able to catch up to the score of RJ Gaming. So I think it's safe to say, with less than 20 seconds left in the game, that this is going to be the game here for RJ Gaming.
So, I mean, I respect it because they're not surrendering, they're still giving it a try, but I mean, Reach Pokemon, I'm sure they know us as well. They know this one's over. I doubt they're gonna return for a last hurrah, just throw out the Unite moves, but this is the point in time where you're just pressing the buttons, you're probably having a discussion with your team, trying to figure out what went wrong, how it all kind of fell out like that. Yeah, they have to, because they are facing up against the terror of Taiwan and Hong Kong right now, and RJ Gaming, despite losing out in that game number 1, they're gonna answer right back with a serve straight back into Reach Pokemon's court and say, you think you can beat us? Not so fast, not so fast. We're gonna come right back, and you're gonna have to work harder than that if you want to take these grand finals away from us.
Right, and now, Reach Pokemon had a lot of mistakes in that game that RJ Gaming, we know for a fact that the moment that you slip up, the moment that you make a mistake, just a tiny little bit of mistake, they're going to be eating you up for that. They're going to punish you, and Reach Pokemon cannot afford to do that again going forward, moving forward into the last best of 3 that we're going to have after this one. And right now, Reach Pokemon, I think their composition is okay, just that they were trying, they overextended a lot. They overextended a lot in the previous game, and at the same time they were, spread it out a lot. And compared to game number 1, where they were mostly together when rotating, mostly together as well when picking up Pokemon into side of RJ Gaming, that wasn't the play that Pokemon did on game number 2. And if they can go back to how they played in game number 1, then perhaps we might be able to see a redemption game here from Reach Pokemon.
Yeah, we're gonna see some of the replays come out, and we're gonna see just what exactly went wrong for Reach Pokemon. In this first Dreadnought fight, take a look at that. They hold on, and they managed to get it with the last hit from Ikura, and just like that, look at that, the Lucario just melts to the deck. They managed to get that Sylveon and Venusaur out of there, but they come straight back into their certain demise, and that's the second Dreadnought on the plate. And Reach Pokemon, it just feels like they're slightly one step behind. They're kind of like 1.5 steps behind, right? Like, they have these cute moves that they're used to doing, they have this composition that they're used to running, but RJ Gaming feels like they have their number there, and in this last fight, they get the Phantom Forest off as well, but look at the Unite moves just pop off and go crazy. They just chase Dream out of the fight, and that is your main damage dealer. The Sylveon as well can only do so much alone as they wipe her out, and just like that, yeah, they just snowball this game from start to finish.
Yeah, and hopefully, Reach Pokemon would be able to, realize their mistake, realize the things that they did in game number 2, so that they can go on stronger into game number 3. Again, this is the grand finals, and I'm pretty sure everyone you know, especially RG Gaming is getting a little bit tired right now as they have been playing since earlier in a row. And, you know, we are first-hand witnesses to that, how they have been lasting this long. And, you know, if Reach Pokemon would be able to adjust properly, then I think they would have a better chance of winning this one with the mental toll that RG Gaming is currently experiencing, playing for such a long time with so little breaks.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I mean, JJ, you talk a lot about the mental toll, and there's definitely something that comes into play. But RJ Gaming, they're looking fresh, they're looking back in form, they're looking like, you know, that game one didn't even matter, they're gonna continue. It's a long road ahead, but we're here to drive it all the way home. And they look like they want to bring the heat to Reach. Now, my question to you, JJ, is, we were mentioning a little bit of a side strategy for Reach, a little bit of a pocket Alolan Ninetales coming out. Is this the time to bust it out?
I don't think it is the time to bust it off. Again, I don't think they have to. What if they are, right? If they are, if they have a secret strategy, I don't think this is a time. Remember, they have the advantage of being on the upper bracket, so that means they may lose this one up, and they would still have a chance to get back against RJ Gaming. Perhaps this might be the strategy, right? Perhaps this might be the strategy that Reach Pokemon is doing, ensuring that the game is going to prolong, so that there would be more mental toll against RJ Gaming and then sweep it out on the reset. That could be one of the strategies.
We're going like way deep into the analysis here. This is like we're really reaching for Reach right now. But I think you know there's no
possibility, right?
That's true. The possibilities are endless. Of course, we don't have JJ the Prophet, we have JJ the Caster, so we aren't able to see which reality is real. But we have the Pokemon select screen in front of us right now, as it looks like all of them, they're just gonna stick for what they know is gonna work.
So far. You know,
so far.
Still change. You know, still could still change on perhaps the final game or on the reset if we will reach into that. And just to give you a heads up as well, guys, and for the viewers as well, you know, Reach Pokemon is known to be a team that prolongs games. So if they know for a fact that it's a best of 5, they're bringing it to a best of 5, and well, this is the first time that I'll be seeing them, okay? This is going to be the first time that I'll be seeing them on a reset. Well, aside from the March Cup, right? Aside from the March Cup, this is the first time that I'll be seeing them be on the best of 5 that has a reset. So I'm not sure if they're going to bring it on a reset, but if not, hopefully we get to see that one quick onto game number 5.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I think, you know, we have that emphasis on saying, you know, RJ Gaming, they've made a long climb through the losers. They need to make that reset happen. But that's a lot of toll on the side of Reach as well. If they need to play that many games, you start to, you know, your fingers start to ache a little bit, your back starts to hurt, your neck, you need to stretch it a little, you're feeling uncomfortable.
What more for RJ Gaming?
Yeah, what more for RJ Gaming, that's true, but Reach Pokemon, it's all about who is gonna outlast who, and I'm sure both teams are hungry as hell.
Right, and here we go, going into game number 3, the first of the best of 3 in our grand finals, the last best of 3 perhaps, if Reach Pokemon can win this one up. And right now, JT looking a little bit on the lower end here, as you know, the HP is currently down. But at the very least, you know, we still have to trust Kai here with that amazing hoop up. Perhaps they are going to be bouncing back in this game.
Yeah, that's for sure. I feel like at this point, RJ Gaming, they're very well aware of what Reach want to do, right? Because that Sylveon Olunams, that Olunams Sylveon is always going to make that rotation. So you just need to play a bit more conservative. They're not going to get caught out by it as they gather for this beast. This is where a KO could happen if they're not careful. They need to bide their time.
Right, and here you go, the first piece of the game here, and looks like going into that at the bottom pad as well. It looks like Reach Pokemon is getting pressured up here by RG Gaming. I think Kai here, being the roaming player of the team, would have to go back. And now Kai, seeing it again, the invasion is something that we don't see a lot. Perhaps if a Greedent is in, yes. But they were able to get in the Citrus Berry, but unfortunately wasn't able to get in on that what we call this hyperspace hole. That was clutch. That Citrus Berry was clutch.
That was so sick. The booster attack from the Venusaur and the Astonish as well from the Koopa basically means that Kai, no more shenanigans from you. We're knocking you out, and we're knocking you out now.
Right. That was the same strategy that they did last time that has already been punished on game number 2 and going to still stick with that in game number 3. I think what they really want to do here is just delay this Ivysaur, because we all know for a fact that Ivysaur really is quite a menace in terms of team fight. But if they can delay that, then All-Ams can just burst out all the damage and still have the upper hand, even if Ivysaur could get in the Venusaur.
Yeah, once again, I think this is all going to come down to the first Dreadnought as Z-Ray gets initiated on, has to fall back, but not able to get the last touch. It's going to be Shingdesu who gets the trade out, and Olunems, no, you can't afford to fall here. Focus Band coming in clutch. Here comes JT to try and clean up. There's the steadfast knockup, but the Ivysaur looks like he's sustaining up, and they're going to get a kill streak of 2. Meanwhile, in this bot side, looks like the Blissey Alolan Ninetales is getting this win over Dreamt and the opponent Blissey, as they are 1 level ahead, and they're really forcing this issue with the Aurora Veil.
Right, and here you go. The Dreadnought is going to be up right now, and let's find out who's going to be able to take in the advantage. The initiation currently, Ivysaur into the side of RJ Gaming. Shingdesu currently at level 8, but All-Ams right now trying to shout right now.
Oh no!
Failing Frolic at the wrong timing. My goodness, they are on for a bad timing, but look at that right now. It looks like the Ivysaur is going to be able to take down the Hoopa into the side of RJ Gaming, going to be able to take down that Dreadnought as well. Now, what they need to do is, if they learn from game number 2, is to disengage and take in just only the top path.
JJ, did you see that? RJ Gaming, they missed their bus back to the fight. They ported everyone back. Yes, you dodged the Fairy Frolic, but some of them decided that they'd be better off going back to base instead. And because they weren't there, it was a bit of miscommunication. The Hoopa felt like they wanted to go continue fighting, but the rest of the team had backed off, and just that slight bit of disconnect is enough for Reach Pokemon to take that advantage.
Right, it's I have to agree that it was a bit of a miscommunication, that instead of fighting off Reach Pokemon, which I think they could anyway, go toe-to-toe against Reach Pokemon, they decided not to. Perhaps they decided to just, let's just give them the Dreadnought and let's just take it the Roto. But, unfortunately, it wasn't the case. They weren't on the top path, and Reach Pokemon was just given the Dreadnought on a silver platter.
Okay, that's the Hornish to try and push the Rotom back into their side, but it's gonna end up allowing it to have a shorter path to their go zone, as it's gonna be Reach Pokemon JT being able to secure that. So he didn't have the best game number 2 start, but he's able to keep parity here in this top half this time round and make it work for his team, right? He is that objective secure that they need, and he comes in clutch when they need him. So, I mean, once again, this is the short circuit Rotom that we're talking about. Doesn't actually do too much here, but, it still is a little bit of a hassle for them to deal with.
Right, and here you go. All-Ams are currently at level 10, but at the same time, the hard carry here into the side of RJ Gaming is also at level 10. But nothing yet is, nothing yet is over the other. They're almost equal in terms of XP, but in terms of points, still not a lot. It's still too similar, 30-0. Reach Pokemon just need to be aggressive, but not too aggressive that they are, overextended. Look at this right now. Both of them right now using the Rings Unbound, further anger into the Blitz.
Oh, the Venusaur's down!
Yes, sir, Reed. The Venusaur is going to be going down. It's going to be 1 inside of RJ Gaming. No, make that 2. They're going to be putting down 3 into the side of RJ Gaming. They need to push in. This is the aggression that I'm talking about that Reach Pokemon needs. They want to be aggressive, but not too risky, and this is it. This is what they want, and they're going to be able to get in one more into the side of RJ Gaming.
Shingdesu
coming from Shingdesu. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do a lot here, as the 5-man team here from the Reach Pokemon is going to be able to respond quickly into their team fight, and now they have the positional advantage and the number advantage as well going into that other Dreadnought, but it's overextended fight here. But it looks like Pokemon MX is going to be able to secure that Dreadnought for themselves, going back into the base to get some recovery and to disengage as well. Ikura tried to get away here with the Aurora Veil, but fortunately for them, they were able to get away. Now all they need to do here, Reach Pokemon, is to not overextend like they did on game number 2.
Weaknesses starting to show up in the armor of what used to be the robotic RJ Gaming. We praise them for their union when they choose to make these decisions, but RJ Gaming, they're starting to bleed out, they're starting to fall apart. The different components of RJ Gaming which have come together to make them so strong on different paths right now. They aren't playing the same level of unity as Team Reach, and they are getting heavily punished for it.
Right, and here you go. Reach Pokemon has gotten all of the objectives thus far. 1 Rotom, 2 Dreadnoughts, and it looks like they're going to be trying to secure this Rotom as well. Yes, JD with the power up on will be able to secure that one up. Giraffe is going to be picked off here. Eclusia as well trying to disengage, and they like that from RJ Gaming. They don't want to take the risk as well, just like Reach Pokemon, because if Reach Pokemon actually went in, then they would have they could easily be picked off here by RJ Gaming. But look at that, it looks like they're going to be pushing in regardless. But look at this, All-on-Amps as well, and MXI is helping All-on-Amps try to stay alive in the game.
Oh, I love that move. Did you see that, JJ? They had the Rotom pressuring, but at the same time, they were pressuring with 2 members on bot side. But Reach Pokemon, they see the hyperspace hole thrown out by Z-Ray, and they know that RJ Gaming wants to back up their bot path. So instantly, they send all 3 members, they just charge head first. So then RJ Gaming, they're forced into this weird decision. Do we just let our Koopa in the bot side down, or do we stay here and defend? That disconnect is exactly what they needed as we get into the final stretch here as the fight kicks off.
Oh, Bless Assistance is going to be used here, going into that of the Venusaur inside of Reach Pokemon just in time for them to teleport back for a reset here. Dream here going to be able to take down the Trevenant inside of RJ Gaming. No, make that 1-for-1 trade. No, 2 is going to be down inside of RJ Gaming. RJ Gaming needs to get away right now, but without that normal form Hoopa, they're not going to be able to get a reset here. But Kai just now going to make them take the recovery right now and have the pressure as well. Have the position into that of the Zapdos. They have 160 points. RJ Gaming still doesn't have any points. So all they need to do now is not take the Zapdos, but maintain this lead, this wall that they do have against RJ Gaming.
Shingdesu had the experience advantage coming out from the central area, but Dreamt has the backup of his allies, and he has that assault vest, allowing him to stay alive in those important moments when he's being focused down. They don't have the burst damage to cut through this Venusaur right now, as they're trying to find an entrance. RJ Gaming, they need to find a way into this Zapdos pit. They need to find a way back into this game. They need to find a way to put some points on the board. It's gonna start with a look towards JT, but the rest of the side of Reach, they are not phased at all. They're gonna take down Giraffe and the sidelines, and they are starting to clamp on to RJ Gaming.
Yes, sirree. The picking off would be starting off once again. Further Anchor coming in from Shingdesu, but it's not going to be enough though. Oh, never mind. It is going to be enough, but that 2 into the side of their team is going to be taken out. That's going to be 3. No score yet for RJ Gaming. Are we going to see a repeat of what they did against Renaissance? That's going to be 0 just yet. A 0. An egg of a point here for RJ Gaming. Ikura here not going to be able to take a score, as Reach Pokemon would have the split push score into that of the top path. Ikura seemingly just giving up in this moment. That is another 0 points for Reach Pokemon, winning the game number 3.
Game number 2, RJ Gaming fire right back, but Reach, they slammed the door shut. No room for you guys up here in this grand finals. It's gonna be Reach Pokemon all the way, baby. They secure game number 3, and they're at match point in this Asia Pacific Aeos Cup Grand Finals. This team from the Philippines, the new front runners over the fallen brothers AFR, they're gonna be the ones leading the charge here and trying to seal the deal and take away the first Aeos Cup for their region. And they are so close, JJ.
One more.
One more.
Now, okay. I know for a fact that you have competed as well, in tournaments. This is the point in the tournament where you are most nervous. When you are just one win away from winning the entire team. This is where all the nervousness, all the anxiety is going to build up and going to explode. And I'm not sure if a Reach Pokemon could keep their composure, and if they do, if they can keep their composure, if they can keep their calmness going towards game number 4, then we might be able to be seeing currently what is the top team of APAC.
Quick analogy for you, JJ. I want to pitch to you an idea. When is a wild animal the most dangerous? When it is badly wounded. RJ Gaming, they are 1 game away from losing out in this grand finals.
It's
They've come so far.
It's an enemy comeback.
They've come so far. They've trekked so many paths. They've climbed this huge mountain to reach this grand finals and reach Pokemon one game away from taking it all away from them. That's when the beast is going to strike. So reach Pokemon, they cannot lose any composure here. I'm sure at this point you talk about the fatigue setting in for RJ Gaming. Reach Pokemon as well. It's been a long barn burner of a day for them as well. And they need to hang on. They need to finish it strong to claim it back for Philippines. But RJ Gaming, they are not down and out just yet. There's always the chance. There's always the anime comeback, like you said. It just didn't come true for them in this game, as we're seeing from this replay. Reach Pokemon give them a big fat 0 to think about.
Okay, Kai.
Okay.
The entirety of Reach Pokemon went back once again. Kai with those on-point teleportation, on-point split-second decision, paving the way for their team into winning. And once again, my man, it is one more game away for Reach Pokemon to winning this one. My heart is pumping fast. I am
JJ.
I am the one getting nervous for that.
JJ, I can see the pride swelling up in your eyes. Your boys are one game away from doing it for the Philippines here. But if you are a fan of RJ Gaming, if you are a fan of Pokemon Unite from Hong Kong and Taiwan, they need your energy. Give them your energy. This is going to be the most important match of their tournament run.
Right, because if they cannot win no more, they would have to say goodbye. But if they do win game number 4, at the very least, they are going to be given the chance into playing game number 5 and perhaps winning that one, getting in another reset. Now, here's the thing. Would Reach Pokemon allow them to have that thirst, to have the breathing room that they have been longing for? That is the big question.
I don't know, JJ. We don't have Prophet JJ right now, but what's your gut feeling? I want to know what Caster JJ thinks. Is this the time for RJ Gaming? Because they've played so clean throughout this entire tournament, right? But like you said, the fatigue, we're starting to see signs of it. We're starting to see them slowly falter here and there. It's not the RJ Gaming that we know, but can the RJ Gaming find their road ahead here?
They were able to find the road, they were able to find the path that they need to take on game number 2. So I'm not going to be surprised if they do take game number 4 as well. But we have to remember, it is Reach Pokemon that we're talking about. It is Reach Pokemon that has been able to drop down to eliminate a lot of the strong contenders in APAC thus far. And we're probably looking at the best APAC team thus far, currently, right now, in this tournament. That is Reach Pokemon. And if RJ Gaming is just going to be sticking up to the basics, I think they would have a hard time going against Reach Pokemon. They would need to go out and think outside of the box at this very moment if they want to win.
Yeah, Shingdesu, we see him going back to the Greninja. This is a Pokemon that he has used to carry the game, carry RJ Gaming through those beautiful wins that they had throughout day number 1, And they're gonna bring it back here for the grand finals. And if they go out in this manner, there won't be a better way to go out, because they're bringing back Shingdesu, their shining star, on his most signature Pokemon that we've seen so far. And he's gonna deliver them a win, or it's gonna be back to the drawing board, out of the Aeos Cup at second place. Everything comes down to this.
Right here we have it, potentially the final match of the tournament. Reach Pokemon versus RJ Gaming. Let's have a champion time.
Game number 4 here in the grand finals, of course, will be slightly heartbreaking. Slightly is an understatement. It will be heartbreaking to see RJ Gaming fall after such a dominant, I don't even want to say dominant, just uplifting performance that we've seen them. They've shown it up to the best teams in the region, and they are bringing it to Reach Pokemon here. But Reach Pokemon, they're playing a bit too tight.
Here you go. I need to catch my breath right now.
I understand. I know. I feel you. Don't worry, I got you. When you really come back, let me know, okay? I'm just talk a bit more about this top part and talk a bit more about these compositions. Because one thing that RJ Gaming were very clearly missing, and I think this is something that inspired the change as well, is they don't have a good form of objective secure. All their Pokemon do damage in either short bursts or damage over time. But right now, with the switch back to Greninja, especially with the attack weight and the X attack that he's holding, he can definitely look to try and change that with the Water Burst Shuriken or the Surf.
Right, and as we can see right now, All Nam's currently at level 5. Just a minute, right? Like, we can definitely see him getting in that level 8 before the Zapdos. And if they allow All Nams to get into level 8, we already know what would happen next.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe Oceania was just a bit too long ago that we forgot the terror of the level 9 Greninja at Dreadnought also. We saw so many of the Oceanic Greninjas just dive into the back line and cause chaos with that Water Burst Shuriken. So the same thing could be happening here. Of course, RJ Gaming, they're no strangers to that strategy themselves, but there is the rotation on point for Olenams. Yeah, gonna sandwich the side of RJ Gaming to this bot path, and they're not done. They want to look at LC and Lucia, but able to create the distance between themselves and the rest of Reach Pokemon, as the first one to fall is gonna be this Ninetales.
Look at that. They are really looking out for each other. When MXI, when Olenams was getting hit, MXI was just pulling out all the safeguards, and then when MXI was getting hit, almost getting KO'd as well, Olenams with a hyper voice, ensuring, that MXI would survive, not giving any form of resources to the other team.
Yeah, and I love this a lot. You gotta... I want to remind everyone watching again, we've all played Pokemon in all its different forms for so long, right? This is the first ever Pokemon game that is a team-based game. You need to play with people you can trust. You need to play with people who you feel like know you like the back of your hand. That's how you get those amazing plays, those instant communications. You don't even need to say anything because you understand each other so well, and we're seeing that understanding and trust come out from Reach Pokemon.
Just like Ash and Lucario in the current Pokemon journeys.
But right now, let's
focus here. Let's focus here in our fight. As Dreadnought is going to be popping up in 1 second. They are right now, MXI, going to go back into the base for recoveries, getting ready into this team fight that is about to unfold to us right now. All Nam's currently alone, but has access into Fairy Frog.
Fairy Frog!
Took the bait! Oh my goodness! But at the very least, RJ Gaming know that for a fact. They were baiting it out, and they disengaged, not getting hit by the hyper voice from Olenams.
Shingdesu almost has his level 9, but not quite there yet. Giraffe trying to get it with the Curse Pop, not going to be able to land it. They need to secure this on the side of RG Gaming if they want a chance, and they do. Ikura lands the last shot, and that's going to be crucial. In comes the Water Burst Shuriken into Olenams, and they get to Sylveon. They nail him down, and this is the Greninja party we were talking about. Surf's up, baby. Shingdesu is ready to hang 10 as he takes that secure for his team.
Right, and my goodness, at 6th minute mark, currently at level 10, Shingdesu back with the comfort pick of the Greninja. Reach Pokemon is going to have a hard time, going to have another quite difficult time, adjusting once again, because like earlier on, they only adjusted against RJ Gaming to the fact that they didn't change anything in the team comp, but now that they're back into the Greninja, this is going to be a different kind of playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. And Greninja brings a lot of physical damage to the table, right? You have that Assault Vest to block out that special damage, but it doesn't really matter against the Greninja with the X attack. There's the Phantom Forest out onto the whole team of Reach. They need to back off, but the Venusaur Drenth can't get out in time, and they're gonna be able to deal with this Rotom very quickly.
Right, and here you go. At the very least, it is still giving out some time for Reach Pokemon to recover, and at the same time, get in some XP, gather some XP for when the next objective is going to come up. And now, in just a few seconds as well, we're going to be seeing that Dreadnought come up. But here you go, into that bottom path. It looks like RJ Gaming. We're seeing a repeat of game number 2.
Yeah, RJ Gaming not ready to go down, not ready to relent this finals to the side of Reach. They want to fight it out here, and the rest of the side of RJ Gaming, they're really putting on a show. I think especially Shingdesu, the Assault Vest is what I want to draw attention back to, because it's starting to feel worse and worse. It has paid dividends when you're up against Renaissance with their Gardevoirs, right? That makes a lot of sense. But now you're against a Trevenant
as well.
Yeah, but when you're against a Trevenant, when you're against a Greninja, it doesn't really matter that much. The fight's gonna break off as Z-Ray pops out the Rings Unbound.
right? And here you go. RJ Gaming is going to be able to take down the second Dreadnought, just like it did earlier on. And here comes another team fight here. At the very least, they're going to be able to pick off one. But there goes RJ Gaming answering back with 3 pickups. No, make that 4. No, everyone got taken out for Reach Pokemon Shingdesu. This is the Greninja of APAC that we're looking up right now. Level 13 at 4-minute mark.
Big Bliss assistance. I need to check that replay to find out who that was on. But if I'm not wrong, he actually put that on Giraffe to keep that Trevenant up. We saw how disastrously the fight can go if Giraffe just doesn't manage to sustain. But he recognizes that. Reach Pokemon recognize that as well. They try and focus him down. But executive decision from this Blissey to keep Giraffe up and running, and it pays dividends for here at RJ Gaming.
Now look at this, Reach Pokemon is heavily under-leveled right now, and RJ Gaming just getting all the objectives right now, getting into second round, getting in double Dreadnought, and Greninja, I'm pretty sure is going to reach level 14 before the Zapdos as well. That's going to provide a huge disadvantage currently going against Reach Pokemon. Now the only win con here for Reach Pokemon, for them to win, is if they can pick them off one by one and then win the team fight on the Zapdos and then take the Zapdos.
Like I said, JJ, backs against the wall. RJ Gaming, they're not going to go down without a fight. They're going to try and bite you back. They're going to try and deal as much damage to you before they go down, if they do at all. Right now, the way they're playing, if they keep this momentum up, I'm so confident they can come back. I'm so confident they can force a reverse sweep or even make the bracket reset, because this is the RJ Gaming that we know, playing clean, calm, and collected.
Yeah, perhaps in game number 3 and game number 1, RJ Gaming was, testing out Reach Pokemon. Because, again, as we mentioned, this is the first time that they have met each other. And definitely, both of the teams here are just picking them up. Sorry, not picking up, but rather poking them out, what they're going to be doing in these kinds of situations. But now that, almost all of the cards have been played, has been put down into the field, it's up to them how they're going to adjust and how they're going to respond to these situations.
We need to watch both Blissies, LC Lucia as well as MXI, who they put that Bliss assistance on. Here comes Giraffe, catching them is the curse, but in comes Jingdesu and the other Venusaur Dream trying to run in. The Phantom Forest, the fight is kicking off.
Oh wow, Verdant Anger is going to be used here just in time for the teleportation for the reset. And look at that, it looks like Reach Pokemon's winning the team fight right at all. But look at that, Giraffe as well is going to try to get him some HP. Kai is going to be able to take down NT. Oh my goodness, there goes Giraffe as well. Ikura is going to be picked off right here. And that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Reach Pokemon would need, Reach Pokemon would need to pick them off one by one. And that is what they need. That is the win that they do have right now.
Be so careful though.
Like they're going to be taken out despite taking the taking the Zapdos. They're gonna be able to take it down, but would they be able to score in? They still have a minute left to catch up. RJ Gaming here, all they need to do is just stop Reach Pokemon from scoring in, because if not, we're looking at the champions.
Yeah, Reach Pokemon, they managed to get that lead up. Sure, they've repelled one of 2 of the Pokemon, but right now, 200 points out almost in Dream. Dream is gonna make it there. Dream is gonna make the dream come true. The dream comes true.
Score, and that is it. Three Pokemon are currently down into side of Reach Pokemon. The respawn timer is 25 seconds. They would need to heavily defend this one, but Kai now doesn't care at all, as Kai is going to try to score in, perhaps waiting for their teammates to come back, goes in for the rings and bound for that final push. But right now, let's find out if that's going to happen. Right now, Kai is getting that split push. Looks at it. This is going to be the Grand Champions. Less than seconds of the game. Reach Pokemon, Luzon, Pilipinas. Reach Pokemon is going to be the winner of Aeos Cup for APAC.
What a game coming out from Reach Pokemon. They got strangled, they got held down, they got beat back by RJ Gaming, but they don't relent. Bracket reset, get out of my house, Reach Pokemon say. None of that here, none of that in APAC. We're gonna carry on the torch, burning bright for the Philippines, and we're gonna take it home for the squad. They are gonna be your grand final winners for the Aeos Cup and the champions heading in to this tournament. We were thinking, you know, there's AFR, there's Reach. You know, historically, AFR, the bigger names. But like he said, JJ Reach, they've slowly been climbing up, slowly been becoming more consistent, and they make this moment their own. The dream is real. They're gonna walk away with $10,000 as well as 500 championship points, and their road to London is paved, my friend.
Yes, now that they have won, obviously those of the top 4 will be seeded immediately for May finals. So that means they would have longer times of practice before the May finals is up. And from there on out, we're going to have the regional championships as well. Perhaps we might be able to see them again do the same kind of play that they did for this time around. But all I want to do right now is for Reach Pokemon. Let's go! Let's go! For Reach Pokemon! Confetti's all day. Congratulations to Reach Pokemon once again for reaching this one, and as well, you know, RJ Gaming for giving us quite a show, taking down a lot of the kings of APAC out of nowhere. RJ Gaming, you have our respect.
I gotta be real. RJ Gaming might have actually done Reach a favor, right? By taking out all those strong competitors, because Reach,
that's true.
Yeah, right. RJ Gaming, really the assassins from Taiwan and Hong Kong. They just pop out of nowhere. Yeah, sure, we find out that they were part of earlier tournaments, but it feels like they're relatively unknown, and they come out these insane plays, this clean coordination. But at the end of the day, like we said, the communication, the trust, unwavering for Reach Pokemon. They came in with a mission, and that mission was to bring it home for the Philippines, and they're gonna be able to do just that. Look at these final moments. The nail to end the game, the deal sealer, Dream with the 100 in alongside MXI with the 84 is gonna be the one. And just like we said in that game, there's a lot of flashy plays. There's always the central area Pokemon. There's the top power laners. There's attackers who go absolutely off. But it's only fitting that we give a shout out to MXI. Beautiful support play on that Blissey. The target prioritization with the saves and sustain on point.
Ensuring that all the damage dealers would be sustained, especially helping out, you know, at the very last moment. We saw in the early game, sorry, not the last moment, but the early game where they and MXI and All-Ams was really communicating so much that they're not letting anyone be taken off. Once again, congratulations. Here goes the confetti for Reach Pokemon. Let's go!
Yeah, and really got to give them the heads up, right? That is exactly what you need to do to win. We talked about it. This is the first team-based Pokemon game, and if you want to come in and call yourself the very best, well, it can't just be you. It has to be you and your squad who are all the best of the best, and Reach Pokemon prove it once and for all. In Asia Pacific's first Aeos Cup, they're gonna take away the big prize.
Oh my goodness. And of course, we cannot dismiss the prizes as well of those who got into the top 4. We have $5,000 for the second place. We have $4,000 for the third place, and $2,000 for the fourth place. Really huge prizes only here in the UNITE Championship Series. I'm just so excited, and I really want to hear the thoughts of, you know, Danny and Moonboy, who were watching at the backsides when we were casting. So, Danny, Moonboy, please join us in the desk.
It's gonna be me, because Moonboy, he's...
Oh, right.
He may have fainted, so we're trying to get him back up. It's okay. Moonboy will come back soon. But I think, if anything, I was thinking it could have been a game 5. I was thinking, was it going to be a reset? Was it? But no, Reach Pokemon, you know, their desire to win, it was their perfect execution, especially when it's most important as well, right? So congratulations to Reach Pokemon. Let's take a look at the brackets, because now, of course, we know who are the kings, who have claimed the crown. I mean, JJ, I think at some point you were a bit hesitant. You were thinking, oh gosh, RJ... Let's be real.
Never doubt JJ. Never doubted his boys.
No.
I never doubted Reach Pokemon for one second.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely not. Like you totally did not doubt RJ Gaming in that previous round. Apparently JJ doesn't doubt anybody. And I do believe we are going to be jumping into an interview very soon, but we'll jump into that very quickly after the brackets. But here is the complete bracket for the Aeos Cup APAC final. So Reach Pokemon are our champions, securing a 3-1 victory over RJ Gaming. If anything, we still need to congratulate RJ, right? These guys had a very long road. They had to play 3 consecutive rounds. And oh my gosh, I couldn't imagine how tired they are.
Yeah, I can only imagine what they're experiencing right now. As I keep on imagining the mental toll that they are experiencing towards the games today. That is hard. Wouldn't you agree, Sneeze?
Yeah, it must be. I mean, you know, of course, we're all very proud and we're congratulating Reach Pokemon. They played a beautiful tournament, but it's got to be heartbreak for RJ Gaming. They came such a long way, right? They overcame so many strong opponents to make it all the way here, especially that losers finals against Renaissance. That would have taken a huge toll on me. If I played that series, I would just tell you I'm taking a nap. It's done for me. That's all Pokemon Unite. But they still need to face off against the best of what Philippines has to offer. It just proves a bit too much, but they should leave with their heads held high because they definitely have proved their power here today as well.
Well, that's I guess we now figured out why Permasneeze doesn't play competitive. He'd probably take a nap up to 2 best of 3.
True. Too much stress. Too much stress for my little heart.
Too much stress. But wow, that was just such a fantastic grand final. Now, we are going to jump into an interview very soon. It's going to be with JT. JJ, I know you have a lot of questions that you're going to be asking him. I think we all have a lot of questions. But we'll be jumping into that as soon as he's ready. I do believe we are still getting him into the lobby. But I think now the question is, how do we think Reach Pokemon is going to fare at an international level? Because they've already shown that they're able to play at the top level in APAC, but what about internationally?
Okay, I think I have a very good answer to this. You know, before the Aeos Cup, all eyes were on AFR, Aeos for the Strategies. You know, they have been dominating on the Japanese tournament, winter tournament, you know, by Pokemon, the Pokemon Company. So all eyes were there, but no one ever saw Reach Pokemon. Nobody knew Reach Pokemon internationally outside of the Philippines just yet until this very moment. And I think, you know, they have just found the ones that are currently dominating in the Philippine scene, and they are ready. They are ready to take on the international scene, and perhaps we might be able to see them perform this well again on the May Cup.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super exciting. Permasneeze, what do you think? Because, I mean, we've all seen all the regions play. NA and EU are going to be playing shortly. Like, play style-wise, because we have noticed that all these regions, because we haven't really had an international event, we haven't had these teams mix their play styles. How do you actually think Reach's style would fare against, for example, Europe or North America?
Here's the beautiful thing, and also the easy answer. We just don't know yet, which is what makes Worlds. It's gonna be amazing, because this will be the first time since the game's release that we are gonna get the opportunity to bring all the regions together and test the ideas against each other. This is why international competition is just amazing, right? Because all throughout these tournaments, whether locally or regionally, you're really butting heads against the best, but it is within your own bubble. You don't really know whether your ideas are going to be the be-all and all best of all. It's always, okay, yes, it works in my region, but what about the world stage? What about all these other regions? Will the same tricks, will the same strategies work? And when we get to June, when we get to London, that's when we'll find out.
August.
Yes. August is D-Day for all of these teams.
Okay, right. True. My bad.
It's all right. Now, unfortunately, we do have some bad news. It looks like we aren't going to be able to run that interview with JT, but to anyone that does want to congratulate them, let them know on their social media. Let all the players know. Congratulate them. Tell them that they played a fantastic weekend of Pokemon Unite. But of course, we are going to go and quickly show the prize pool just to remind you all what these players were also playing for, because money was also on the line here. Now, of course, claiming first place, we have Reach Pokemon, who will be taking home $10,000 for themselves. That's going to be $2,000 per player. RJ Gaming, they were so close, but unfortunately not able to snap up that first place. They'll still take home $5,000. That's going to be $1,000 for each player. Renaissance finishing in third will take home $4,000, and then Rise will be taking home $2,000 for coming in fourth place. So, welcome back, Moon Boy. I think you have a lot to say. We've had JJ Kun's opinion, we've had Permasneeze's opinion. I want to hear a little bit from you about that grand final series. What did you think?
I think that clutch moment was the hooper from Reach, right? Him holding back that Rings Unbound and chose to go with the hyperspace hold first, get the team that reset, and then go with the Rings Unbound. That was the play. That was the play of the game that won them the game, and that the rest is just history from then on.
My goodness, guys! Can you believe it? It's over. We don't have any more Pokemon Unite to cover. Oh goodness! Unfortunately, we're gonna have to say goodbye to all of our viewers. Firstly, from us to you, thank you for tuning into the stream. We all appreciate every single one of you from being here, not just for watching the games, but also cheering on the casters as well. I think JJ Kun, Perma Sneeze, and Moonboy, you guys did a fantastic job over this weekend. You've been doing some heavy lifting with this casting. But I'm gonna pass the mic over to you. We'll start with JJ Kun. Any final words before we close out the stream?
I just want to see more actions like this, and I want to see APAC and OCE go back for the broadcast for, you know, May finals, and then to the regional finals, and then after that would be, you know, going into London. I really want us to go to the London, but you know, we're going to be passing, you know, we're going to be passing the stream next to NA and EU, so in just a bit, don't go anywhere. Sneeze, any last word before you leave?
Nothing but an honor to shine the light on these regions. You know, I feel like, you know, myself and Moonboy, we've been casting local, slightly regional tournaments for so long, but to see these players bring out all the big guns on such a stage, and to see so many stories, so many players intertwined in this quest to really just show the world what they got on this first ever broadcast, it's just an honor to be a part of, and I'm glad I was here.
Yeah, Mike is definitely right? We have seen these players from APAC from the very start of the game, from community scenes to even like, you know, inter-region competition and things like that. And it's really a huge honor, and I'm really grateful to be here in this stage to show you guys what APAC, what OCE is all about, because these players has put in everything that they have, that heart, sweat, and tears into this as one. But you know, so does the casters, right? Big props to everyone, and the producer team as well. You know, you guys did great, and you know, this is what Unite is all about, and hopefully this would go a long time.
All right, thank you so much, JJ. Thank you, Moonboy. Thank you, Perma Sneeze. And also to thank you all of our viewers for tuning in for all the Pokemon Unite action this weekend. Thank you for tuning into the Aeos Cup, APAC, and OCE finals. Hopefully we're going to have some more Pokemon Unite for you in the future before London kicks off. But that's going to be it. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Have a great week.
Midnight Splash as well. Gonna be missing though, but at least they were able to take in Dream. Oh! And that almost in time.
Look, when Renaissance, when Singapore needed them most, they disappeared. Where did you go, Reebok?
You most.
Why are you hitting a... Why are you hitting a chrono? Where's your very singularity? Renaissance, here in Mongo, baby. Here to play, the drums are rolling, and so on the rest of Fries. They're not ready to go down without a fight. I just want to drop on the Blissey, and Bongo T goes down. That's about curtains for Indonesia, and RJ Gaming from Taiwan. They are able to take the Sentinels. They hold on.
But it's not going to be enough though. Oh, never mind. It is going to be enough, but that 2 into the side of their team. That's going to be taken out. That's going to be 3. No score yet for RJ Gaming. Are we going to see a repeat of what they did against Renaissance? That's going to be 0.